My brother called the police to arrest my 9-year-old son for stealing a $12,000 Rolex. And my parents did nothing to stop it. My brother contacted the cops on my 9-year-old son, alleging he stole a $12,000 Rolex. My parents backed him up. While I was saving someone's life in the hospital, the police handcuffed my child and took him away. When I discovered what had truly transpired, I made certain that everyone involved paid for it. Here's the full tale. I am Daniel, a 42-year-old male cardiologist at a prominent hospital in California. A decent career, a respectable suburban home, wife Emily, and 2 children. At the time, Ethan was 9 years old, and Lily was 6. We live quite calm lives. I work long hours at the hospital and come home to help with homework. Weekends are for family time. Nothing spectacular, just a comfortable middle-class existence doing what I enjoy while earning a good living. The journey to becoming a cardiologist was not simple. 5 years of undergraduate studies, 5 years of medical school, 2 years of internal medicine residency, and another 2 years of cardiology fellowship. By the time I finished training, I was 33 years old, had significant school debt, and was just beginning out in my job. But I liked the labor, the accuracy necessary, the direct impact on patient survival, and the satisfaction of repairing something so intricate as the human heart. At 42, I've been an attending cardiologist for 8 years. I specialize in interventional procedures, which involve threading catheters through arteries, performing treatments, and occasionally cracking open the chest when things go awry. It's high-pressure work that demands calm hands and clear thinking under duress. Life depends on you making the right decision in critical situations. That duty never gets lighter. But you learn to bear it. My hospital compensation is solid, over $350,000 per year, plus extra for being on call and conducting emergency procedures. Emily and I bought our 4-bedroom home 6 years ago, in a quiet neighborhood with decent schools. Nothing flashy, but quite pleasant. We aren't flamboyant people. Emily works part-time as a school nurse, primarily because she enjoys having her own career and contributing, not because we need the money. We save, invest, and live below our means. Financial stability is important to both of us. The medical profession is not for everyone. The hours are terrible. The stress is constant. And you literally have people's lives in your hands. But there's something tremendously rewarding about repairing a failing heart and returning someone to their family after they've reached the end of their life. That gratification is what keeps me going during the 60-hour work weeks and 3 a.m. emergency calls. My parents reside around 20 miles away, in a large Spanish-style mansion that they bought in the 1990 seconds. The property is on roughly half an acre and has a big backyard that is essentially a park. They have a patio with a built-in grill, a fire pit, and a little vegetable garden, which my mother tends to obsess over. The backyard has always been the main attraction for family gatherings. There was plenty of space for children to run around while adults talked inside. We still saw them on weekends because family matters, or so I thought back then. Sunday lunches were a ritual. My mother would prepare these extravagant dishes. If the weather was nice, my father would grill, and we'd all gather around their dining table like in a Norman Rockwell painting. Ethan adored going there. He would ask all week when we were going to see Grandma and Grandpa again. Lily was always quieter, more reserved. But I assumed that was simply her personality. She is naturally introverted. Or so I thought. My father has retired now. I spent 35 years working as an electrical engineer before retiring 6 years ago. Solid career, decent retirement package, and the house is owned outright. He's the pragmatic type. He fixes things himself. Has ideas on politics and sports. Pretty typical boomer dad. My mother stayed at home with Travis and me while we were growing up, then returned to work part-time as an administrator at a nearby community college. She retired 3 years ago, and now devotes her time to gardening, book club, and becoming unduly interested in everyone's affairs. Then there's my brother Travis, who is 4 years older than me, and is a successful attorney with his own firm. The guy created a name for himself in California legal circles, and he knows judges, prosecutors, and half of the police force, by first name. He enjoys reminding everyone about it too. Travis never fails to tell a story about winning a case, or networking with someone important during a family dinner. Travis opened his own practice approximately 10 years ago. After spending 5 years at a mid-size company building his name and client list, he now specializes in criminal defense, especially white-collar crimes such as embezzlement, fraud, and tax evasion, for which clients can afford to pay premium rates. His firm grew to approximately 7 personnel, including 3 other attorneys, 2 paralegals, and support staff. He earned at least $450,000 per year, if not more. He never provided exact figures, but he enjoyed giving hints about his performance. The guy drove a Tesla and wore Rolex watches. Yes, the irony. I lived in a McMansion in one of those gated communities where the HOA will locate you if your grass is more than half an inch long. Victoria, his wife, had a wealthy background. Her father operated a chain of car dealerships throughout Southern California. They sent their son Connor to private school, took European vacations every summer, and generally lived the lifestyle Travis thought would prove he'd made it. Travis never let anyone forget it. Every family gathering became his personal highlight reel. Stories about his most recent high-profile case, naming judges he played golf with, and indicating which prosecutor owed him a favor. My mother ate it up, always boasting about my successful attorney son, to anyone who would listen. My father was more modest, but definitely proud of Travis's accomplishments. Travis and I had never been close. He's always had this superiority complex, constantly trying to outdo me, or make subtle comments about my career against his. It must be wonderful working for someone else, he'd comment on my hospital job, casually ignoring the fact that I'm a specialist making good money, while he's drowning in business overhead and client acquisition costs. When do you plan to establish your own practice? He'd ask. As if working in a huge hospital was somehow settling. We have competed since we were children. Travis was the firstborn, the golden child, the one accepted to the greatest institution and then law school. My parents supported my decision to pursue medicine as a younger brother. But we never celebrated it together. When Travis passed the bar, my parents threw him a massive celebration, inviting half of the neighborhood. After I completed my cardiology fellowship, we had a family supper. That pretty much captures the scenario. What really bothered me was Travis's treatment of Emily and the children. He'd make snide comments about Emily's part-time job, implying that she was squandering her education by not seeking full-time employment. Never mind that Emily deliberately chose to provide more flexibility for our family. Travis couldn't understand anything that didn't fit his idea of success. Maximum income, prestige, and everything. Travis was contemptuous toward Ethan and Lily. He'd compare them unfavorably to Connor, discussing his private school successes, test scores, and intentions to attend Ivy League college. Ethan was a good student at his public school, made friends easily, and excelled in athletics. However, Travis thought it was plain and unimpressive. Lily's modest demeanor made her almost invisible to him. He'd forget her name and refer to her as the small one, when he bothered to acknowledge her at all. Connor is a decent kid, despite Travis's parenting. Quiet, polite, and seemingly embarrassed by his father's repeated brags. I'd see him playing with Ethan and Lily at family gatherings, acting like a good older cousin, and wonder how he turned up so well with Travis as a role model. Maybe Victoria balanced things out. She's always been more grounded than her spouse, even though she puts up with his nonsense. My parents' relationship with Travis and I was textbook golden child against scapegoat. Travis could do no wrong. If he missed a family gathering, it was due to his busy and essential schedule. When I missed one due to an emergency surgery, the response was, "Can't you find someone else to cover?" Travis's lavish lifestyle seemed enviable. My more modest options were too safe. I learned years ago not to indulge with his crap. Allow him to have his own spotlight. He needs to feel superior. I had my career, my family, and my own notion of success that did not necessitate daily validation. But that relationship, in which Travis was always correct and I was expected to defer, paved the way for what happened. Travis was the authority figure in his world, and everyone else, including me, followed suit. Saturday morning, I spent an hour at home going over patient files and surgical notes. I had a complicated case scheduled for Monday, a valve replacement on a 6'2" with significant stenosis, and wanted to be prepared. Emily prepared breakfast as the children watched cartoons. This pleasant domestic scenario felt quite typical. There were no signals that our lives were about to disintegrate in a matter of hours. Emily drove us to my parents' home. I'm a poor driver, and she's gotten used to being my chauffeur on family trips. It is not that I am unable to drive. Rather, I am too careful to the point of discomfort. 15 miles below the speed limit. Excessive brake use. Treating every merger as if it were a military operation. Emily is patient about it. Takes over any time we go somewhere together. The children don't even question it anymore. Mom drives. Dad navigates and controls the radio, Ethan was jumping in his seat the entire way there, asking if Grandpa had mended the soccer goal in the backyard. My father had promised to repair the net during our last visit, and Ethan was holding him to it. Ethan has always been active and passionate about everything, believing that people will honor their promises. That trust was about to be shattered in the worst possible way. Lily sat calmly next to him, glancing out the window without saying much. I asked her a few times if she was all right, but she merely nodded and gave me one-word responses. Fine. Yes. Okay. I remember assuming she was tired or simply wanted to stay at home that day. Children might become cranky when faced with familial commitments. If I had known what was coming, I would have followed my instincts, turned the car around, and kept my children safe. Looking back, Lily may have felt something I didn't. Kids have that instinct, that feeling when something is wrong, even if they can't explain why. She'd always been more cautious about Travis's family than Ethan was. Ethan trusted everyone, until he had a reason not to. Lily observed first and decided later. She would sit silently during family events, observing interactions and reading the room in a way that most 6-year-olds do not. Travis had yelled at Ethan months previously for being too close to his car, concerned about fingerprints on the Tesla. Ethan had been hurt by the roughness, but he recovered within minutes. Lily, who had been observing from the porch, refused to approach Travis for the remainder of their stay. She'd literally moved to keep someone between herself and him. Emily and I noted her deliberate avoidance but did not pursue her further. Children are entitled to have preferences for relatives. We arrived about 9 a.m. Travis's family was already present. He, Victoria, and Connor are sitting in the living room. Travis barely looked up from his phone as we walked in, just gave me a quick nod before returning to whatever vital email he was reading. Even on weekends, the gentleman was continuously checking his phone for messages, as if he was managing a catastrophe. Connor was doing what all teenagers do, glued to his device, earbuds in, immersed in whatever digital world meant more than actual family time. Victoria greeted us pleasantly, however. She has always been the more personable part of that couple. She hugged Emily, complimented Lily's clothing, and inquired about my job. Normal small conversation makes the morning more comfortable. My mother was in the kitchen preparing lunch despite the fact that we wouldn't be eating for several hours. She's one of those people that begins cooking at dawn for a 1 p.m. meal. Needs everything to be flawless. Despite the fact that it was too early to start cooking, my father was outside playing with the grill. This was their routine. Stay busy, keep moving, and make sure everything is perfect for family gatherings. The first hour went as usual. Ethan dashed to the backyard, as if he had been released from captivity. He grabbed the soccer ball from the garage, and began dribbling around the grass, setting up his own game while Grandpa was still fiddling with the grill. I could hear him out there talking to himself, narrating his own soccer match, as children do. Ethan cuts left, beats the defender, and shoots for a goal. Lily remained close to Emily, sitting quietly on the couch, and occasionally coloring in a book she had brought. She had a full art supply bag, including crayons, markers, coloring books, and sketch paper. She'd set up in a corner of the room, creating her own little world as adults conversed around her. That was her comfort zone, being present but not necessarily participating. I talked to my parents about work, the hospital, and boring adult topics. I shared a few stories about recent cases. Nothing with patient information. Just general anecdotes about the difficulties of interventional cardiology. My father inquired about the technical aspects, genuinely interested in the procedures. My mother mostly listened, occasionally commenting on how stressful my job must be. Travis would occasionally chime in with stories about his latest case, ensuring that everyone knew how brilliant and connected he was. He was defending a CEO accused of embezzling from his own company. And, as Travis described it, he was single-handedly saving an innocent man from a corrupt justice system. Regardless, the evidence appeared to be pretty damning. In Travis's version, he was the hero who outwitted the lazy prosecutors. My mother hung on his every word, asking follow-up questions and marveling at his legal abilities. My father nodded along, clearly proud. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there thinking about how Travis probably charges $600 per hour to defend people who have stolen from their employees. But whatever. Not my circus. Standard family gathering protocol. Everyone played their assigned roles. Travis, the successful attorney. I am a stable doctor. My parents, the proud grandparents. Emily, the supportive wife. The kids being kids. Surface-level harmony. Masking all the underlying dynamics and resentments. Then at 10 a. My phone rang. Hospital emergency. My colleague's voice was urgent. Serious accident. Victim in critical condition. Heart trauma. Needed immediate surgery. Or the patient wouldn't make it through the afternoon. This is the reality of being a cardiologist. Emergencies don't care that it's Saturday or that you're at a family lunch. Someone's heart stops working, right? And suddenly your weekend plans don't matter anymore. I stood up immediately. Emily volunteered to drive me. She knew in an emergency situation, having someone who could actually drive properly would save precious minutes. Before we left, I checked on the kids. Ethan was playing in the backyard, happy as could be. Lily was still on the couch with her coloring book. I found my mom in the kitchen and asked her to watch the kids, give them lunch when it was time. We'd be back as soon as the surgery was done. She agreed immediately. Why wouldn't she? These were her grandchildren. My parents had watched them dozens of times before without incident. I had zero reason to think this time would be any different. If I could go back to that moment, if I had any idea what was about to happen, I would have grabbed both kids and brought them to the hospital to sit in the waiting room. But you don't know these things. You trust your family to do the absolute bare minimum. Don't harm your grandchildren. Apparently, that was too much to ask. Emily and I got to the hospital in 20 minutes. The patient was already prepped for surgery, and the situation was worse than initially reported. Severe chest trauma. Damaged ventricles. Internal bleeding that was filling the pericardial cavity. We spent 3 intense hours in that operating room working to stabilize the heart, repair the damage, and get this person's cardiovascular system functioning again. The surgery was successful. By 1 p.m., the patient was stable, moved to ICU with a decent prognosis for recovery. I felt that familiar rush of satisfaction. Another life saved. Another family that wouldn't be planning a funeral. Emily and I grabbed a quick lunch at the hospital cafeteria, then headed back to my parents' house to pick up the kids. We arrived around 2 p.m. The second I walked through the door, I knew something was catastrophically wrong. Ethan wasn't there. His laughter, his constant energy, the sound of him running around, all absent. The living room was dead quiet. Lily was curled up on the couch, her face pale, looking smaller than her 6 years. My parents sat across from her, looking uncomfortable. Travis's whole family was there, also silent, with this weird tension in the air that made my stomach drop. As soon as Lily saw Emily, she jumped off the couch and ran over, grabbing onto Emily like she was drowning. And Emily was a life raft. Her little shoulders were shaking. Then she looked up at Emily and said in this tiny, scared voice, "Mom, the police took Ethan away." Time stopped. I literally couldn't process what she just said. Police? Ethan? My 9-year-old son who was supposed to be playing in the backyard. The words didn't make sense together, like hearing someone say, "The sun rose at midnight." I spun around to face my parents, then Travis. "Where is Ethan? What the hell does she mean?" The police apprehended him. Travis stood up slowly, with an infuriating calm expression on his face. He looked me in the eye and said, "Your son stole my Rolex, worth about $12,000. He refused to admit it and return it, so I called the cops." The room tilted. I had to brace myself against the wall because the rage and confusion hit me so hard I became dizzy. "You called the police on my 9-year-old son? Are you completely insane?" "He stole from me," Travis said, as if explaining basic math. "Actions have consequences. The cops will teach him how to behave properly." I couldn't believe what I heard. I turned to my parents, expecting them to explain that this was some kind of sick joke, that they had obviously intervened and stopped the madness. But they sat there silently, not meeting my gaze. My mother appeared uncomfortable. My father looked tired. Neither said anything to defend their grandson. "Dad," I said, my voice shaking with barely contained rage. "You let them take Ethan away? Your grandson? He's 9 years old." My father finally spoke, his voice quiet. "Travis claimed Ethan stole the watch. We asked Ethan several times if he did. He kept saying no, but Travis was convinced. The police arrived and took Ethan to the station for questioning." "For questioning?" I repeated slowly. "You let the police take my child for questioning without calling me first." "You were in surgery," she said weakly. "We didn't want to disturb you during an emergency operation." The logic was so twisted that I laughed. "So instead, you let the police take my son away and traumatize my daughter by watching it happen," Travis said, maintaining his calm, infuriating tone. "Ethan kept lying about not taking the watch. Sometimes kids need to learn the hard way that lying has consequences. That's when something inside me snapped. The protective parental instinct, the rage at this injustice, and the complete betrayal by my own family, all coalesced into a cold, focused fury. I took out my phone and called the police station, asking where my son was and requesting to speak with whoever was handling his case. They confirmed that Ethan was being questioned about theft. I told them that I was his father. I had never been notified, and I was on my way right away. Then I turned to Travis and said, "You just destroyed your own life. I hope that watch was worth it." He smirked. "Don't be dramatic. It's just a question." Emily and I left right away, taking Lily with us. Lily held Emily's hand throughout the drive to the station, silent tears running down her cheeks. When I asked her what happened, she said in hushed tones, "Ethan didn't take anything. I was with him the entire time. Uncle Travis is lying." At the police station, I found my son sitting in an interrogation room. A 9-year-old child is in a room intended to break adult criminals. The room was exactly as you'd imagined. Gray walls, a metal table bolted to the floor, and the ubiquitous two-way mirror. Ethan appeared so tiny in that chair, dwarfed by the institutional furniture. His eyes were red from crying. His entire body language communicated fear and confusion. When he saw me enter, his face crumpled. He jumped up from the chair and dashed over, wrapping his arms around me, his little body shaking with sobs he'd been suppressing. I could tell he was tense, filled with stress and fear. Children are not supposed to feel like this. They're supposed to feel safe, protected, and secure. But my son felt like a cornered animal. "Dad, I didn't take the watch," he sobbed, his voice muffled against my shirt. "I promise I didn't. I told them so many times, but nobody believed me. Uncle Travis keeps saying I'm lying, but I'm not, Dad. I swear I'm not." His desperate tone broke my heart. This was a kid who had never been in trouble, or lied about anything significant, and now he was being treated as if he were a criminal. I held him as my heart broke, and my rage grew. "I believe you, buddy. I know you didn't take anything. We're going to fix this." They kept asking me the same questions, Ethan continued, words spilling out now that he felt safe. "Where did you hide the watch? Why did you take it? What did you do with it?" I kept insisting that I did not take it, but they wouldn't listen. Uncle Travis was also there, and he told them I was lying. "Why would he say that, Dad? Why would he lie about me?" That was what hurt the most. Ethan didn't understand why an adult he trusted would falsely accuse him. His worldview was simplistic. Adults spoke the truth. Adults primarily protected children and their families. Travis had shattered the fundamental trust. The officer in charge of the case, a guy named Wright, came over with his report. He appeared to be in his early 40s, tired, and nearing the end of his shift. "The boy says he did not take the watch. We've been questioning him for about 60 minutes now, and without evidence, or an admission, we can't really proceed. We'll need to wait for the complainant to provide more proof of theft." "For 60 minutes, I repeated, keeping my voice level despite wanting to scream. "You questioned my 9-year-old son for 60 minutes without his parents present. Without even calling us first." Wright had the decency to appear uncomfortable, shifting his weight, and not quite meeting my gaze. "The complaint was filed by his uncle, a well-known local lawyer. Travis is well known in the department, and has worked with us on numerous cases. Since you were unavailable during surgery, your grandparents confirmed that they had legal guardianship. We followed protocol for questioning a minor in custodial supervision." Conventional wisdom? The word tasted bitter in my mouth. Did this protocol include checking if the watch was actually missing? Or did you just take my brother's word and drag my child away in handcuffs based on nothing but his accusation? Did you verify that anything was actually stolen before you traumatized a 9-year-old? Wright's facial expressions changed. Something flashed through their mind, possibly guilt, or the realization that they had made a mistake. "We operate on good faith when complaints come from attorneys and family members. Travis insisted the watch was taken during the visit and that your son was the only person who could have taken it. He was very convincing in his certainty." "I'm sure he was. My brother's very good at being convincing. That's literally his job. But being convincing doesn't make him right." I was struggling to keep my voice calm and professional, when all I wanted to do was start breaking things. "Was it also protocol to use handcuffs?" Wright inquired, his expression becoming increasingly uneasy. Handcuffs were not strictly necessary given the child's age, and the non-violent nature of the accusation. Travis, the uncle, insisted on standard arrest procedure. saying it was important for the boy to understand the seriousness of theft charges, and that sometimes children need to experience consequences to learn. Travis had not just called the cops. He had specifically requested that they traumatize Ethan, handcuff him, and treat him like a dangerous criminal. This sealed the deal. "I want to file a formal complaint," I said, my voice cold and precise, "against my brother for filing a false report and against whoever authorized questioning a minor for 60 minutes, without parental notification. This wasn't about a missing watch, but about Travis asserting dominance and putting my kid in his place. I also need copies of everything. The report, the interrogation notes, the recordings if you have them. Everything. Every word. Every document. Every piece of evidence that will show exactly what happened here today." Wright nodded slowly, as if he realized the situation was about to become a major problem for everyone involved. "I can make that happen, but sir, I have to tell you that your brother has important connections with the department. Several officers here have worked with him professionally. The captain considers him a friend. If you pursue this, it may become complicated." "Let it get complicated," I said, meeting his gaze directly. "I don't care if he's best friends with the police chief or the governor. He traumatized my child for something she did not do. That will have consequences. And if those consequences make some people uncomfortable, they should have considered that before handcuffing a 9-year-old, on the word of his uncle." Wright nodded again, looking resigned. "I'll get you those copies. For what it's worth, your son maintained his denials throughout the questioning. He never wavered, never changed his story, and exhibited none of the typical signs of deception. I mentioned it in my report. So, why keep questioning him for 60 minutes? Because your brother kept insisting that we weren't pressing hard enough, that the boy was a skilled liar, and that we needed to work harder to get the truth. He was extremely persistent. Obviously he was. Travis probably enjoyed watching Ethan squirm, demonstrating his power, and the overall performance. We got Ethan and Lily home. Emily ordered pizza, because cooking was the last thing on anyone's mind, and Ethan sat on the couch between us, still shaking occasionally, and appearing smaller than he should. Lily sat on Emily's other side, holding her mother's hand. Both kids had been traumatized by different aspects of the same nightmare. That night, after the kids had fallen asleep, Emily and I sat in our bedroom and planned our next move. I called a friend from medical school, who had gone into medical malpractice law, and asked for a referral to someone who handled false accusations and police misconduct. He gave me a name, Jennifer Walsh, an attorney who specialized in this type of case. I took a personal day, and went to see Walsh on Monday morning, bringing all of the police documents, explaining the entire situation, and not holding anything back about Travis's connections or my parents' complicity. She listened to everything, took notes, and then sat back with an expression I couldn't quite read. "This is bad," she finally admitted. "But it's also extremely actionable. Your brother made a false police report. The officer violated procedure by failing to notify you immediately after your minor child was taken into custody. There's also the question of the watch itself. Has your brother proven that it is actually missing?" "No idea," I admitted. "For all I know, he put it somewhere but forgot where. Or he's lying outright to make a point." "Then we start there," Walsh said. "We demand proof that the watch was stolen. We demand interrogation records and recordings. We document everything that happened to your son, and build a case not only against your brother, but also against the department for how they handled the situation. Your brother's connections might have gotten him this far, but they won't protect him from documented misconduct." Over the next week, Walsh filed motions and demands, and the police department was forced to turn over all records of Ethan's interrogation. We got recordings of the entire thing. 60 minutes of my terrified child insisting he didn't take the watch while officers and Travis pressed him to admit. It was one of the most difficult things I've ever listened to, hearing Ethan's voice get smaller and more terrified as the questioning continued. The recording also captured Travis coaching the officers on how to question Ethan, which questions to ask, and how to pressure him. An attorney using his knowledge of interrogation tactics against his own nephew. Walsh subpoenaed Travis's financial records and phone logs, looking for proof that the watch existed and was actually missing. It turned out that Travis had filed an insurance claim for the watch 6 months earlier, claiming it was damaged beyond repair, and his insurance company had paid him $12,000. When Walsh presented this evidence to the district attorney, they immediately opened an investigation. Travis's claim that Ethan stole the watch either didn't exist anymore, or he was committing insurance fraud in addition to filing a false police report. Travis's connection suddenly became less important when he was potentially facing multiple felony charges. The DA's office loved cases involving corrupt lawyers, because they made for good press and helped clean up the legal profession's reputation. While this was going on, my parents began calling, first my mother crying, asking why I was escalating things unnecessarily, and then my father, using his stern voice, telling me I was tearing the family apart over a misunderstanding. Travis also called, alternating between threatening me with legal action and pretending we could work this out between us. I blocked them all. Every phone number, email address, and any other way they could contact me. Emily did the same. We were tired of being the family members who tolerated mistreatment in order to keep the peace. My parents showed up at our house one evening, 3 weeks after the incident, and I saw them through the window. They had gift bags, probably thinking they could smooth things over with presents for the kids. I didn't even open the door, but yelled through it. "Leave now or I'm calling the cops." "Daniel, please," my mother responded. "We need to talk about this like adults." "Adults don't let their grandchildren get arrested for lies," I said. "Adults don't side with a liar over the victim." "Get off my property." My father tried again. "Son, Travis made a mistake. Can't we get past this? He is your brother." That's what sent me over the edge. He stopped being my brother when he handcuffed my son. You stopped being my parents when you allowed it to happen. This is not an error. This was a choice. All of you made decisions. Now you have to deal with the consequences. They eventually left, but not before I called 911 and reported them for trespassing and attempting witness intimidation. The police documented the incident and added it to the growing case file. Ethan was examined by a child psychologist, who documented the trauma caused by his interrogation, including anxiety, nightmares, fear of police, and trust issues. The report was damning, painting a clear picture of how the incident had harmed a child who had done nothing wrong. Travis was charged with filing a false police report and attempting insurance fraud, while Wright, the officer who conducted the interrogation, was charged with violating minors' procedures and constitutional rights. Although my parents were not charged criminally, I filed for a permanent restraining order against them, citing emotional distress to my children and their role in enabling the false accusation. Travis tried to use his connections to make it all go away. He called in favors, contacted colleagues, and tried to persuade the DA's office to drop the charges. But the evidence was too strong, the case was too public, and local news had picked up the story. Travis was a well-known lawyer, accused of filing a false report against nephew, and his reputation was rapidly deteriorating. The judge and jury heard my 9-year-old son's voice, scared and confused, insisting he didn't take the watch, while Wright and Travis pressed him to confess to something he didn't do. The trial for Wright was the first, and it was brutal, given all of the evidence Walsh had gathered. Wright attempted to defend himself, claiming that he followed protocol and had no reason to doubt Travis's story. However, the violations were clear. Failing to immediately notify parents, conducting an extended interrogation of a minor without counsel or parental presence, and allowing a civilian, Travis, to coach the interrogation. Wright was sentenced to 2 years in prison, fired from the police force, and permanently barred from law enforcement after a jury deliberated for less than 4 hours. He was also ordered to pay Ethan $1.2 million in damages. When the sentence was read, I saw him cry in court, his career and life destroyed by his own choices. Travis's trial came next. If Wright's trial was brutal, Travis's was devastating. The evidence of the insurance claim, combined with the false police report, painted a picture of a man who had either committed fraud or falsely accused a child to cover up his own mistake. The recording of him coaching Wright during Ethan's interrogation demonstrated calculated cruelty toward his own nephew. Travis's lawyer tried everything. The jury saw a powerful man using his position and connections to traumatize a child, and they weren't having it. Character witnesses spoke about Travis's community service, his successful law practice, and his family, but none of that mattered against the recording of Ethan crying, while Travis pressured officers to break him. Travis was found guilty of both charges. Ethan was sentenced to 4 years in prison, $450,000 in damages, and permanent disbarment. Within a week of the verdict, his law firm closed, and all of the connections he'd boasted about for years vanished overnight. It turns out that when you're a disbarred attorney facing prison time, your professional network decides they never really knew you that well. Travis broke down in court when the disbarment was announced. All those years of building his practice reputation, and network were gone. Victoria sat in the back row, devastated, probably calculating how to support Connor and herself with Travis in prison and no income. I felt bad for her and Connor. My parents were not prosecuted, but a restraining order was granted, preventing them from coming within 400 feet of me, Emily, Ethan, or Lily. Despite the fact that they had done nothing wrong, Travis had made his decisions, and his family would have to bear the consequences. When the order was read in court, my mother cried. My father looked like he had aged 10 years. And I felt nothing. The judge's decision was unequivocal. Their failure to protect their grandson, as well as their subsequent attempts to intimidate us into dropping charges, demonstrated that they posed a continuing threat to my family's well-being. Maybe that makes me cold, but they'd chosen Travis over Ethan. They'd watched police take their 9-year-old grandson away and done nothing to stop it, and that's not something you forgive just because they regret it now. Life gradually returned to normal after the trials, and Ethan had some difficult months. After we cut contact with my parents and Travis, Lily began to come out of her shell more. He had nightmares about police, anxiety when he saw officers in public, trust issues that he needed to work through with a counselor, but kids are resilient, and with time and support, he healed. The nightmares faded, his smile returned, and he joined his school soccer team and became one of their top players. It turned out that she had always felt uneasy around them, but couldn't explain why. Children can sense things that adults don't, and she is now 9 years old, more self-assured, and actually talks and laughs during family dinners rather than sitting quietly. Getting rid of the toxic family members allowed her to be herself. I don't know what I did to deserve a partner like Emily, but I'm grateful every day. She kept Ethan and Lily's routine stable, and made them feel safe and loved in the midst of the chaos. 3 years later, we're in a good place. Ethan is 13 now, thriving in school, and a star player on his soccer team. When I watch him play, I remember that scared 9-year-old in the police station, and am grateful he overcame it. Lily is 9. Quieter than her brother, but genuinely happy. She hasn't mentioned her grandparents in 3 years, and I don't bring them up. When you let police handcuff and traumatize your 9-year-old grandson over a lie, you don't get to come back from it. I've blocked all contact with my parents and Travis, and other family members occasionally reach out, urging me to forgive and reconnect. But there's nothing to talk about, so I either hang up or walk away. Travis is serving his sentence, and from what I hear, prison hasn't been kind to an ex-lawyer. Wright's in a different facility, most likely having an equally rough time as a former cop. Their choices destroyed their lives, and I don't lose sleep over it. My parents tried to show up at Ethan's school once, apparently thinking they could see him during recess. The school was given copies of the restraining order and called me right away. I called the police, who arrived and documented the violation. My parents haven't tried since, and they'll eventually realize that the relationship is over. They made their choice, and they live with it. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe. It greatly benefits the channel, and allows us to bring you more and better stories. Thank you. At holiday lunch, my mother ordered me to stop relying on my family. I quietly packed my things and showed them how important I was. In the middle of the holiday lunch, Mom urged me to go. Between clinking forks and phony smiles, a stern order was given without any prior notice or argument. As if I hadn't been covertly funding almost everything that kept that family afloat, she told me to quit depending on them after I had just finished passing the rolls. The room went cold. Nobody stood up for me. Not my brothers. Not my father. Something inside of me snapped during that quiet. In clarity. Not in rage, because they were going to discover how mistaken they had been, and the consequences of that error if they really thought I depended on them. I took a while to leave the house. For a little period, I sat there and allowed the warmth of the dining room lights to envelop me, just like they did when I was a child before I realized what those lights actually concealed. My family appears to be the epitome of holiday tradition from the outside. Carved ham, ornamental wreaths, and genuine laughter, if you don't listen too closely. Growing up inside those walls, however, teaches you about every flaw in the paint, every change in tone, and every quiet that has a deeper meaning than the words that preceded it. Evelyn is my name. My age is 36. And for the most of my life, I thought that I had finally earned a seat at that table that didn't feel conditional if I worked hard enough, showed up enough, and proved myself enough. I oversee teams, timelines, and strategies at work. At home, however, I am the sister who is too accomplished, the daughter who is too independent, and the disliked relative. The emotional thermostat in the house has always been my mother, Linda. Everyone relaxes when she's warm, she's frigid. And everyone gets tight. She was ice cold today. John, my father, rearranged his green beans in an attempt to create a shield while he gazed at his plate. My older brother Mark pretended to be absorbed in his phone, even though there was no light on the screen. My younger brother Jake, meantime, was grinning into his wine glass, half amused, half delighted, as if he had been waiting for years to see me lose my glory. I was aware that they had all constantly and covertly benefited from me. Mark called me when he needed legal assistance. I paid Mason's tuition when Jake was unable to do so. I stayed quiet about my parents' bills as they continued to rise. I did it because I thought that family members should support one another. I didn't want them to suffer, so I took action. Despite the fact that the facts always showed otherwise, I mostly did it in the hopes that it would demonstrate my belonging. As a child, I didn't understand that my mother was referring to me when she said, "Strong women carry the family on their backs." My brothers never learned how to take accountability from her. They learned how to pass it off from her. And they repeatedly did. This was love, I told myself. However, as I sat there taking in the echo of her words, "Stop relying on the family," I experienced an internal reorganization. Perhaps it never had, but the math didn't add up. I allowed the metallic taste to linger on my tongue, as I took a slow sip of water. All around me, as if anxious to act as if nothing had happened, conversations resumed in hurried, uneven bursts. However, something irrevocable had happened. And I knew this wasn't the start of a collapse when I saw them dodge my gaze. Clarity was just getting started. Everyone pretended not to notice. And the remainder of the lunch seemed like waiting for a storm. The sound of forks tapping plates a bit too quickly was audible. Every time my mother moved in her seat, my father's breathing became labored. Jake seemed to be enjoying a private performance based on the way his knee bounced beneath the table. I didn't say anything because I was afraid, but rather because silence can reveal a person's true nature. Linda spoke as though nothing had occurred. She made remarks about the neighbor's new fence, the temperature of the rolls, and the glaze of the ham. She didn't even glance at me. She did it that way. She didn't blow up, she deleted it. And it hurts differently than any insult to be erased by your own mother. Finally, Mark said something. "Mom's right, Val," he said, his gaze fixed on his plate. "You've been distant. Maybe this is for the best." Distant. A word people use when they've forgotten the last 4 times you showed up for them. I didn't reply. I only watched him move uneasily. As if my silence said louder than my response. Jake then added his voice while dramatically swirling his wine. "If you're struggling, just say that. No shame in needing help. Needing help from them." I nearly chuckled. However, Linda interrupted me once more before I could say anything. Her voice gentle yet piercing. "Evelyn, sweetheart, we can't keep pretending everything is fine. You rely too much on this family. It's time for you to grow up." It was there. The entire line. The one that would ruin everything. She had previously said, "Stop relying on the family." Now, she spoke slowly and deliberately, as if she wanted to ingrain every syllable in me. Furthermore, what she stated wasn't the worst part. It was how the others let it to fall. Nobody resisted. She was not asked to stop. They weren't confused by their quiet. There was consensus. Something changed inside of me at that very instant. Not broken. Snap implies mayhem. Like a key clicking into a lock, this was clarity falling into place. I excused myself to the restroom so I could breathe, not to hide. I could hardly recognize the woman in the mirror inside, not because she was worn out or older, but rather because she had finally come to terms with the reality. The family wasn't pushing me out. I had never really been admitted. They hardly noticed when I came back to the table. No one looked up when my chair gently scraped the floor. Not even my mom. That was the moment that changed me. I grabbed my coat and wrapped it around my arm. When Linda eventually looked at me, it was with displeasure rather than concern, as if I had interrupted her. She said, "Where are you going?" I met her steady, serene gaze. "Home." Her expression briefly changed. Before she shut it down, she was confused, possibly even afraid. I made my way to the front entrance without anyone stopping me. They would understand, even though they didn't yet. The dining room was never as clear as the chilly air outdoors. I didn't trust myself to give them even a last look. So I walked to my car without turning around. Not out of pride. That was not theirs to earn. When I unlocked the door, My hands felt more stable than they had in years. By the time I arrived at my downtown flat, the numbness had subsided, and had been replaced by a calmer, more determined resolve. The kind that results from finally telling yourself the truth, rather than from rage. I went inside, shut the door, and allowed the quiet to settle. I had always found refuge in my house. However, it felt different that evening. It seemed to be waiting for me to decide. I refrained from crying. I refrained from ranting. I went to my bedroom, got a suitcase, and started packing. Just to signal the end of something. Not to go. Clothes folding took on symbolic meaning. Every pair of trousers and every top seemed like a line drawn. The gentle hum of the zipper served as a reminder that I was still in charge, at least of myself. I packed with a slow, serene pace. Just clarity. No hurry. No panic. Beside the glowing screen, which cast a chilly blue hue over the room, I opened my laptop. I opened the tabs I hadn't been thinking about one by one. Utility payments for my parents, cabin maintenance costs, tuition assistance, and other contributions I had given over years. It was like watching a lifetime turn into a set of rounded, unquestionable totals all in one location. I moved my cursor over the auto-pay options. Then, out of necessity rather than resentment, I canceled them. They had advised me to no longer depend on my relatives. So I did. Then, as literally and logically as possible, the next task was to maintain the cabin. I had paid for the internet, gas, and water, while never receiving a holiday invitation, a location they claimed as their own while I covered the expenses. I ended what shouldn't have started by clicking through each account. Cancel. 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 Every confirmation email was like a breath I had been holding for decades. But when I opened a folder I hadn't looked at in years, it was the last piece of evidence. The cabin transfer documentation. I was required to insert a reversion clause by my lawyer. I had agreed at the time because it seemed wise. It felt prophetic now. Ownership immediately returned to me in the event that the property was ever contested. My parents tried to keep me out of choices. Or they violated the rules in any manner. Just a straightforward legal consequence. No argument. No compromise. I relaxed in my chair and let reality to sink in. They believed they were in control. They believed that I was the one in need of them. However, the reality had always been the reverse. With the exception of the city lights outside, the room became dark when I shut down the laptop. It wasn't retaliation. Not quite yet. It was getting ready. Because everything would change, and I would be prepared, the instant they understood the true meaning of my quiet. My phone didn't ring for 2 days. Not out of worry or regret, but out of a sense of entitlement. The screen flashed Jake's name. I waited for it to ring twice before responding, giving him enough time to notice the pause. Without even trying to be polite, he yelled, "Evelyn, what the hell did you do? The cabin's freezing, the heat won't kick on, and the internet's down. Mason was supposed to go up this weekend. Then he'll have to stay home," I replied quietly. "What is your problem?" he asked in a disbelieving tone. As if I had broken an unwritten pact to continue helping him indefinitely. "I stopped paying for things I don't use," answered I. There was a thick, angry, perplexed stillness. Then he went on a rant about sacrifice, duty, and family loyalty. It's funny how only when someone wants anything from you do they use those words. I hung up after letting him continue and saying merely, "You told me to stop relying on the family." So I did. Jake wasn't the next caller. Mark didn't send it. My father gave it to me. A breathy, quiet voicemail, asking if we could have a grown-up conversation. Disguised as logical, the tone was familiar and desperate. They had no concern for me. They were concerned about the consequences of my absence. It intensified after 2 more days. My mailbox was filled with a bulky envelope, within a petition that my mother filed, asking the court to examine the cabin transfer, stating that she had been in emotional distress, and had not comprehended the terms, and asking that the property be returned to her and my father. The legal seal and return address were from a city law office. In an almost buzzing quiet, I sat at the kitchen island and read the papers. They hadn't even made the initial call. They started attempting to take something that wasn't theirs right away. By decision, not by mistake or misunderstanding. That was all. I called my lawyer that afternoon as soon as the line became clear. He shook his head, blew out his breath through his nostrils, and glanced over the papers. When he said, "They have no case," I thanked him not because I was happy but because I finally felt certainty. Something solid under my feet after years of bending and breaking for everyone else. The reversion clause ensures ownership returns to you automatically if they act against the agreement. They filed this petition, which means they triggered the clause themselves. So the cabin is mine again, legally effective immediately. When my attorney recommended that we set up a meeting with them, I picked the cafe next to the old neighborhood, the one with buzzing lights and peeling leather booths, because it was both public enough to prevent people from raising their voices, and familiar enough to keep emotions in check. Together, they arrived, with Jake furious, Mark pale, John avoiding eye contact, and Linda rigid with outrage. I had already selected a rear booth. They moved across from me, as if they were defendants walking into a courtroom. My mom was the first to speak. I looked at her face and said, "Evelyn, this has gone on long enough. You've made your point." Only frustration that her plan had failed, not a shred of regret. "Mom," I said calmly. "You mean you did," she said, shutting off the cabin, "because you blindsided us. I didn't file anything. You can't expect us to do that." When I said, "I didn't expect anything," her nostrils flared as she said, "That's the difference between us." I put a big folder on the table before she could say anything more. My own paperwork, not legal ones. The proof of every silent sacrifice they'd chosen to forget. 18 years of payments, rounded sums, printed utility lists, home maintenance, tuition, support, repairs, and medical costs. Mark said in a feeble voice. "What's this?" "Everything I've covered since I was 19, I replied. After glancing at the first page, my father's gaze halted. He blinked. "You paid this much?" "Yes. For all of us," Mark said. Jake scoffed. But it sounded unsteady. "Yes. So what? You think you're some hero? We never asked you to." "No," I firmly interrupted. A distinct line appeared across the table, saying, "You expected it. We are all burdened by the truth." I went on, composed yet methodical. "Mom told me to stop relying on the family. So I did. I stopped paying the utilities. I stopped covering the cabin. I stopped funding the lifestyle you built on the assumption I'd never walk away." My mom became more rigid. "No," I muttered, "you're being dramatic." I handed another document, the reversion clause, forward and said, "I'm being fair." For the first time in my life, my mother's face froze and she looked scared. "This is the legal agreement for the cabin. The moment you contested the ownership, everything reverted to me automatically. You didn't lose the cabin because of me. You lost it because you tried to take something that wasn't yours." It was as if someone had taken the script out of her hands and left her standing on stage without saying a word. Her face went blank, vacant. Stunned, my father leaned back. Mark gazed at his hands. Jake's mouth opened and shut silently. They were unmasked, not simply shocked. I allowed the stillness to linger long enough for the gravity of the situation to become apparent. I then talked in a quiet, almost gentle tone. "I'm not doing this to punish you. I'm doing this because I should have drawn boundaries 18 years ago. You told me I relied on you, but you were relying on me. And now you'll have to rely on yourselves." My mom finally found her voice. "I know," I replied. "We're your family." I stood straightening my coat and continued. "I said I loved you like family. I supported you like family. But you didn't treat me like one." I took out a solitary dollar from my wallet. A symbolic inheritance that reflected how they had handled my contributions, small, unimportant, and underappreciated. I placed it in the table's middle. "That's all that remains," I replied. "Everything else I already gave. And you didn't even see it." Nobody moved. Not my mother. Not my brothers. Nor my father, whose expression changed from blank to regret too late. I moved out of the booth. "Evelyn," my mother called, her voice cracking a little. I didn't turn around, but I stopped long enough to hear it. A last line is necessary for some stories. The door needed to be closed on this one. As I walked out, the diner bell softly rang, and the chilly air rushed in around me. And I didn't feel bad about leaving for the first time in my life. I was liberated. The silence felt different in the days that followed. It wasn't the kind that results from exclusion. It was the type you earn after speaking the truth aloud for the first time. In some way, my apartment appeared lighter. Soft streaks of early light fell on the counter, and I didn't wake up anticipating someone else's crisis for the first time in years. The documents were verified by my attorney. Once more, the cabin was legally mine. A clean reversion brought about by their own decisions. With no disagreement or loophole, he inquired as to whether I wished to submit a further claim or seek damages. I didn't. To be real, justice didn't have to be loud. My father sent a brief email a week later. No guilt, no Bible passages, simply a statement that they were working things out. I'm hoping they were. Perhaps they would be forced to grow in ways they hadn't previously needed if they lost the assistance they took for granted. That weekend, I went for a lengthy stroll down the river, allowing the chilly air to burn my cheeks. I felt lighter. I had finally let go of a burden I was never supposed to bear, not because I had achieved anything. I hadn't left my family behind. I had just stopped letting myself go. Maybe they'll see why I drew the line in due course. They might not. However, I've discovered that setting limits isn't a punishment. People are being invited to meet you with the same level of respect that you have always shown them. You proceed even if they are unable to. Now that I'm officially my own, my life is calmer and more stable. Please add your opinions below if this story resonates with anything in your life. Click subscribe to ensure you don't miss the next installment, if you want to see more real family tragedies with satisfying resolutions. My brother-in-law peed on my belongings for months. Discovering a horrifying family history of abuse destroyed my marriage. For months, my brother-in-law left me pee on my stuff. Finding out why revealed a terrible family background that shattered my marriage. For 10 years, Ted, 34M, my spouse and I, 29F, had been together. We dated all through and got early in college. I completed before him and spent a semester traveling while he was finishing so we might relocate to another state. He ended up needing to repeat several classes, hence when I returned we couldn't relocate yet. Since I had nowhere of my own, I moved in with Ted and his roommate Ash, 32M, as he was still in school. I made sure Ted approved it with Ash before we moved so my male cat could accompany us. Their dog was elderly, but Ash claimed he was good with it. About 3 weeks after we moved in, I began to notice that our bedroom smelled strongly of urine and we were unable to locate its source. I knew it wasn't my cat since she is toilet trained. The dog couldn't enter our room since it is on the second story and he suffers hip issues. I began to find clothing on the floor smelling like urine. When I asked Ted, he said he knew nothing. I questioned Ash if he was bringing the dog upstairs after 3 months of annoyance and this occurring around twice a week. No, he replied. I had had enough at this time. I stopped leaving garments anywhere, but I was still discovering pee and stuff like throw pillows, shoes and so forth. After breaking down one day, Ash proposed it was my cat claiming his territory, as male cats are notorious for doing. Since it was simply on my belongings and a new location, he felt it made sense. If any of you own cats, you are aware that their pee smells different from human pee. I put up a webcam in our room since I trust my cat completely. My boyfriend knew about my rent payment, therefore I reasoned this was the best method to find out where the pee was coming from. Ash was indeed walking into our room and pissing on my belongings. After seeing the movie, I packed my belongings and my cat and stayed with a friend until Ted graduated and we moved. Ted and I handled that, hence when all of this was happening I avoided facing him. Not really spoken to Ash since then. Though we usually avoid each other at family events, he was the best man at the wedding. Ash lost his job and housing with the epidemic and is quite broke. He wanted to move in with us, but I really don't want to since he left urine on my belongings. When it happened, he was a grown man, 25 years old. Their entire family is now calling and texting, telling me I'm an ass for leaving him homeless in the middle of an epidemic. Still, it wasn't their belongings that were left pee-stained on. Although he is losing his house and his cat deserves a home, I am harboring resentment since he left urine on my belongings. I cannot simply grab his pet and abandon him to the elements, it was made rather abundantly apparent, although I know I'm justified. Ted claims he couldn't do that to his brother, and the employment situation is better here for his kind of work. First edit number 1. I appreciate all of you spending time to consider my present situation. I had to stop responding for a bit as I'm at work right now, but I'll get back to everyone in the morning. A few of questions have surfaced several times. He is in therapy? After Ted's mother made him go, he was last I checked. That's how we learned the reason he did this. Our best friends were Ash and Ted. Me entering Ted's life threatened enough for him to want to separate us. Clearly, it failed and it only caused Ted to go no contact temporarily. According to his therapist, Ash owed his brother apologies. My mother-in-law, the person who got them back in touch, said Ash asked for pardon for his deeds. I could deal with it as long as I didn't have to be with him and he never set foot in our house. They reunited. Why did he show up for the wedding? The celebration for our parents predominated when we were getting married. Although my parents planned a large wedding as I am the first of my sisters to be married, we were not bothered about the courthouse. We could not exclude Ted since all of his brothers and all of my sisters were bridesmaids and groomsmen. After all, Ted and Ash are best friends. I didn't care as long as I didn't have to snap selfies with him and he didn't deliver a speech. Why cannot any of his family accompany him? While the rest of the family resides on the West Coast, we live on the East Coast. After several comments, I'm beginning to question this next section, but I'll say it nonetheless as that's the facts I know. Ted's career is far more employable on the East Coast than on the West, thus going across would reduce his prospects of getting a new work in his sector. I am working to persuade every brother, there are 8 more, to contribute in a small amount so, between us all, he can stay there. Why would they find me to be an ass? His entire family forgives and lets go quite naturally. Things that are horrible to me, car theft, false college degrees, money theft, have been pardoned by them. They so truly believe that this was only a one-time occurrence and that has outgrown it. I simply need to get over it. Apologized, he asked? I find it somewhat sour that he apologized to Ted but not to me. Though you guys are right, it would be self-serving of him and a means of getting back into my house and maybe causing further problems. I was thinking of accepting an apology. Paid for the items he left behind? I just kept washing the urine-stained items as I had no idea where the pee was coming from. Following the video, I did toss anything I recall having been urinated on, that which had no emotional worth. Still, there are 2 pairs of damaged shoes in my house right now. He did not pay for the items I tossed, and to be honest, I never considered asking him. Should I merely cut my losses? On this, what is your husband's stance? Ted is the greatest human being in the universe. He really tolerates enough of my pranks to let Ash move in if it would make him happy. Ted was agitated and cut off totally as soon as things started. They made up though. As his mother mentioned, the therapist thought it would enable him to atone. Ted has never once urged me to be with Ash or for him to visit our house. Ted assured me it was very fine if I turned Ash down as the best man when we got married. Still, I love him enough to handle him when it's called for, such around Christmas and major family gatherings. Are the videos visible to me? Though I regret to let you down, no. Though I'm annoyed as I could be at the man, I do respect privacy. I honestly wouldn't believe me if he told me one of my sisters was peeing on his belongings, hence when it happened I just gave it to Ted so he would believe me. To the best my knowledge, he has only given it to 2 of the elder brothers and his parents to prove we were not fabricating things. Curious as I am, I would want to thank you for your medals. They are beautiful and shiny and make me feel as though I recently came out victorious from the Olympics. You folks are the finest. I also want to thank you for the really great nicknames and jokes. I will be leaving him a litter box and puppy training pads in the guest room just to rub his nose in, should I lose this fight and he relocate here. You people are the best. I swear to reply to messages and comments as soon as I can. Edit number 2. Mini update. P has thus hit the fan in the family, and my day has been terrible. The family lacked the complete picture. Some of the other brothers saw this post and all of your comments. Not apparently did our brothers either. I'm way over my head, hence numbers 3, 4 and 8 are on their way here to handle it. The messages saying me I most likely had it coming, that I wanted it, or that I deserved it deserve a big F you. I wish the P-Man pays you a visit and stains your toothbrush. I appreciate your wonderful comments and worry. I appreciate the reality check references. I appreciate you waking me to my several flaws. Though things suck right now, hopefully in a few days I will be able to provide you guys closure or at least additional responses. Remain hydrated. Update 1. As you all advised, I showed Ted the post. Ted realized he had done wrong by me after reading some comments. Though I was cool with it, it was still improper of him and the entire family to be as they are. When the whole event happened, he sincerely apologized for not asking more from his brother, family, and self. Ash moving in with us was certainly not going to happen, he stated. He also inquired of various professional acquaintances whether Ash could get work as an engineer. One of those contacts turned out to be someone employed by the same company Ash did. He informed Ted Ash hadn't been sacked, he had quit but was welcome to have his job returned. Ted went to face Ash about this. We reside some many hours apart. It brings me joy, not because my husband is lacking in any kind. Ted found some stuff that started a chain of events and truth unveilings that, to be honest, just make me sad more than anything else. While I was at work, I worked 2 jobs, one part-time during the day because I wanted to. Yes, I realize I'm being cowardly once more and should be furious, but right now I'm exhausted and want to sleep. But I believed I owed you guys closure since I had enough pleasant and nasty notes. Though right now I don't care. I'm most likely going to get trash for revealing all of this. This is a resumed but still somewhat long rendition of all that has occurred since my OP. B stands for brother of Ted. If I say wife #X, please refer to the number of the brother, not that any of them have multiple wives. B number 1, doctor with some type of military background. Wife, 3 kids. B number 2, surgeon, wife, 2 dogs, and a bearded dragon. B number 3, engineer, fiance, and dog. B number 4, teacher and researcher, wife, 1 kid. B number 5, works in IT, not sure of details, wife. B number 6, doctor, single and ready to mingle. B number 7, chef, businessman, wife, 1 kid. B number 8, car sales, wife, 3 kids, fish. B number 9, Ted, wife and cat. B number 10, Ash. I went down with Ted to discuss all you highlighted. He really apologies, we vowed to do and be better and we sobbed together. His family is difficult, as you're now well know, and not rocking the boat became second nature to him. We both agreed to attend individual therapy. Should both therapists recommend couples therapy, we will also undergo couples therapy. To somewhat brighten me, he ordered a t-shirt bearing the most okayest human in the universe. Ted called his contacts anyhow and discovered Ash hadn't quit. Furious about all the fuss this is generating, he goes to face him. He behaves in his place, Ash is absent. Ted goes in anyhow and waits since he carries an emergency key. Eventually he has to use the guest bathroom, but it is locked. So he enters his room and discovers a situation. This was the word he used to describe it. He told me to remain home, called me, and claimed he would be home later since he had to engage his family and wanted not to subject me to more than he already had, which had me thinking the worst. I was terrified at that moment and implored him to come back soon and be careful. About 2 hours later, wife number 8 calls me sobbing to check on me. I say Ted told me briefly about the circumstances. I haven't heard since. I asked her whether I wanted to know, which I did, and she begins by apologizing and then says they didn't know the complete story. After reading my post, B number 5 called B number 7 to voice disapproval of me distributing the story online. Apparently, he knew it was our family since having your stuff pee on isn't common enough. B number 7 then states there are several things about my account of events that sound off to him. By now they've all read it. He calls B number 2, who calls their mother. I did miss calls from B number 6 and B number 2 as I was working. Still, as many of you suspected, Ash's tale had a flimsy therapist component. It turns out that the therapist he had been visiting was a buddy of his with zero genuine expertise and merely claimed to be his therapist so his mother would be off his back about it. For approximately 3 years, he pretended to be attending therapy, which his mother paid for. When my MIL discovered it, she kept it under wraps and claimed to have forgiven other brothers for worse. All of this came to light when B number 2 questioned her about Ash's refusal to apologize to me. They were under the mistaken notion that he had apologized and I had forgiven him, because I have a history of being a doormat, and he was best man, which is why they were pressuring him to live with us. They also had no idea the territorial dispute had been ongoing for months. They were aware of a few incidents, but not as many as there were. Back to wife number 8. She informs me that B numbers 3, 4 and 8 are on their way because Ted requested assistance, which frightened me out. She tells me to talk to wife number 1 because she needs some help. I hang up and Ted has been calling me while I was on the phone. He continued claiming he was sorry and that his brothers would take care of everything. So I simply told him to spit it out, that I had just spoken with wife number 8 and didn't have the patience to be kept in the dark. Apparently, Ash has some mental issues and despises me. He photographed me on his bathroom wall, which was smeared in pee and possibly other human fluids. He appears to have had some of B number 1's daughter, F14. I'm honestly not sure what she did to him to deserve this. Ted, disgusted and outraged, walks into his bedroom and discovers photo books on his nightstand that were meant to be at his parents' house. You can guess which photographs were cut out and scratched off. All of the comments about manic behavior were more realistic than I would have wanted, and he dropped out of disgust when he saw our yellow-stained wedding photo. He goes to get it and discovers the cat under the bed, scared and starving. When he coaxed her out, she was still covered in dried pee and other bodily fluids. At this point, B number 6 phones him because I did not answer. Ted tells him what he discovered, that Ash is not home, and that he had to take the cat to the clinic. B number 6 orders him to stay there till they figure out where Ash is. They begin calling each other. B number 1 is furious, threatening to murder him because of his daughter, which is why he didn't attend. Now that all of the brothers are aware, there are a variety of emotions running high, ranging from wrath to concern. They do not know where Ash is. Ted phones his mother to scold her for lying, covering up and reconciling them, despite the fact that she had no idea he was lying about the therapy when they were reunited. She cried and stated she knew B numbers 1 through 8 had plagued Ash when he was a child, and she had done nothing about it, failing as a parent. She claimed she was attempting to make amends by protecting him. When we got married, my mother-in-law was quite strict with Ash, and I assumed she was being protective. Later, Ted informed me that he recalled his mother questioning if it was a good idea to have him as best man, which we both overlooked as weird. She had always urged Ted to be involved in Ash's life, as she explained to him after their fight, claiming that the more present Ted was in his life, the more stable he was. She stated that she never told him since she did not want to put him under such pressure. Ted claimed that by the time she knew he was lying, he appeared to be in good health and had overcome his problems. After hanging up with his mother, he contacted me to apologize and tell me everything. I called out of my other job because I cannot go to work like this. I have a lot to think about, but I will keep you updated. I called Ted and informed him I was on my way since someone needed to care for the cat. He stated he didn't want me to see any of that, but I'm really worried about the cat. At this point I am just numb and want to feel helpful. About an hour into the drive, I received a notice from our Ring doorbell, which logs visitors to your door, and it was a delivery of sunflowers, Ted's favorite flower. He is quite confident in his manhood, so please do not turn this into a thing. I instructed the delivery person to read me the card. With this form of doorbell, you can communicate with the person at the door, and Ash said something along the lines of, "OP did me dirty by sharing our difficulties publicly. Whatever results from that will be her responsibility." I've just broken down. I had to pull over and cry my heart out. I asked my neighbor to please take the flowers and throw them out. I emailed Ted a picture and then drove back to my sister's house because I honestly don't know what to do. I am so bewildered and everything is so twisted up. I had a large family before all of this happened, and I feel like I lost a lot of individuals I cared about and thought of as family. But even in my protected world, I can't see or justify what's going on right now. I do not want to lose my husband, and I'm concerned about the cat. I'm afraid Ashton will hurt himself or my spouse. I phoned wife number 1, and she is quite concerned for her daughter. I don't want her to feel terrified, but I can't soothe her since I'm also scared. I cognitively understand that none of this is my responsibility, but I am the link between everything that has happened, and I simply don't know what to do. I'm okay or as fine as anyone can be in this situation. Ted is with me at my parents' house. He brought me my cat, because having a cat on your lap makes life less miserable. Where should I start? You'll probably have 1,000 questions by now, and I'm not sure how to answer them because I've just been waiting to upload everything. Maybe I won't post it at all and leave you all guessing. I will admit that this scenario and some of the comments I've received have caused me to lose some trust in humanity, but I suppose that's part of what makes us human. You want to know what the worst aspect of all this is? I have actual PTSD, and I no longer phrase it in a weird way. Every time I hear someone pee, as in pee hitting the water, I get a feeling of dread in my chest, and the world turns a little staticky. Going to the bathroom on my own has been quite an adventure. I had my first therapy appointment, however. We, fortunately and tragically, live in a world where you can just throw money and make anything happen. Thank you, Daddy, for paying for the emergency shrink. That was an update on how I'm doing, as some of you have asked, but I'll get to the point and why you're all here. What happened to Ash following the flower delivery? I couldn't take it any longer and went back to my sister's. Ted quickly exited and approached me. B number 6 coordinates everything else. He is my favorite brother-in-law, and I don't care whether the others know. Most of them have been rubbish to me at some point or another, with number 10 certainly taking the cake. I haven't got the courage to inquire as to what will happen to Ashley. I believe he needs assistance above all else. B number 1 plainly disagrees, and I'm guessing he's attempting to get the police involved because his daughter is underage. I requested Ted to see the photos. B number 2 advised me to document everything, which I believed would be useful. It didn't. It merely sparked additional questions, but hey, I have a therapist who can help me work through them. Right now, I don't have anything further to say. I apologize for wasting your time, but I am sure this isn't done, and I will have more to say, maybe later, maybe tomorrow. They found Ash. B numbers 3, 4, and 8 showed up to his house, and he was present this time. Apparently, he had not seen Ted's presence and was unaware of the impending storm. Punches were thrown, yelling, more punches, and one trip to the ER later. Ash is now in a psychiatric hold being evaluated for a variety of issues. Ted's mother continues to try to contact him. I'm not sure if it's to apologize or to question about what's going on because, in general, everyone is upset with her, but I'm over her. I believe this is the hardest reality check a person could ever have, yet I have learned a great deal about people, trust, and families. Based on the facts we have, Ted's mother appears to have been correct. Ted's lack of active involvement in his brother's life is what caused this craziness. I guess the epidemic and our distance contributed to his demise. He'll have to deal with it using whatever coping mechanisms they supply him, because Ted has shut off almost half of his family, hopefully for good this time, because neither of us is going to get over this anytime soon. Ash's cat, regrettably, did not make it. That's something I'll always feel sorry about. She acquired a renal ailment that went undiagnosed during the last year, and it was too late to save her while she was being abused and neglected. The vet stated that based on what he was hearing, because they were calling the police on B number 4 for animal abuse, and he had to explain some of the situation, she was not going to survive without suffering, so he chose to put her down. Apparently, the issue with B number 1's daughter stemmed from his harsh bullying when they were younger. He never had much touch with her. It was all about retaliating in the most effective way he knew. His daughter will undergo treatment just in case. I'm not sure what or how much they told her, but I believe they had to ask her questions about her interactions with Ash, and they would have had to explain why they were asking. That's about it. I am not leaving my husband. I am not peeing on anyone's property. I'm going to therapy, and I've made it clear to everyone that none of them will ever live with us for any reason. I don't mind if the Pope is with them. I just feel like I've lost that caring part of myself, and overall, I still haven't received that apology. But to be honest, I don't want it. Perhaps my therapist will persuade me otherwise. Or maybe it's for the best, but for now, I guess I'll just live with it as best I can. Update 2. The sequel. Hello everyone. I just wanted to thank you for the amazing amount of love and support I've received from internet strangers, all of the lovely notes, and overall, for your care for me and my family. I will start responding to messages soon, I promise. It's just been a difficult few of days. My therapist suggested writing to help me organize my feelings and understand what happened. And since some of you have expressed interest, I suppose this is as good a diary as any. I believed a post update might be a little easier to read for those who want to know what happened next in the P-Man drama. It's been nearly 2 weeks since I first opened the Pandora's box that is my husband's family, and you all know what happened. I will be eternally grateful to Reddit and all of you for pointing out that there were issues that needed to be addressed and investigated, even if it did wind up turning my life into a P-show. I'm not sure how the Twitter users ended up here, but I'd want to thank you everyone for your support. Many people ask the same questions, so here are the responses. My husband and brothers-in-law. Except for number 6, I don't think I'm capable of dealing with any of them right now. He has always been my favorite, and in general, we should have accepted his advice and isolated ourselves from the family. He has genuinely been the most supportive and apologetic throughout the ordeal. I did speak with number 1 and his wife to offer my assistance in any manner I could, but they graciously rejected, saying I had done enough. I'm not sure if they meant it backhandedly or honestly, but I'm still keeping a distance from them all. The majority of the other brothers apologized for everything. Some accepted responsibility for their roles in this messed up circumstance, while others acknowledged their previous transgressions. I believe this entire family will be financing the psychology industry for the foreseeable future. I did propose that everyone seek treatment because, while I initiated it, this is something that affects the entire family. My mother-in-law. Some compassionate Redditors pointed out that she had probably been manipulated and/or abused her entire life, which I don't refute or agree with, but I do know that she had a complicated existence. We will not communicate with her again till the end of time, after she called to chastise us for separating her family. Her statements went something like this. I've worked for years to get all of you together. I have forgiven all each of you has ever done. Speaking with my husband, and this is how you repay me. Allowing a small thing to come in the way of our family. So there's that. Ted, my husband, is managing everything as well as he can. He is also in treatment, working through his emotions. He keeps apologizing, and I believe seeing what his closest friend did to me because of him will bother him for a while. We read all of your comments together, and while he appreciated his atonement, he doesn't believe he earned it. He believes he has years to make up for. He also informed me that he understood if I wanted to divorce him because he couldn't live knowing what his family had done to his wife. I gently rejected, because I still love him and understand that this is not his fault. We'll see how therapy works for him. Where is Ash now? He is still on psychiatric hold. He did ask to see Ted, which was a massive no-no, and Ted declined. He did send him a letter, however. I have no idea what it says, and I don't want to know, but Ted assured me that I'd never have to see him again. When it is deemed safe, he will be relocated to the West Coast, where the rest of his family can cope with him. We have washed our hands of him forever. Number 3 has been in charge of his care and he believes that relocating him far away from us is best for everyone. Ted and him have been discussing the doctor's reports, but I haven't wanted to inquire, which is fine. Many of you advised that we take a break. I resigned one of my jobs and have been working at my father's beach condo. Ted is using part of his vacation time, and his boss has been extremely accommodating. It's the middle of January, so it's not really pleasant outside, but looking at the water is relaxing, and being away from all of the chaos is good. I got a new phone so his family couldn't reach me anymore, and it's been great just the three of us. The cat follows me around for a few days. Future actions. I received a protective order. In the meantime, I'm not sure what safeguards number 1 is taking for his daughter. I do know he made her stop using social media. If future legal action is to be taken, it must come from them. We are also relocating. I'm not sure where to go, but neither of us feels like we're home anymore. We'll start looking for houses closer to my family in the coming weeks. What's behind door number 2? Sorry to disappoint you, but there were no human body parts or meat hooks in the closed restroom. There was more of what was discovered in the master bathroom. I don't believe he's a serial killer in the making, just profoundly psychologically disturbed, with bad coping methods and emotional relationships. But I'm not a professional and can't help him. I believe one Redditor made a very solid point regarding him hating women or seeing us as inferior, as he only did his thing with women, me, my niece, and Sunny, his cat. But again, I am not a professional, so I cannot comment further. How am I doing? Certain days have been better than others. I've been to therapy every other day. Thank you to the Redditors who suggested going to the restroom with headphones or a white noise machine, it was quite helpful. My sisters are taking turns visiting, so we'll have someone with us for a couple of hours in case we need anything. The backstory? Many people inquired about the bullying he experienced as a child to rationalize this type of catastrophe. So here is Ted's response to that. Growing up with 8 elder brothers makes you extremely open to criticism, comparisons, and expectations. Our brothers had many years when it was just them, and when the chance came to take it out on someone else, he was the most vulnerable. I'm not attempting to condone or defend anyone's behavior, but there were some things that even I couldn't keep him safe from. Now that I'm an adult, I can understand how messed up they were, and I'm sure my brothers can as well. We've all been fighting demons our entire lives. We did not have a supporting family. Everything was swept under the rug instead of being addressed. That caused us to grow up alienated from reality, what is appropriate, and what is healthy. Some of us have learned more through our marriages, occupations, and life experience. We all still have a lot to learn, but we can't undo the past. All we can do is admit our mistakes and shortcomings and strive to be better tomorrow. Miscellaneous. A few random items that came up. Why didn't anyone check on the cat? We had no reason to. Sunny, the cat, was not extremely gregarious, so when they video called during quarantine, it made sense not to see her. We did not go visit anyone during the pandemic, so we had no idea how things were going to be. Before the epidemic, he was fine, as was his house and cat. I'm not sure how we were expected to know any of this was happening or how we could have stopped it. I'm sorry I let an innocent cat down, and I'll be forever guilty for not being able to help her. What are the chances of having 10 boys, 3 of whom can quit everything and move to the other side of the country? There weren't always 10 boys. Regarding their dropping everything to come, I'm not sure what answer you want. That they recognized how chaotic the situation was. That their spouses could function without them for a few days. That they could take a day off from work and come. That their sibling requested for help and they were able to assist. I honestly don't know what you expect from me with such questions. Why didn't you see it coming? There have to be signs. You would have to ask their family, as you're aware that I am not on good terms with them at the moment. Ted maintains he didn't observe anything, but his perception may have been skewed due to their proximity, and he may have been unaware of it or assumed it was usual. So that's where my life is right now. I'm exhausted and depressed and things are still bad, but I have something to look forward to. A really wonderful therapist who keeps reassuring me that I'm well and secure and is teaching me how to be normal again. Sorry for the lengthy update. Please know that I appreciate all of your compassion and taking the time to read about my follies. I wish you all the best and know you'll always have a buddy here. When I'm ready to go back out into the world, I'd like to have more kind people in my life, including Ellie, Ted, and Tortilla the cat. Edit. I apologize for not being more clear about the 10 brothers thing. Apparently, I may have caused some confusion. I intended to add that there weren't always 10 sons. It is neither my family's or my tale to share. According to what I know, they had 3 sisters. 2 of them died when they were young due to health concerns. This explains why there is a gap between 1 and 8, followed by Ted and Ash. The other one is slightly more complex. She used to rank between 4th and 5th. Yes, I am aware that they had a large number of children, nonetheless they continue to reject contraception. Sorry about the confusion. Update 3, Tokyo Drift. Hello everyone. It's been almost 2 months since the disaster began, and I've just received several letters and comments requesting an update. As is customary, the majority of them were pleasant and beautiful. There are of course, exceptions, but at this stage in my life, I'm used to them and believe they're just part of online culture. First and foremost, I apologize for the delayed update. I know a lot of people are curious about what's happened to Ted's family, but I simply wanted some time to comprehend everything. But here I am, telling you yet another sad part of this story so you can all be at rest. I'd also want to greet the Facebook community. I appreciate folks telling me where they're coming from, because I had no idea the power of Reddit until I wrote my first post. Anyway, Ted begged for some time apart. He is going through a lot of things and has a lot of feelings, which are exacerbated by my presence. He carries a lot of guilt, and opening so many closets and confronting skeletons is a lot to ask of anyone. We are not officially divorced, but we are not looking for a new home together either. We are still in the process of selling our old home, so he has been staying there while I have been staying with my parents. I'm not sure what will happen once the sale of our house is completed, or what he intends to do, but I promised him space, so there's that. He did give me permission to inform you all because, despite some unpleasant messages and comments, the most of you are extremely kind and helpful. Here's Ted's updated family tree. Counting the sisters, B stands for brother of Ted and S stands for sister. B number 1, doctor with some type of military background. Wife, 3 kids. B number 2, surgeon, wife, 2 dogs and a bearded dragon. B number 3, engineer, fiance, and dog. B number 4, teacher and researcher, wife, 1 kid. S number 1, B number 5, works in A8, not sure of details, wife. B number 6, doctor, single and ready to mingle. B number 7, chef, businessman, wife, 1 kid. B number 8, car sales, wife, 3 kids. Number 2 and number 3, B number 9, Ted's ex-wife and cat. B number 10, Ash. I didn't just throw in the sisters to add some spice to my chaotic scenario. I'm sorry to disappoint, I didn't count them previously because, well, I don't want to offend anyone who has lost a family member, but I'm going by what I know about that family. All 3 sisters were born and died before Ted was even conceived. He's never mentioned having sisters in his life, therefore he just says he has brothers. To me and him, he does not have any sisters. You people are wild. The theories you developed, some more accurate than others, ranged from entirely rational to clearly delusional. However, based on what you and I know about this family, insanity runs in the family. No, they were not all murdered. Sisters number 2 and 3 were twins who died from a congenital defect. My apologies for stating genetic. I'm not sure why so many people assumed it was something only for women. Ted just knows that their lungs were not properly developed, or something like. As you are aware, I am not on speaking terms with his family and hence cannot ask any further questions. They died in the hospital a few weeks after birth, so none of the brothers could have harmed them. Sister number 1 died in a motorcycle accident caused by one of the brothers driving while intoxicated and underage. Why didn't I simply say it outright? Because it is none of my or your concern. It wasn't relevant to our circumstance, and I honestly believe that people deserve privacy. I'm not going to tell you which brother it was, so you can choose whichever fits your story best. Many people have asked about the nasty secrets that their mother forgave them for. I'll post the ones that I have permission to share. I'm not going to reveal which brother did what, simply number 7, because I've already disclosed it so there's no use in hiding it now. I simply copied and pasted the comment I made then. There are 10 brothers altogether. Brothers 1 through 4 are the classic older brothers, golden children, straight A students. Brothers age 5 and under were used to trying to meet the expectations established by the oldest 4. It was expected that every one of them excelled in a sport, received good grades, attended college on a scholarship, since paying for 10 children's college is difficult, and had a career. Brother number 7 did not want to. He is a great man. He simply felt it was unfair that his life was determined by competing against his brothers. So, after he graduated from high school, he stated that he was studying overseas to become a chef, but that his scholarship would only pay partial tuition and not room and board. His parents were ecstatic that their son was studying overseas to become a well-known worldwide chef. They said, okay, as long as you maintain good grades and cook us your specialty foods when you visit for vacations and such. So he relocated to New York with 4 roommates and pretended to have an international life. He doesn't use social media often, so he didn't need to prove anything. He merely had to make sure to phone his folks at times that made sense given the time difference. He didn't have to video call them because technology hadn't advanced far by then. He just made up some great stories to share during the holidays. He retained the money he received from his parents to pay for tuition and boarding and invested it in something that turned out to be quite profitable. So he moved back to the West Coast and announced that he was now managing eateries. It all came to light when one of the oldest brother's kids expressed her desire to attend the same school as brother number 7. She requested him to take her there and show her around. By that point, he had enough money that there weren't many penalties, but he still cooks Thanksgiving and Christmas meals since he cooks well. So here's what I know because Ted, their mother, or the brother in issue informed me they did it with no ramifications from their parents. Stealing and totaling at least 2 cars, same brother both times. Stealing a car, different brother. Leaving grandma alone for the week when they were supposed to care for her. Stealing and selling things from the house. Other brothers getting into fights that ended up with police involvement. Getting into fights that did not end up with police involvement but did end up with a trip to the hospital. Skipping school events like senior trips and pocketing the money. Public nudity, public indecency and public urination. I guess it does run in the family. One stalking incident ended up with a restraining order. There was plenty of underage drinking and driving under the influence. Where is the father? I last saw him in an urn in the living room of their mother's house, so hopefully he's still there. Growing up, he was an ass, a deeply chauvinist and abusive father and husband. He was a decent grandfather to his grandchildren, but if you have anything to say about it, bring it up with them. Why would you expose your children to such a nasty person? I don't have my own children. Ted's parents were, and still are, quite traditional, with looks being the most important thing to them. All they desired was a perfect family, complete with proud sons and lovely daughters. I'm not rationalizing anything, but their daughters' deaths had a significant impact on them and their families. Why did they have 2 more children after all that happened? They desperately desired another daughter and tried 2 more times before being unable to produce any more children. I'm not sure if they would have tried again, or if her inability to produce further children exacerbated the situation. What happened to Ashley? I do not know. I'd like to claim I don't know and don't care, but I do care as a human being. After therapy, I'm a little more empathetic, and I know he's sick. So I care and hope he is okay, able to recover and go forward. I simply want it would happen far away from me. I'm not sure if he's still institutionalized, but I have it on good authority that he's staying away from me. So that's it for that family. I hope this answers all of your questions concerning them. As always, a big thanks to B number 6 for being fantastic. He has been really supportive throughout everything, and in general, he is a nice person who is still single and looking to meet new people. When I told him I was updating again, he made sure I emphasized it. So if anyone on the West Coast is looking for a gorgeous doctor with a crazy dysfunctional family, he's the one. Tortilla has sincerely appreciated all of the love, affection, and appreciation. As I indicated in a previous remark, I apologize for not paying the cat tax, but right now I am not comfortable sharing images of anything, including Tortilla, with anyone. Nothing against you personally, just feeling uneasy after everything that has transpired. So I really apologize for that. Since I'm evading taxes, I'll tell you she's a black cat. She's named Tortilla because I'm not very good at cooking, and the first time I made Ted tacos, I completely forgot the tortillas were in the oven, and they got fully burned. As for me, everything sucks and will continue to suck for a while. Boo, that's just life. I had to quit my job after quitting my previous work, therefore I'm currently unemployed and freeloading at my parents'. But my father claims he doesn't mind, he just wants me to be okay, and I love him for that. It's good to have my sisters around, plus there are more kitties to play with. Tortilla, I am still in treatment, which is about all I can do with my life right now. On the plus side, I'm sure none of these cats have ever been groomed as frequently as they have in the last 2 weeks, so they're all exceptionally shiny and attractive. That's it for today. Sorry for the lengthy read. Update 4. Return to P-Town. I've written numerous updates over the course of the year, some while joyful, some while sad, and some while drunk, but I opted not to upload them in order to give you a suitable conclusion to the story. But I recognize that real life does not have a proper ending. There will always be more going on. Hopefully, this will be the end of it for all of us. And I will be able to go on, while you will be satisfied with how things have turned out thus far. I really hope you do. I also hope that writing this and giving it to you offers me the closure I need. I'm writing this update now because I'm in a good enough state to open up and relieve my guilt over the lack of updates. It's quite wonderful of most of you to check on me during the year. It's incredible to me that it's been over a year and there are still new letters and good comments in my inbox. I apologize for not responding sooner, but please know that I read each and every comment, and it warms my heart to know that there are so many wonderful people out there wishing a random stranger kindness. I'll admit that part of me is always frightened to write an update. Part of it stems from the real-life consequences of putting things online, such as being identified, which I have experienced. The second aspect is the finality of it. It's strange, but I feel like if I don't tell you about it, I can simply pretend it's not happening. It's not really healthy, as my therapist has pointed out. So I'm putting on my cat hair-covered big girl pants and confronting the reality. It's crazy to believe that this all began just a few days into the new year, and how close we are to doing it again. I recall spending New Year's Eve cuddled up on the couch with Ted and Tortilla, hoping that 2021 would be full of adventures and excitement. I guess I should watch my wishes for the future year. I'm not even sure what I'll do that day. Perhaps I'll pack Tortilla and we'll go on an adventure, as I don't intend to sit on the couch and reminisce over the past year. I can say though, that it was a very comfortable couch, and I miss it tremendously. I adore Ted. I believe a part of me will always adore him. I've spent such a lengthy and vital part of my life with him that it feels strange to be without him in my daily life. Short story. He asked for a divorce, so there you have it. It was as amicable a divorce as possible given our circumstances. We cried during the entire process. He called to ask for my pardon. I begged him not to leave me, but as much as it hurt, it was necessary for him to recuperate from everything that had happened. We are still buddies. We've been best friends for so long that even if that part of our relationship is locked off, we're still there for each other. I know you don't want to hear about my heartbreak. You probably want the latest gossip and juicy information. So I will give the facts I have. Just keep in mind that now that we've parted, I'm not privy to many details. I'll divide things into sections to make it simpler to read, but not in chronological order, just to keep things organized. My ex's family, B number 8, wife, 3 children, fish, and a cat. I haven't heard from them since the divorce, but I know they previously adopted a kitty named Bob. B number 7, wife and child. No idea. I haven't heard from them. I haven't asked. B-6 with his girlfriend. He is no longer single and ready to socialize. I'm overjoyed for him, and his new girlfriend is genuinely amazing. She is a fellow Redditor who has read the Pate saga and still loves him, despite his dysfunctional family. I've met them several times this year and she really is nice. Of course, they have their ups and downs, as well as conflicts with the other brothers, but they are doing well overall. B number 6 actually came to see me after Ted sought for a divorce. He hugged me and informed me that I would always be his little sister, regardless of whether I was married or not. It's been extremely heartbreaking to lose my husband and half of what I regarded to be my family, but I did get to keep a brother because I only have sisters. B-5 and his wife. He never liked me, and I finally figured out why. He's not very fond of Ted. As you are aware, the brothers were not particularly nice growing up, and it appears that number 5 was the worst of the bunch, and he disliked it when Ted stood up to him or defended Ash. He hasn't liked him since they were younger. I have had no interaction with him, nor do I intend to. B number 4, wife, child. They have remained largely unchanged, they were always friendly. B number 4 made certain that Ash was on all of the do not adopt lists at every shelter, shop, or vet in the area where they live. He claims that even if Ash does well for the rest of his life, he will not risk another cat or other animal going through the same ordeal if his mental health deteriorates. So at least I left that family with the confidence that future cats would be safe from Ash, which made me feel a little better. There's always the potential he'll get a stray or someone would adopt one for him, but B number 4 told me that he'd do all in his ability to prevent it from happening again. B number 3, his now wife and their dog got married when the saga began. They were only engaged at the time. It was a lovely ceremony, but I did not go despite the fact that both the bride and groom invited me and stated I should come because I was family. Ted asked me to come, but I didn't want to destroy any more family photos. I did, however, attend via Zoom, which is how I knew it was enjoyable. B-2, his wife, 2 pets, and a dragon. B number 2 was quite helpful when everything transpired and was among the first to take action. He apologized extensively to me, both for the initial pressure to let Ash move in and for what happened subsequently. He felt particularly sorry for his role in his brother's mental health. I thanked him for the first 2 apologies and informed him that the third one was not mine to accept. He was understanding and stated that he would concentrate on improving his family's ties and that it was unfair that I should bear the brunt of the consequences for something that was not my fault. After the divorce, he contacted me and said that if I needed anything, he would be there for me. Overall, it was a wonderful message, and I know he's also in therapy now, which is fantastic. B-1, his wife, and 3 children. As you know, B-1 was the most offended by the entire scenario because it affected one of his daughters. Last you heard, they had requested me to remain away and give them some room. But his oldest daughter contacted me. She's a darling who told me she misses her life before everything happened. I did not inquire about what her parents told her, but I felt they had to tell her some version of events because she is old enough to ask the correct questions. He did not press charges, but they moved. Fortunately for daughter number 1, they moved to the East Coast, where she discovered an incredible culinary program that she is extremely enthused about. Daughter number 2, according to her sister, mother, and therapist, is doing quite well. Apparently, she never had much interaction with Ash outside of large family gatherings with others. He was taking his anger out on her because she is the spitting image of her father, not so much for her as an individual, but for who she represents and the fact that she is a woman. I'll go into that later. She is still in treatment, but she is very irritated about it, claiming that it has nothing to do with her and that she is distraught about having to move and leave all of her friends. Overall, B-1's family is safe and adjusting to life on the East Coast, although they continue to keep a distance from me. They haven't liked the weather so far, but I have told daughter number 1 that she is welcome to come anytime. B-1's wife and I are friendly enough that she would let it. B-1 and I haven't talked since everything went down. All communications have gone through his wife and daughters. The wicked boy, from the West. Some days, just for fun, I'll go into our SLJ Nomal and tell myself that mine wasn't as horrible as others. I'll see some and wish I had one whose worst behavior was to wear white to my wedding. We were never best friends, but she was not always mean to me. Living on the opposite side of the country created a barrier in our relationship that I believe we were both comfortable with. We didn't have much interaction with one another, and we were fine with it. She had so many other dills around who raised her grandchildren that I wasn't as significant to her. I continued to call her on her birthdays and anniversaries, and she always invited me over for the holidays. Whenever we went over the holidays, the house was always so full of people that I was just one more or one less, and I was fine with that. I believe that's when my doormating with this family began. I tried to be as helpful as possible and would do whatever to help, but it ultimately backfired on me. I believe the most time we ever spent together was during our wedding preparations. Our wedding was never significant to Ted or me. All we wanted was to be together. Our parents, on the other hand, were eager to have a large wedding. I'm the first of my sisters to marry, and given the age difference between Ted and his elder brothers, there hadn't been a huge occasion like this in a while. I have absolutely no regrets about marrying Ted. I could do without the large wedding though. I wish we could have married at the courthouse with just the 2 of us. Or perhaps gone to Vegas and been married by Elvis. I'm not sure if they still do that, but it seems just as, if not more memorable than a large 200-person wedding. I recall how happy she was when we eventually agreed on the big wedding. It was as if for the first time, I wasn't simply another dill in the pile. It's foolish, but it felt good to feel that I was finally allowed into the inner circle, even if it came at the expense of a lavish wedding. I attempted to involve her in the process as much as possible. With 10 sons, I assumed she didn't have many opportunities to do female things. She was sweet to me back then, possibly to get her way, and I was too naive to see. I stayed at the Golden Dill for a bit after that, I believe, until another granddaughter was born. Then I was relieved to be out of the spotlight, returning to our normal coexistence. It was exhausting to be on her side, with all of the expectations that come with it. It's weird to go back and remember how much I wanted her to like me, and now I'd do anything to keep her unaware of my presence. After Ash was admitted to a psych facility, she did everything she could to tear me down. I went to see her, along with the rest of the family, for a time, but eventually made apologies with some of them. Certainly not with her. I saw her once, when she arrived with some of the others to pack up Ash's place. She went to my parents' house solely to yell at me, which was terrible. The worst part was that she timed it so perfectly. My parents were at work, and my sisters were either at work or school. I was the only one sobbing on the other side of the door. I heard the doorbell and rushed to open it, only to see her. She didn't even try to be nice and just threw it all on me. She brought up everything I had ever done to her and her family. She told me I was a failure as a wife and that she hoped the divorce would ruin me. She stated she would make sure her son grabbed everything from me and that she would not stop until I was impoverished. She stated she was glad I was barren because she couldn't bear the thought of mixing her blood with mine. She said so many horrible things that day, but the last one was the most memorable. Ted and I were never trying to have children. But we weren't trying not to. We assumed we were steady enough that if it was meant to be, it would happen, but it never did. Does it make me an evil human being to be grateful that my parents' neighbors contacted the cops and removed her from the property? My sister discovered me sitting on the floor, crying with tortilla. She contacted Ted and I believe he heard the account from B number 5, who drove her. I never saw him. I haven't heard anything from her since. I'm not sure what Ted told her or what she told him. I only know that she has left me alone since that day and I am grateful for that. Ted is the universe's most decent ex-husband. I could tell you 1,000 things about Ted or none at all. It feels strange not to be with him, but I try to respect his wants and wishes. As you are aware, he sought a divorce from me on the grounds that, I cannot do this to you. I can never forgive myself for placing you in this situation. I do not want to expose you to my family again and allow them to damage you. I was irritated because he was making decisions for me without considering what I wanted for myself. But, after many long therapy sessions, I realized that while he claimed to be doing it to protect me, it was actually to protect himself. Or, at the very least, to alleviate his guilt. Perhaps not having me around made him feel as if nothing had happened. Or he honestly believed that this was the best option for me. It really sucks because I've always thought about what was best for us as a whole, not just myself and him. However, his solution was not to have a team. Some days I wake up loathing his name and shadow, while others I simply stare at my phone and contemplating phoning him. Sometimes I lose that battle and end up calling him. He always responds and assures me that he is there for me. Anyway, we sold our house and he moved out. He temporarily relocated to the West Coast to address family difficulties while his divorce was being conducted. He returned because his job was waiting for him, and he enjoys it. I'm not sure if I should be grateful that he's still living in the city that was once our home, or angry that he's ruined an entire city I like. It's unfortunate that every area I want to visit is packed with memories of him. Perhaps it is time for me to relocate and begin anew somewhere where no one is aware of my dark, tragic background. I'll tell you more about Ted's travels on the East Coast later. This section contains life updates. Some individuals expressed concern for him and sent him well wishes via comments and messages. I passed them forward, and he thanks me. I'll copy and paste a portion of the update I made but did not post the day he returned to town and invited me to meet. This is about your Redditors. I apologize in advance, it wasn't a good day. I never used Reddit much. I'm wondering where my life would be without you now. I probably would have allowed his family continue to doormat me, and who knows, maybe I'd be with Sunny right now, and Ash would have gotten all of his life's ambitions fulfilled. To this day, I still receive texts wishing us both well. A part of me wishes I didn't have to share you with him. Why does he deserve your best wishes while I'm the one who ended up alone? You are bigger and better people than me. I did tell him that you hoped he was okay. I'll admit that I told him partially to hurt him and make him feel guilty. Maybe I'll regret it later, but I simply needed him to feel anything other than sympathy for me. Do you know what the worst part is? He laughed. Even though it was a dead man's chuckle, I was concerned by the sound. It isn't fair that he gets to chuckle. He thanked you and expressed hope that one day he will be the man you believed he was or could be. He also apologized for disappointing you all and acknowledged that this is not the ending you had hoped for. Although some of you wished for this conclusion from the beginning, I'm not sure if you've changed your mind after all of the updates or if you still believe I should leave him. He has always preferred to be in control, so he left me alone. Aside from that, Ted is as good as he could be. He has good and terrible days, just like I do. We meet on a regular basis to check on each other. He informs me about his life and I tell him how I am doing. After his mother paid a visit to my parents' place, I moved out. I haven't asked him to my new apartment and I don't sure I want to. I believe having a house without memories of him or his family for the first time in a decade is just what I need right now. Tortilla misses him, but I try to convince myself that she understands my pain. I don't know where to start. And Ash was first committed following his dispute with his brothers, and B numbers 3, 4 and 8 arrived to assist sort things out. He stayed for a few weeks. During his visit, he repeatedly requested to see Ted, but he never did. However, he did once write him a letter. At the time, I didn't want to know what it stated, but I eventually asked Ted about it. He stated that he had written to tell him to stop asking to see him, that he needed to prioritize himself and his life over Ash for once, and that he should stop putting Ash's wants ahead of his own. After a few weeks, B number 3 arranged for his relocation to the West Coast. I'm not sure whether he was transported to another facility or released into their custody. Once that was completed, which took about 2 months, their mother, B number 5, and B number 7 arrived to pack up his flat and legally relocate him back west. As previously stated, I am unsure of the exact timeline, but he eventually moved in with their mother. B. Number 2 was in charge of overseeing his therapy, and I trust he will continue to do so. It was difficult for Ted to come over and express himself to his family. He first met with his brothers. I'm not sure if everyone was there, but based on what Ted told me, I believe the most involved were. B. Number 3 told them some of what he had discussed with his doctors while on the East Coast. He had treatment for a psychotic episode. I believe he's been in treatment since then. I'm not sure what the precise diagnosis is, but they discussed a lot of topics. They discussed their background and how their bullying affected Ash, how Ted's protectiveness fostered an unhealthy emotional relationship, and a few other topics came up. I'm not sure if these are the conclusions they reached, if they were told by Ash's therapist, or how they arrived, but this is what Ted told me when he returned. It was strange listening to him talk about it. He was so disconnected, as if he were speaking about someone else's family. But I suppose that's his method of digesting things. I do not know. Many of you have wondered what kind of bullying they may have done to cause him to behave this way. Ted answered a few of those questions for me. To maintain consistency, I will not tell you who did what. As usual, you can use your own brother to match your story. Just be aware that, while some brothers are contrite and regretful for their actions, it appears that others are not. Many of you also made suggestions about the type of torturing they did, with some being more accurate than others. Apart from your regular standardized bullying of punching, humiliating, mocking, tricking and insulting, there was also locking him in cabinets, stealing his clothes, leaving him outside all night long, locking all bathrooms so he'd have to wet himself, threatening with a variety of items and weapons, leaving him at places and making him walk miles to their house in a variety of weather, putting him in diapers, antagonizing him, tying him up and dragging him on ATVs through. I could continue, but you get the picture. I understand that some individuals don't get along with their siblings, and that bullying and sibling rivalry exist, but it looked so wicked when he described it. What could he have done to deserve this? I don't understand it. It doesn't excuse his actions, but it explains some of it. His dislike of women stems from a similar source. The common assumption is that he blames his mother for failing to protect him from all of this, which reinforces his perception of women as weak and useless. If his mother couldn't keep him safe from his own brothers, who could? I suppose his brothers didn't assist him with that growing up because they would isolate him from any girls that shown an interest in him. That's how his emotional bond with Ted began. He was the only one who stood up and defended him, but we all know how it ended, for now and hopefully forever. Ash is staying in the West. I am sorry I do not have more definitive answers for you. I'm sure many of you expected them, but I can't bring myself to ask any more questions. While this all began, while I was fresh out of school, I retained 2 pairs of sneakers from the PE event. I threw out the majority of the rest, but those 2 pairs, the first pair is irrelevant to you and the second were the first things I purchased with my own money from my very first internship while still in school, represented the very first step. As a result, shoes have contributed to my independence. Having to stop both of my jobs, move back in with my parents, and lose Ted sucked, and all I could think about were those shoes stowed in a box and how unjust it was that I had lost everything the shoes represented. I'm steadily rebuilding my life. The first steps will be to move into my new apartment and get a new job. I guess I'll wait and see what the future has in store for Tortilla and me. I haven't worn them since they were peed on, but maybe I will sometime when I feel more like myself. Happy holidays, Reddit. I'm not sure what mine will be like, but I hope yours is full of light and joy. Much love from my tattered heart, Ellie and Tortilla. The cat update, 5 PE and tell no tales. It's been a long since I was here. I even quit posting unpublished updates since I didn't want to worry about life or anything. How are you all doing? How is your new year going so far? I hope everyone has been happy and healthy, that all of your kitties have been petted and that your bladders are empty. I'll keep this update as short as possible. I've received a few comments and letters indicating that I write too much and take too long to get to the point, and I apologize for that. Although it is not my responsibility to keep you updated on my life, I am writing to express my gratitude for the outpouring of love and support from many Redditors, as well as those who have inquired about my well-being and requested updates. So, if it's too long for you, feel free to quit reading at any time. My story has no bearing on your life except for entertainment, so you can remain or leave and I'll be none the wiser. I last posted just before the holidays, and I'll admit that my holiday preparations were not the best in retrospect. I know I mentioned in my last update that I wouldn't sit on the couch and wallow in self-pity, but you can guess what I did. I was honestly not in the mood to celebrate. My family is very into Christmas and pleasure and joy, and I didn't want to dampen the spirit. So I told my father I was spending it with a friend who had just lost her husband. She traveled across the state to be with his folks, and I stayed at home with Tortilla, Watching movies. Ted contacted me on Christmas Day and for the first time, I did not respond. Are you all incredibly proud of me? I knew you would be, after so many of you agreed that I should cut them off entirely. Please accept my baby steps. Even after everything that had transpired, I couldn't bring myself to give up on my best buddy. He texted me later in the day to check in and see if I was okay, claiming he had seen my sister's photos on Facebook and noted I wasn't there. Should I ask my sisters to block him? He loves them, and they love him. He was a fantastic guy before everything happened, and he's still doing his best now. I'm not sure if it's how I write, when I write, or if I'm influenced by our relationship, but Ted isn't as bad as some of you make him out to be. He is also going through a really terrible experience, and having to confront everything his family did is difficult. I waited on his text for a few hours, contemplating how to respond, and honestly came up empty-handed. I wasn't doing well, but overall, he's the one who knows me best. Our 10 years together were not wasted. We didn't end our relationship because we were no longer in love, but because it was best for us both. In some ways, you have a unique opportunity to read my updates. You are not the ones whose life were shattered and you moved from having a loving family to being absolutely alone. I had my family and you to rely on, but Ted didn't. Because of all of this, some of his brothers have developed a stronger dislike for him. He lost his greatest buddy and younger brother. He has lost his partner. He lost Tortilla as well, and while it's a relief, he also lost his mother. You only know my side of the story and the morsels I share with you, so it's easy to villainize him and think of him as a monster for hurting me. But he is still a human. He was also deeply hurt throughout the event, and he is human and bound to make mistakes. Even though I don't think our divorce will ever be considered a mistake by him, I ended up simply responding with something like, wasn't up for a party, so just stayed in with Tortilla. Merry Christmas. And I guess he realized something was wrong and came to my park. He is familiar with the general area where I live as well as the gorgeous park that I frequent, and he invited me to meet him, which I accepted. Yes, you can be less proud of my minor accomplishment that day, but again, baby steps. We spoke for several hours. I had no idea he was spending Christmas alone. Otherwise, I would have preferred to spend it with him, or at the absolute least, invite him to my parents'. Many of you have urged that cutting him off completely is the greatest option, but I disagree. I might alter my mind later, but for the time being, I believe we still need each other a little. Every day, I think I need him a little less, but that day, I needed him, and sometimes he needs me as well. I'd like to believe we can be friends, but I realize that in the long run, it might not be feasible. He'll eventually find another partner, and they're unlikely to like me. Or perhaps we will grow apart. Maybe one day I'll loathe him for what happened. But for the time being, he has benefited me in ways that others cannot. It may sound ridiculous from my perspective, but I don't believe anyone else genuinely understands who I am right now. I am not the same person I was before everything happened. I'm no longer the same person I was a year ago. Going through this with his family affected both of us dramatically, and not everyone understands why I'm not comfortable bringing children to the restroom or why I had to leave sick when my boss brought me sunflowers on International Women's Day. I believe we both lost aspects of ourselves that were perhaps a little too naive, and we've both matured in ways neither of us imagined, but which have helped to ground us. I've had a very fortunate and protected existence, and while I've lost part of the brightness that once filled me, I believe this new shade has helped me connect with people more and understand their hardships in a more empathic manner. Or at the very least, I would want to believe so. Perhaps that is just what going to therapy accomplishes for you. In that case, I strongly advise everyone, P or not, to go to therapy. Overall, I believe we are both doing a little better. Tortilla is doing well. Aside from a minor health scare, she is doing well as usual. Our new apartment has a lot of windows, which means there are plenty of sunny spots, which she is loving. Ted lost communication with the majority of his family and is currently in limited contact with B4 and B6. So I don't really have anything to say about Ash or the rest of the brothers, except for B6, who's quite sorry that Ted is keeping his distance from him, especially because he has cut off almost everyone. But he says he understands and will be there for him when he is ready. It was said several times that what was previously referred to as bullying was actually abuse, and I believe it is crucial to utilize that term when characterizing their childhood. I believe that part of the difficulty that led the House of Cards to collapse was the dismissive attitude of everyone involved, even Ted and Ash, who dismissed it as boys will be boys. Brothers are like that. Or simply I thought it was normal. I believe that if any of the spouses or I had known the scope of things in their youth, we might have made quite different decisions. Of course, my ex-mill bears a lot of responsibility for it, but I suppose we've all learnt from it. I don't think I'm ready to start dating yet. I believe I need to learn to be alone first. I've been with Ted since college, and it's been quite some time. I don't think I know how to perform first aid anymore, but I'm sure I'll be able to Google it when I get there. It's been strange adjusting to alone. I don't want to call it loneliness because sometimes it's pleasant, you know? I'll finish a book and close it, and the place will be quiet, not eerie, but comforting. I've had to learn a lot, which has made me realize how much I rely on others to assist me with tasks that I could always handle alone. I replaced a tire for the first time. It was a terrifying encounter because my tire popped on the highway, but I made it. After losing a bunch of plants, I realized that different plants take different care, but I now have a small basil plant that is thriving well. I discovered that I dislike action films. The fast pace and continual pressure do not appeal to me. I learned how to cook shrimp. Ted is allergic, so we didn't have any at home. Pro tip: remember to devein your shrimp. I also miss certain aspects of my time with Ted. I had to drive myself to the emergency room after missing a carrot with a knife, and I believe hospitals should offer valet parking. Tortilla had a health scare, and sitting alone in the waiting room was quite unpleasant. The death anniversary of a childhood buddy passed, and he was not there to comfort me. I likewise despise mopping and am forced to do it myself. That's about it. I don't think I've seen Ted since Christmas, though we do text and contact each other occasionally. We're learning to be apart without giving up all of our support at once. We're still healing. I'm still healing, but I can confidently say that I can see the bright side now, when previously it was just a matter of taking each day as it came. I am not sure if that makes sense. Ted's birthday is coming up. I don't believe I'll go see him, but I'll ask his buddies to make sure he is not alone. I've considered adopting an elderly cat for him. He's always had strong feelings for them, and I believe it would be beneficial for him, but I don't want to go too far. What do you all think? Finally, I'd want to thank you for your ongoing support and best wishes. You actually are a fantastic community that exemplifies the best of human nature. Of course, Reddit has its dark corners and unpleasant people, but the vast majority of you are such a powerful support system without even knowing me or the many others you have assisted. I'm simply thinking that maybe the internet isn't so horrible. I'll make an effort to repay and spread all of the generosity I've gotten from you all, and perhaps, one Redditor at a time, we might leave this place a little better than we found it. Right now, I believe this is as good a last update as any, a somewhat happy conclusion with a promising future. I'm not sure, maybe I'll surprise you all like Gilmore Girls and offer you a year in the life somewhere in the future, but for now, I can assure you that everything will be fine. Head pets for everyone who want them, intended for cats, but I don't discriminate by species, and my love for everyone from my repairing heart, Ellie and Tortilla. Update 6, Return of the P-Man. Hello nice individuals. How are you? Almost a year has passed, and I hope we've all gotten older and wiser. It's endearing to know that even after all this time, people are still following me and sending me encouraging messages and comments. Also, thank you to everybody who reported me to Reddit Care. I had no idea they offered that service. I hope it came from a position of care and concern. I believe the story was shared on TikTok at some point, so hello to everyone who arrived from there. At this time, I expect AOL chat groups or Yahoo Answers to appear. The new 20s are kicking my ass, and not in a particularly good way. I can't wait for this decade to end. A Redditor referred to my previous update as a holiday special, which made me laugh. I don't think they meant it kindly, but it made me laugh because I am a total sucker for the Hallmark Channel. So here I am again, following the holidays. For my enemies and those who don't want to sit through a half-hour rant, here's the TLDR. I bought a robot mop, my basil died, things began to seem normal, my ex-husband attempted suicide, and I'm now back at my parents' house. I've highlighted the bits referenced in the TLDR so you can jump to the relevant parts. But now for a more detailed account of events, which may not be in chronological order. My life-saving robot mop and my dying basil. At the recommendation of several Redditors, I purchased a steam mop. It did help at first, but I still had to go through the motions of cleaning, and the fact that the floor was still damp and my socks were wet is what concerns me about mopping. So, at the recommendation of several Redditors, I purchased a robot mop. I had a room, but I had no idea they also created mop versions. It's perfect, and I adore it. I run her while I'm out for the day, and when I return home, the floors are freshly cleaned and dried. It's the greatest feeling in the world. My small basil plant died. I believe it is my fault because I relocated it from its previous location in the kitchen, where it received more light, but it is now dead. I did create a delicious pasta salad with the rest of it, Oro with cherry tomatoes, mozzarella balls, olive oil, salt and basil. Very simple and wonderful. I was given a few little rose plants and managed to kill them all within a few months, so I gave up on living vegetation. My internal monologue ramblings are returning to some sense of normalcy. Life sucks, and then you die. One of my sisters has always been hooked to that statement, and I believe the beauty of it is that it can be interpreted in a variety of ways. She sees it as a lesson not to dwell on the negative, because you never know when you'll die. But right now, I feel it a little more physically. I suppose the romanticized phrase "when it rains it pours" stems from a similar idea. I went on a date set up by a buddy of mine with his coworker, and it was awkward. I'm not sure if I've always been this awkward, if first dates are inherently awful, or if we just didn't click, but I spent the entire evening feeling fight or flight. The guy was great. Perhaps we should have done something less formal than dinner. I haven't been on a first date in years. I suppose most people currently like coffee, and I should have followed suit, or maybe I wasn't prepared yet. My new, not so new job, which I obtained after everything happened, is wonderful. My supervisor no longer gives me flowers as gifts. I'm not sure if he was smart and noticed what occurred last year and took the hint, or if someone mentioned it, but now, when everyone else gets flowers, I get lamps. I know that seems strange, but I enjoy lamps and light-up items. In the last year, he has given me a cute kitten nightlight that I like, and as well as some fairy lights and one of those Himalayan rock salt lamps. He's a nice guy, and I appreciate his efforts. My co-workers are wonderful, and the work we perform is both enjoyable and rewarding, which is something I did not have before. I used to work 2 jobs, one satisfying and one to pay the bills. It's crazy to have one that does both, and it makes me feel like I wasted so much time with my prior one. So there's a silver lining to everything. Tortilla is doing well. She is now forced to eat prescription food and is really unhappy about it. Even though it's been months, winter is always difficult for her because she becomes extra fluffy, which bothers her. So it's time to do extra brushing and de-shedding. If you have long-haired pets, I recommend the Furminator, but Amazon has cheaper choices. She's getting older, so I do my best to keep her comfortable. One of my sisters got a kitten, and we look after him when she is away. Tortilla simply adores him. Matcha, the kitten, dislikes all of the grooming she gives him and pretends not to like her, but if he falls asleep, he will go cuddle with her. If she wakes up before, he'll flee. I'm rambling, perhaps because I'm not sure where to begin or what to say. It's also a little alarming because I know certain individuals are keeping an eye on me through this account. I don't mind if they do, but it still seems strange, like when you know someone is watching you from afar. I'm not sure whether that makes sense to you people. But yeah. Anyway, when I'm feeling particularly masochistic, I'll browse the comments on sites where the P-Man saga has been discussed. Most of you on my own threads are extremely nice and helpful, but outside of my own virtual walls, individuals express harsher opinions. As previously stated, it is both masochistic and harmful, and I'm aware of this. My therapist is aware of this, but it also serves to anchor me and allow me to see things from new perspectives. For example, someone branded me insane for being so infatuated with cats. I hadn't realized it, but a large amount of my updates are about cats and their well-being. This is because I genuinely enjoy cats. That person claimed I displayed more empathy for cats than I did for Ash, my in-laws, or even Ted. And yes, you could call me sociopathic, but domesticated animals in general have little control in what happens in their life. We as pet owners, make decisions for them and strive to make the best ones we can. But in the case of Sunny, I will always feel more pity for her than for anyone else since she was helpless. There was no other choice for her, no safe haven, and no one to advocate for her. Even if you remove the sentimental aspect of my attachment to cats, it was still terrible from a humane sense, and there is a reason why animal cruelty charges were contemplated. Other responses suggested that I was over-victimizing myself, that what I went through was insignificant and that I was overly dramatic, which I may be. They claimed the genuine victims were X, Y, or Z. I believe that everyone involved in this event is a victim in some manner, but being a victim in your own story does not preclude becoming a villain in someone else's. Take my ex Mil as an example. She has received the least amount of sympathy in what I have read, although her husband was AOS, an abusive parent and husband. I know her upbringing was less than ideal, and she has a lot of unresolved trauma from the deaths of her daughters. Does this excuse her behavior? No. Does it provide some explanation? Maybe. Does that make up for all of the harm she caused? Definitely not. Ash was a victim of an extremely brutal childhood, but part of the reason this took everyone off guard and things went downhill so quickly was that he was very well put together. Or, at the very least, he was fantastic at managing or disguising his emotions. He has an engineering degree from a reputable university, a solid employment and a fulfilling life after graduation. Everything went down with the pandemic and isolation. I'm not sure, and I've thought about it a lot, but what would have occurred if there hadn't been a pandemic? Wouldn't Ash have snapped? Could something else have prompted him? Would anyone else have unlocked the skeleton closet? Imaginary what-ifs are their own ADV. I've imagined so many various lives, with joyful, sad and tragic endings. I know it's not a good idea to focus on those, but I occasionally envy the possibilities. However, I must say that in my wildest dreams I never imagined Ted dying. First and foremost, he is not dead. He is doing fine right now. Please keep in mind that, while this is presented from my point of view, Ted was the actual person in the center of it. I was only a casualty. It took many therapy sessions to accept that it wasn't my fault. I was simply the unfortunate one who drew the short stick. Years of violence and dismissive behavior from their family shaped Ash into the person he is now. That would have come out somehow, regardless of my role. I'd like to think that something convinced him to see a real therapist, and that it was dealt with in a safe, healthy manner. But I suppose we will never know. The one thing I've learned to appreciate is that I was the one who broke the camel's back, not B1's daughter. Things would have been significantly different, and far more terrifying. Ted was also involved. As you may recall, I maintained contact with B6 during the divorce, but at the recommendation of many of you and other individuals in my life, I took a step back and removed myself from him. A few months later, B6 phoned me and asked whether I had heard from Ted recently, which I had not. He stated that some family matters had occurred, he did not specify what, and I did not inquire, and that several of them had attempted to contact him but had been unsuccessful. He informed me he was worried and that he was planning to visit our city to check on him and let him know if I heard anything from him. I knew Ted was keeping his family at a remove, especially B6, so it didn't surprise me that they hadn't heard from him. To be fair, Ted is unlikely to simply disregard a family email. I sent him a message informing him that B6 had contacted me looking for him, but I did not hear back from him. Ted and I had separated ourselves from each other by that point, as stated in my several updates, so his lack of response was not surprising. But he read my message. Fast forward approximately 2 weeks, and B6 tells me he's in town and wants to meet with me. I said yes because I missed him and invited him to dinner at a new restaurant that I thought he would enjoy. He responded no, only coffee. That was strange because B6 is a huge foodie who never turns down new restaurants, but I assumed he was only in town for a few days and wanted to spend more time with Ted. We met at my park, and he seemed tough. I only remember taking a step back and feeling dread. That feeling you get when you know someone is going to tell you bad news. To be honest, I expected him to tell me that Ash had returned to town, but he just seemed defeated. He told me that a few more things had come to light in the family, but I wasn't very interested, so I didn't ask for specifics. I'm sorry I can't supply more juicy gossip, which I know you enjoy. When he arrived to check on Ted, he saw him in a serious downward spiral. Ted had never been a big drinker, only socially and on rare occasions, but when B6 arrived at his house at 10 a.m. on a Saturday, he was utterly intoxicated. B6 stayed with him and sobered him up until Sunday, when he caught him up on the family situation. B6 went out to retrieve his belongings from his hotel and returned to find Ted absolutely comatose. Ted spent some time in the hospital when he called for help. I'm not sure if anything else occurred to him or if it was just the accumulation of everything that had happened over the previous 2 years catching up with him, but it appears to me that he had been on a self-destructive bender for quite some time. When I discussed it with my therapist, she said that it might make logic and help to explain the divorce. Maybe I'm simply looking for an explanation for why he divorced me after all these years, but knowing Ted the way I do, it makes sense. He was always an excellent guardian. I suppose he developed that trait early in life while defending Ash. He's the type of person that keeps an eye out for girls drinking at a pub and always stops to see whether an unaccompanied child is safe. He also has some controlling tendencies, which often cause him worry. He is an excellent planner, but he struggles when things do not go as planned. It makes him strict at times, but also highly dependable. Those are all qualities I've always admired about him. During our chats before the divorce, he repeatedly apologized for not being able to protect me and for putting me in danger. Even though I believed I'd persuaded him that it wasn't his fault, I guess he wasn't convinced. He was also coming to terms with the fact that his family was not as nice as he imagined. He recognized he had contributed to the family's dismissive behavior throughout their upbringing. Realizing how awful and horrifying his history was, as well as how wicked some of his brothers are, takes its toll on a person. He was suffering with his own trauma, intense remorse, and a sense of powerlessness. Ted ended up going to a rehab center for a while. He would not allow me visit, but he did send me emails. They are a little too personal to discuss with you, but reading them was an emotionally charged experience. The first few apologized for worrying me and assured me that he was fine. Some were rambling, and that is coming from me. Others were genuinely pretty good. It was an interesting journey to see him go from hyper-polite and apologetic to the man I fell in love with. It was also fascinating to watch him assimilate what I had been saying for years and get insight into things I had never noticed before. Overall, I believe it was cathartic for him. I think writing is the finest release, which is why I'm here. It enabled him to arrange his ideas. I'm not sure why he emails me personally rather than keeping a diary or sending emails to himself, but I'm not complaining. There was one email in which he was angry at everyone and everything. Everything went wrong, and he was frustrated. I felt quite relieved. It was fantastic to see his light returning. When he first emailed me, he suggested that I not respond to his emails and instead listen or read. If I wanted to, I could just remove them and he would have no idea. In the angry email, he addressed me by a moniker he had not used in years, since before we married. That really pissed me up. It was not something serious. He was talking about a trip we'd taken with some buddies. They ended up breaking up in the middle of it because they didn't want to return home because everything had already been paid for, but they also refused to remain with each other. As a result, we had to divide the boys and girls into groups to complete the planned tasks. He felt miserable the whole time. He responded something like, "I have not forgiven Alyssa for Venice, it was supposed to be you, so when There's nothing wrong with the pet name, but it only reminded me of everything I'd lost and all the memories. I disregarded his request and responded to his email. This resulted in increased correspondence between the two of us. He didn't take it hard when I responded, so I'm not sure if that was his purpose all along or not, but we just corresponded back and forth for a few weeks, which was pleasant. We never discussed Ash or his family when we emailed. I'm not sure if it was because it didn't come up naturally or if he was avoiding the topic, but it was good to communicate with him like we did when we first met. We used to converse using Facebook Messenger, and just writing to him reminded me of those days. It's ridiculous how much I still adore him and how much I miss him. Those foolish emails felt like getting my best buddy back. Even if he wasn't my spouse anymore. He's presently back at his place with B3. His wife and dog lived with him for a while, yay remote work, until he was well adjusted. He now takes antidepressants, has a larger support network, and is feeling much better. He stopped shutting people off while still setting healthy limits, which is fantastic. He's reconnected with B3, B4, and B6, his closest friends aside from Ash, and has lost contact with everyone else. I feel awful for his nibblings because I know he was quite attached to some of them and misses them. But yes, that is something he absolutely needed. For what it's worth, B6 has no touch with anyone. He was always distant with everyone except Ted and Ash, which I assume was because he knew. But after all, he's moving closer to B4 and B3, so there's another silver lining. I'm not clear how B3 and B4 interact with everyone else, but I know B4 is involved. He clearly understands and respects Ted's boundaries and does not share information with or about him. Ted and I have met a few times, sometimes for friends' activities, sometimes just to catch up, and I can tell he is doing well. He has regained the weight he lost, and his hair is glossy again. His freckles are no longer visible, indicating that he has spent time in the sun, which is beneficial, and his shoulders no longer slump. He returned to his job this week. He was placed on leave of absence, and I can tell it gives him a sense of purpose. He was never able to stop doing anything, so I can imagine how uncomfortable that time was for him. As a result, we visited a shelter, where he adopted an elderly cat. His name is Socks, I believe because he has white paws. He is a wonderful and affectionate cat. He's also missing many teeth. Ted has been attempting to title him Macbeth, but he does not appear to enjoy it. In Ted's defense, Socks does not respond to Macbeth, so perhaps he will succeed. Tortilla was delighted to see Ted when I visited them. She didn't particularly care for Socks, but that's because she dislikes animals larger than herself. As I previously stated, I am currently living on the East Coast and 2022 was really difficult for us. 2 hurricanes slammed my town, and my apartment flooded during the emergency. My father regularly welcomes us to their house, so Tortilla and I were safe, but that sucked. I'm not sure if it was a message from the cosmos, divine intervention, or whatever, but the 2 pairs of shoes I preserved were wrecked. Both of them. I did everything I could to salvage them, even consulting with professionals, but they were beyond repair. I mean, it wasn't just those 2 shoes. Half of my goods had to be replaced, along with a slew of other sentimental items. But you already know about the shoes and my devotion to them, even though they were a biohazard. My poor apartment has been through a lot. The floorboards had to be removed due to water damage, and they were already rotting and molding underneath by the time we were able to enter. So it was a significant expense to correct. Unfortunately, much of my furniture and appliances, including the robot mop, had to be replaced. For the record, I did have sandbags, But it was probably too much for them. Insurance covered some of the repairs, but definitely not all. Insurance claims are terrible, but it turned out to be the greatest alternative for fixing things and selling the apartment. I'd always moaned about moving, but moving with only a few boxes was especially unpleasant. I never brought so little with me to college. So I'm now staying with my parents. It's a little frustrating, but I'm grateful to be here with them. The house feels a little lonely because the last of my sisters has recently moved away to college, so it's silent save for the cats running about. But, hey, cats are excellent company. I am in the process of closing on a new apartment in a high-rise, so hopefully this will not happen again. I'll miss my park, but the new apartment is in an excellent position, with everything close. I could also bike to work if I wanted to, but I'd need to learn how to ride first. Why don't I know how to ride a bicycle? Because my father was overprotective and worried we would die if we rode a bike. I'm not sure if I'm too old to learn to ride a bike right now, but I'm willing to damage my ego by trying training wheels. Tortilla will have plenty of bright spots in her new residence because the windows are much larger. I planned to build a catio at my previous home since I had a little terrace, but the current location has a balcony, which appears to be a little risky for a catio. So that's life right now. I've been prioritizing work and spending time with my parents. I scheduled a trip for March, and it will be my first time traveling alone. I'm a little nervous because I've never had to organize a trip on my own. Did I mention Ted is an excellent planner? I have no idea if I'm doing it correctly, but that's the goal. I've been taking classes in the language of the place I'm going, so we'll see how much I learn. I want to share something as well, which is why I ended up writing this update and using the title I chose. I didn't include it in the TLDR because I don't want the haters to read everything I write. If they don't want to, why should they? When Six called me about Ted, I was worried he was telling me that Ash had returned. As you now understand, this was not the case. When Ted sought assistance, I got a letter at my parents' home. It was a letter from Ashley. I didn't feel dread for the first time in 2 years, after the incident. I'm not sure if it's because I was receiving Ted's emails, or if I had done some wonderful healing. My therapist definitely should start charging me more. When I offered her a raise, she declined, claiming that it does not work that way. But yes, I read it. He apologized. He also admitted to several things he had done to me that I had never realized were microaggressions on his behalf. He admitted to a number of his behaviors that had always troubled me. He did not attempt to justify anything, only apologized. He revealed a couple other facts that were both surprising and unsurprising, as well as some that you guessed. It felt a little rambling and frantic, but I understand. He apologized for hurting Ted, said he knew what Ted was going through better than anybody else, and admitted that he had caused irreparable damage and would never be in Ted's life again. Even if he couldn't assist his brother after everything he had done, he knew that admitting his sins would help him make amends to me. Even if Ted had no idea, it was a little way for him to implicitly apologize to him. He stated something interesting. "I'm sorry I broke your marriage, but I don't believe I ruined your life. Ted would not have picked you unless you were resilient." He also thanked me for trying. I tried really hard at first to be friends with him, but after the occurrence, it was a no-go. He stated he had given up on people other than Ted trying for him, and he regretted never giving me a chance. He said he was envious that I could bring Ted happiness in ways he couldn't, and he hated that Ted had lost it because of him. I believe it was simply a method for him to alleviate his guilt over harming his favorite person and observing the impact it had on him while also respecting his limits. I mean, he disrespected mine, but I understand. I have not told Ted about the letter. I do not think I will either. I told B6, and while he was angry at first, he eventually understood and accepted it. He told me it was up to me whether I informed Ted or not, that he didn't think it would do much harm but wouldn't help either. So if I felt obliged to tell or show him, I would wait till he was in a better state, and then run it by his therapist, or do it in therapy. Final thoughts. Christmas has come and gone again, and this time I spent it with my family. My sisters are the finest, and they each gave me a pair of shoes to commemorate significant life events. They gave me an empty shoebox to represent the pair I'll need to purchase to begin this new journey. It was the most heartfelt gift I've ever received, and it made me cry for the majority of Christmas morning. I met Ted for New Year's. We were both invited to a mutual friend's party, and we had a wonderful time. We didn't spend the entire time together on purpose, but we did frequently find ourselves having our own talks without being impolite to others and simply laughing together. When midnight struck, I was seated in the back, away from the couples, and he sat next to me, resting his head on my shoulder. We simply remained in comfortable stillness as everyone else rang in the new year. It's such a comfort to have Ted, our friend, back. I still love him. I probably always will. I've tried distance, No contact, and sleeping with someone else to get him out of my system, but it doesn't work. I'm not sure if he's my fated soulmate, and we'll always gravitate toward each other, or if it's simply the comfort and convenience of being together for so long. But I can't help but love him. I love the man he was before and the one he is today. I adore the one he was in between, and to be honest, I'll probably love the one he'll be every day after that. I will not give up on him, even if I have to. I'd rather keep him as a friend than constantly pushing him away, especially since he makes me happy. I deserve to be happy, and he makes me happy. Is this so wrong? I know most of you keep saying it was good riddance, that he did me a favor and that we should simply stop talking. But I miss him. Maybe it makes me stupid, but well, at least I'll be stupid and content. If he asks me to take a step back, I will, but I'm content to be happy right now and worry about it later. I believe both of us deserve it. We both still have a lot of work to do and more healing is on the way. But for the time being, things are going well, which I believe we both need. I believe that all of us, including you, require good. If you've read this far, I appreciate you taking the time. I wish you all the best. May you find $20 in your pocket, may your favorite drink be available in the shop, and may your coffee be prepared to perfection. But seriously, thank you for always allowing me to communicate about my life without being judged, with love, acceptance, and compassion. Every single one of you is incredible and kind. Please know that I admire and cherish each of you individually. Thank you for taking care of me. Love, Ellie and Tortilla. I lied about my baby daddy. Now he knows I'm pregnant and wants answers. Should I reveal the truth or continue my plan to raise the baby alone? I, 26F, grew up in the Midwest but went to college in California. There I met and dated Jeff, 26M, for our final 2 years of undergraduate. After graduation I stayed in California to get my master's degree while Jeff entered the workforce. We were happy together and we planned to get married after I got my master's. After I finished my schooling, Jeff got cold feet about getting married and eventually becoming a father. Abandonment issues from his bio dad leaving. So he broke up with me. Heartbroken feels like it would barely scratch the surface on how I felt. I had a great job in California, so I stayed in hopes that Jeff would come to his senses and we'd get back together. We never did. He met Grace, 25F, and started dating her about 5 months after we broke up. I started planning on moving back to my home state once I realized it was actually over. Then he and Grace broke up at the beginning of this year. Jeff and I ended up sleeping together a few times while they were broken up. It was a very public breakup, no cheating involved. About a week after the last time we had sex, he told me that he and Grace were getting back together. He said he couldn't remain friends with me because he still had feelings for me and he had to let them fade to be fair to Grace. His final words to me were to not call him unless I was literally dying and just wanting to say goodbye. I left California behind 3 weeks later. 2 weeks after I had returned home I found out that I was pregnant. It's Jeff's. I wasn't going to be that girl that uses a pregnancy to get a man back, so I deleted all my social media accounts and made new ones that don't have my name attached to them. The only Cali people I added were trusted friends who I knew either had no connection to Jeff or who were loyal to me and wouldn't tell him my new accounts. Early in my pregnancy I made the mistake of checking out Jeff and Grace's respective profiles and saw that they refer to each other as LOML, and Jeff even had a picture of them captioned saying he was going to marry that girl. That broke me all over again, and I have since blocked them both and decided I had to move on with my life. I'm now 6.5 months pregnant. Since moving back I have bought my own house in my home state and have been busy building a nursery for my baby. I already love this little baby in my belly and I feel 100% confident that I can raise and provide for him on my own with minor help from my family. One of my best friends back in California was having an engagement party. I won't be able to attend the wedding as I'll be busy with a newborn when it happens, so I decided to fly out to see my friends and offer my congratulations to the couple before my life becomes baby-centric. I got into town on Thursday, and honestly had a blast seeing all my friends yesterday, even though it's only been about 6 months since I last saw them. They were all respectful of my wishes not to take pictures of me below the chest. They did post some pictures of me online, but from the angles it just looks like I gained some weight in my face. Nothing that would give away my pregnancy. It's a couple days before my flight back home and the friend that I'm staying with suggested we go to the store because she wanted to get a scrapbook for our engaged friend. So we went to the store, and as we were getting ready to leave I saw Jeff's cousin Tanya, 22-ish, F, walk in. I talked to her several times at Jeff's family gatherings over the years but we never really got along. She was always a bit too gossipy for me to like her. So of course she was the last person I wanted to see. The first thing she did was loudly announce that I was pregnant, as if everyone in the store couldn't tell just by looking at me. Then she starts grilling me, asking if Jeff knows. I said no, and that he doesn't need to know as it's not his. That was a lie, obviously, but I didn't want to open a can of worms. Tanya then tells me with how big my belly is that I'm far along and asks how I could move on so quickly. I told her that Jeff and I broke up a long time ago. She responded saying that everyone knows we were still hooking up at the beginning of this year. I did not know that was common knowledge. I figured Jeff would have kept his mouth shut about that. Anyway, I lied and told her that I already had a new boyfriend and that I was 5 months pregnant. She seemed to accept that and awkwardly congratulated me. My friend and I paid for her stuff and left immediately after that. I prayed that would be the end of it. Like I said, Tanya is a gossip, so of course she went and ran her mouth about seeing me pregnant just a few hours later. Now a bunch of my friends have messaged me saying that Jeff is blowing up their inboxes trying to reach me. None of them have told him my new number or social media, so he has no way of reaching me himself. My flight back home isn't for another 2 days and I'm freaking out. Some of my friends are saying that I should just tell him the truth now that he knows I'm pregnant. I still say I can get by pretending it's someone else's and that I'm not far enough along for it to be his. I honestly just want to ignore him and go back home. However, I'm having some doubts that that's the right choice and there isn't a consensus on what to do, so I'm turning to internet strangers. TLDR. I got pregnant by my ex. Moved away, planning to raise the child myself. His cousin saw me and told him I'm pregnant. Now he's trying to get a hold of me and I just want to go home and ignore him. Should I tell him the truth or just go home? Update 1. Hi everyone. So the consensus on my post was to tell Jeff about the baby being his. Even from just the first few comments that seemed clear. We did end up meeting up. It wasn't particularly interesting or dramatic, but if anyone cares, here's what happened. He got a hold of the friend I was staying with on Instagram. I wanted to just talk to him on the phone, but he insisted we talk in person ASAP. In retrospect, I should have just waited until the next day, but I kind of just wanted to get it over with, and it seemed like he did too. TBH, I thought he was going to tell me that he wanted nothing to do with the kid, because I didn't see any other reason why he wanted to talk in person right that second. Keep in mind it was almost 10 at night at the time. So my friend and I went to his parents' house where he was waiting. His parents always treated me like family, so I guess I felt comfortable being there, even though we probably should have met at a neutral location. When we got there, Jeff's mom answered the door. She hugged me and I could tell she wanted to touch my stomach, but she restrained herself and didn't even ask, thankfully. I always liked her. We made awkward small talk as she led me to the living room. It was clear that they had just had a party, as it was still messy with a bunch of drinking cups lying around and confetti on the floor. On the couch was Jeff and Grace holding each other's hands. I was surprised that I honestly felt nothing for him at first. His stepdad offered me a seat, but I chose to stand. I wasn't planning on being there long anyway. Jeff started off saying that I might be able to fool Tanya, but he knows there's no way I would have ever met a new guy and gotten pregnant that fast. So he asked why I didn't tell him. I told him the truth, that the last time we spoke he told me not to contact him unless I was literally dying. And I'm not dying. He told me that he was trying to be respectful to Grace and that obviously this would have been an exception. Grace chimed in to tell me that I ruined her proposal. I found out later, third-hand info, but knowing Tanya I believe it, that the party at his parents' house was for him to propose to Grace in front of all their friends and families. Tanya waited until after the proposal, and when people were giving speeches, she told Jeff she was so glad he got away from me and wasn't going to be stuck raising my baby. Then all hell broke loose at the party apparently. I had no idea that happened at the time, or I honestly would not have went to see him at all. But hearing that he proposed was when it hurt. He broke up with me because he was scared of marriage and kids, but he dated her not even half as long as we did and she got a ring. I put on a brave face. Or at least I think I did. And acted like it didn't bother me, but it absolutely did. His mom told Grace that it's not my fault and now wasn't the time for that. Then Jeff told me that, obviously I can't move now. I told him that I already did, and I was only in California for the weekend. He countered saying that I have to move back. I told him no, I'm not doing that. He said, well, I can't just leave. At that point I got frustrated and told him that I left months ago. My job is in my home state. I bought a house. All my doctor's appointments have been there. I established residency there a long time ago. California isn't my home anymore and hasn't been for half a year now. So then he got frustrated and got up to approach me asking if he's just supposed to send a paycheck once a month and saying this wasn't how it was supposed to happen. I don't really know what he meant by that second part cause he just found out I was pregnant a few hours before. But I assumed he was taking about his life plans? I forced myself to calm down and try to be empathetic. I told him that if he was worried about this screwing up his plans for the future that he had nothing to worry about. I don't want or need anything from him. I've planned everything out from finances to childcare when I return to work to even setting up my baby's college fund. It's all taken care of already. He didn't really say anything. I didn't know if he was thinking or just relieved that I had it all handled. I told him he can still get married to Grace and have his own family someday. I promised I wouldn't bother or blame him for anything. My baby will be loved and cared for. Jeff got teary-eyed and told me that I know how he feels about this. He was referring to when he broke up with me and said that he didn't want to be a dad because he didn't think he'd be a good one. He also has abandonment issues from his bio dad walking out on him, his siblings, and his mom when he was 6. I told Jeff that he's not him. His bio dad. That he's better than him and always will be. His mom started crying at this point, I guess from seeing how his dad's abandonment still affects him to this day. I promised Jeff that I wouldn't let my baby think that Jeff was a deadbeat. I'd be honest that we just weren't meant to be together, and we live thousands of miles apart. He told me that he can't just not be in his kid's life and that I don't understand what it could do to them. He asked if we could please just figure something out together. I asked him what he realistically expected would be a solution. Because I'm not moving back to California, and I highly doubt he and Grace wanted to pack their bags and move that far away from their own families and friends. I said, I'm not going to be sending my kid on a plane every few months either because that's too much. Jeff didn't say anything to that, so I told him maybe that could be an option when he's older and has more independence, but right now it's not happening. Jeff's eyes lit up and he asked, "It's a boy?" I'd been careful not to reveal the gender up until then, but I messed up there. I nodded and he nervously asked if he could feel the baby. Before I could even respond, Grace let out this loud wail and stormed off to the kitchen. Jeff apologized to me and then went to go comfort her. His mom excused herself as well as she was still crying. So she left and her husband followed her. That left me and my friend awkwardly standing alone in the living room. All we hear is his mom sniffling in the hallway and Grace sobbing while talking to Jeff in the kitchen. It was so incredibly uncomfortable. And I know many will hate me for this, but I just felt overwhelmed by the whole thing. Maybe it makes me pathetic, but having to stand in the room where a party was just held to celebrate Jeff proposing to another woman hurts so damn bad. So I left. I told my friend let's get the hell out of here and we quietly walked out. We ended up staying in a hotel and I was able to get an earlier flight home on Sunday. Now I'm back home and putting my focus back on the nursery. I told my friends that I had talked to Jeff and I apologized if he still tried to reach me through them. I advised them to block him if it's too much. I know this isn't the end of things. I'm planning on reaching out to him again eventually. Even if he broke my heart, I still care about him, and I won't deny him a relationship with his kid if that's what he really wants. I have no idea how it's gonna work and I'm only allowed to update once, so I apologize that I won't be able to tell anyone who cares how it all turns out. Thank you for the advice on my last post. Even though everyone was downvoting me and the post itself, it was nice to get opinions without bias. Update 2. First, I've seen a lot of comments saying that Jeff proposed to Grace within a few months after they started dating. That's not true. Aside from the 1-month breakup where Jeff and I conceived the baby, they were together roughly a year and a half before the engagement, assuming they had no more breakups after. IDK their full history, nor do I care to. Second, I feel like people were being a bit harsh on Jeff. I can honestly say he is not an abusive or controlling person. The man never so much as raised his voice at me in the 4 years we dated. He was a bit overbearing by demanding that I had to stay in California because that's where he is, but he just found out about the baby and was panicking that I'd disappear and he wouldn't be able to contact me. Which, to be fair, that's exactly what I did, so I get it. I had a million thoughts, some wildly ridiculous when I think about it now, running through my own head when I found out too. Third, he wasn't juggling Grace and I at the same time like people think. She broke up with him. They both thought for good at the time. He and I started having sex again, but it wasn't like we were in a sequel of the lovey-dovey honeymoon phase. It was a weird and confusing time. We weren't talking about getting back together. I already had a start date for my new job back home and my move was scheduled. He didn't know any of that. I was still in love with him, of course, and I hoped he'd tell me he wanted to get back together and I would have stayed. But he didn't. Finding out he was getting back with Grace hurt, but I can't say I felt used for sex. I don't think either of us knew what the hell we were doing by sleeping together again in the first place. Jeff is a simple man overall. I promise he's not some supervillain taking advantage of women and playing with their emotions. I'm not making excuses for him. I wish it were that easy to say that he's a dirtbag, and you should give me all your sympathy. In reality, I know who Jeff is as a person. Anyone who read my posts knows him as just a collection of bad and/or questionable choices he made. If you summarize anyone up to just the bad shit they've done, of course they'd come off as an unlikable person. Jeff's not evil or manipulative. He's just got some stuff he probably should have worked through years ago, and admittedly, I never thought his issues were that prevalent until we broke up. Plus, I'm positive that Grace knew we slept together while they were broken up. There's no way that was a shock to her. He would have told her himself, and even if he somehow hadn't, if Tanya knew, then everyone else knew shortly after. Guaranteed. Lastly, I appreciate everyone concerned about any custody issues that may arise from this. I was also amused by the people who were hyping themselves up thinking that I was delusional and actually going to be forced to put my baby on a plane by court order. I'm not sure why so many people on Reddit are used to dysfunctional relationships where judges and a huge custody battle need to be involved, but that's not us. Jeff and I were together, and very much in love for years. It might be hard to picture that when you've only read about the shitty end of our relationship, but everything before the breakup was an ideal relationship, which is exactly why it hurt me so much when he ended it. Things are weird now, but we don't hate each other. Our default option, even in a complicated situation like this, is not, we're taking this to court. That would be the last resort. I'm sure we'll work it out between ourselves long before it ever gets there. So on to the actual update. I planned on contacting Jeff after a couple weeks. I wanted to take time to gather my own thoughts and figure out what I wanted to say. Instead, I got phone calls from his number about a week after I returned home. He left a voicemail asking me to call him so we could talk. I was honestly furious because there's no way he should have been able to find my number unless somebody told him. It might not seem like it's a big deal, but to me I saw it as somebody who betrayed my trust in them. I texted him asking how he got my number. He said it wasn't important and that he wanted to talk. I said it is important to me, but he still didn't want to tell me. I told him we can talk when he tells me who he got my number from. So finally he told me who it was, and sent a screenshot of the conversation when I asked for proof. It was the second least likely friend I would have expected to break my trust. That's a whole other story though. So we talked over FaceTime and he told me that he absolutely wants to be in our son's life. He doesn't know how it's going to work long term, and neither do I. There was no threat of lawyers or his mom shouting grandparents' rights in the background like people were expecting. We're adults and we'll figure it out. The situation is not any easier to handle logistically, but emotions from that night have died down and we have clearer heads to move forward with. He did, however, have the audacity to tell me that he hates that I didn't tell him much sooner, and that I wasn't planning to tell him at all until Tanya found out, because he thought we meant more to each other than that. I told him I thought we did, until he told me not to contact him unless I was dying. That shut him up quickly because he knows now that it was an extreme and unnecessary thing to say even if he wanted to cut contact with me. He apologized for it and I apologized for not telling him about the baby myself. That's all we can really do. We're about to co-parent a child together so we don't get the luxury of holding a grudge with one another over past slights. He also told me that he and Grace are no longer together. He claims that it was a mutual decision, but that sounds too easy to me. How do you go from newly engaged to broken up in 18 hours with it being a completely clean process? I'm guessing he's just sparing me the ugly details on what must have actually happened. I do feel bad for Grace. Other than incorrectly assigning blame for her ruined engagement party, she didn't do anything wrong. I don't know her personally, but her proposal night should have been one of the best nights of her life, and it was ruined. I wouldn't want that for any woman. And because I know what everyone is gonna say, no, I am not seeing this as an opportunity to get back together with Jeff. Honestly, my focus is on my son right now. I'm not thinking about jumping into a relationship with anyone, much less the man who broke my heart once already. I think Jeff and I need to figure out how we're gonna co-parent first and foremost. And TBH, I want a man who loves me and chooses me for the person that I am, not because I happen to have given birth to his child. Plus, I don't know that I could ever get over that he proposed to Grace over me. Even if they broke off their engagement, I still want to know why she got a ring and I didn't. And I am going to ask eventually, but I don't think any answer will ever make it okay to me. A lot of people said it wasn't that he didn't want marriage, he just didn't want it with me. I find that hard to believe because, as I said above, we really had an ideal relationship. Our breakup wasn't a buildup of issues, it really was as simple as, you want marriage and kids, I don't. Which I think most would agree is just the natural end of a relationship. If it really is as simple as I just wasn't the one, then I want him to look me in the eyes and tell me that himself. Jeff is a terrible liar even when he's lying for a good reason like a special surprise. He fidgets his fingers and can't maintain eye contact when he's lying. So if he looks me in the eyes and tells me his reason for why he chose to marry her and not me, I'll know if he's being honest. Jeff also told me that his mom wanted to send me stuff for the baby, so he asked for my address. I declined. I'm positive that there are no nefarious reasons and she's just excited and wants to help. This will be her first grandchild. However, I still felt a little uncomfortable giving them my home address. He's been texting me every day and calls me every night to say goodnight. Sometimes he wants to talk to the baby. It's a bit confusing for me because he broke up with me because he didn't want a kid, but now he wants to be involved to the point where he's going out of his way to contact me and ask if I need anything. It's strange, and I don't really understand how his brain works, but like I said in my last post, I won't deny him a relationship with his kid if he wants one. Jeff wants to visit me in person to talk properly, but I told him I'm not sure if that's necessary right now. He asked to come last weekend and I said no. Then he asked again about possibly coming this weekend, but I told him I can't, because I'm having my baby shower on Saturday. He wants to come. I'm not sure if that's a great idea. I'm not worried that he would say or do anything bad and we're getting along over text VC. I can tell that he just wants to be involved, but part of me feels like it's sort of IDK, playing house almost? I guess it wouldn't be a big deal if I made it clear he would be here as a friend and the father of the baby, but not as anything more. My parents don't think it's a good idea, but I know that's just because they don't like Jeff, ever since he broke up with me. My sister, who is more level-headed, says that it could be a show of good faith that I'm serious about having a healthy co-parenting relationship, and it'll probably be easier to build that foundation now before the baby comes. My brothers don't care either way, but they say they're ready to beat up Jeff if he does or says anything stupid. He won't, but I love my brothers for always looking out for me. I'm not sure what I'm going to decide, but I know Jeff needs an answer soon so he can book a flight and a hotel room if I do say yes. I'm open to suggestions. Update 3. Hi everyone. I've been requested to give an update on the baby shower and whether or not I let Jeff attend. This post is rather lengthy as it covers a whole weekend, so I'm including a TLDR at the bottom. So I did end up allowing Jeff to come to my baby shower. When he called me the Monday night before my Saturday baby shower, I brought it up. I told him he could come if he agreed to 3 rules. We are not together. Don't touch me, hug me, or put your hands on my stomach unless I say it's okay. I agreed that we needed to have a serious talk. However, it only takes place after the baby shower. IDC if there's an awkward vibe because we have things we want to get out. We ignore it until after the baby shower. You stay in a hotel. I wasn't housing anyone. I needed my home to be my own place to return to if things got too overwhelming. Unsurprisingly, he was fine with all of those conditions and was just happy that he could come. I also told him he was free to invite his mother if she wanted to attend. He was relieved because she did mention wanting to come with him if he came. Everything was settled until the next day when he called to ask me if his brother and sister could come too. His stepdad had a prior commitment and wouldn't be able to attend. I shouldn't have been surprised Jeff asked about his siblings though. His family is really close-knit. They show up for each other and everything. I've never had any issues with anyone in his family. I always got along with his parents and siblings, especially his sister. I said it was fine. I didn't really care as long as they understood that I was the guest of honor at my baby shower and not a hostess, so I wouldn't be checking in with them the entire time. His sister also messaged me privately to ask if I was really okay with them all coming and that she and their younger brother could stay home if I didn't want them all there. It was totally unnecessary because I already said yes, but I really appreciated that she did that. Their flight got in on Friday afternoon. My parents decided to host a dinner for Jeff's family. They don't like Jeff anymore, but they felt that since he and I are now tied together for the next 18 years minimum, our families should be acquainted at least. When they got to my parents' house, the greetings were as awkward as expected. Jeff leaned down to my stomach and said hi to the baby. The baby kicked, and when I told Jeff, he got excited, so I offered to let him feel. I figured he should be able to have that moment. His mom was ecstatic that the baby was kicking, saying that he already knows his daddy's voice. She was so happy that I didn't have the heart to tell her that the baby had already been kicking for the past half hour before they got there. Dinner was fine. It was mostly talking about the baby shower. But we did also go around the table and everyone suggested names. I have to admit I'm a bit bummed about the naming. I was happy that I had sole decision power when it was just me, but now I have to get Jeff's approval too, which sucks. Some of the names he suggested were awful tbh. The day of the baby shower was long, but it went perfectly. Luckily Tanya was over 2k miles away, so she couldn't ruin the event. It was relatively big as my family has always done co-ed baby showers. We even had some games specifically for the men in attendance. I felt a little bit bad about Jeff just being a guest, so we tried to include him last minute by letting him give the guys the rules for the bottle chugging game. It was tea, not beer of course. And we added a last-minute best dad joke competition that he got to decide the winner on. We also took some pictures together. As I said in my last post, I didn't want to play house with him, but honestly I was having such a great time that I didn't even mind that both sides of the family suggested pictures. More importantly, he asked for my consent before putting his arm around me and touching my stomach for the pictures, which was such a relief that he was respecting the boundaries I gave him before he came. After the baby shower ended, I invited Jeff's family to my house. I mentioned not wanting to give my address to him in my last post. Some people misunderstood that as me trying to stay hidden forever. Obviously he was going to know my address once the baby came. I think what those people failed to realize is that it was all happening so fast. Jeff got my number one day and the next day he was asking for my address on his mom's behalf to send baby stuff. It was a lot and far too soon. But since everything was going great, I didn't mind so much inviting them to see my house. His mom cried when she saw the nursery. Then I started crying with her cause I'm a hormonal mess some days. The nursery is basically finished. I had just bought a different shade of blue paint because I didn't like the one I initially chose after looking at it for a couple weeks. I was planning on it being repainted the next week, but Jeff and his brother offered to do it while they were there. I said no, obviously because they were guests. My dad chimed in to say to let him, Jeff, do it, because it's about time he stepped up to help. Obviously my dad knows that Jeff just found out about the baby recently, and I reminded him of that. But my parents were the ones who comforted me every time I cried when I first moved back home and again when I found out I was pregnant. It's gonna take a while for them to warm up to Jeff again. So Jeff and his brother painted the first coat with my dad while I talked to Jeff's sister outside. I asked her about Grace, but she wouldn't tell me what happened. She told me that it was a conversation between me and Jeff. She did tell me that her whole family tried to talk Jeff out of proposing because it was too fast, but he insisted, so they supported him. The only other thing she said was that Tanya has been banned from her family's events for the foreseeable future, and their families aren't on good terms as Tanya's parents don't think what she did was a big deal. After the guys finished painting, everyone except my sister and Jeff left. Jeff and I decided to talk that night. My sister was in the living room in case it didn't go well and I needed emotional support after Jeff left. He and I talked in my bedroom. My feet were killing me and I needed to lie down. So I did that and Jeff sat on the other end of the bed. Neither of us knew how to start, so I just asked him point blank why he changed his mind about kids. I reminded him that he broke up with me because he didn't want marriage or kids. He said that it's true that he didn't want kids and that he's still afraid he'll screw it up somehow, but that the baby already exists and so he already loves him and wants to be present for him. I then asked about Grace. I wanted to know why he proposed to her and not me. It's not relevant now, but I'm still human and I wanted to know what was different about her. He told me that he was never scared of marriage. He meant it when we discussed plans about marriage after I was done with school. He wanted to be married to me. It was just the kids part that he couldn't do. He says that he just added marriage into his reasoning for our breakup because he felt like it would be easier for me to accept. In his head I might have been able to overlook the kids thing at least for a few years, but he knew if he said he didn't want marriage either, then I wouldn't stay. IDK. Why he didn't just talk to me about it. Instead, he broke my heart because he thought he was setting me free. As for why he proposed to Grace, she was on the same page as him regarding children. She didn't want them. He said he talked to her about getting a vasectomy, and she was on board with his decision. He admitted that they moved too fast. She was pressuring him to propose to her and she wanted the big party, so the proposal wasn't a surprise event. Everyone knew what it was gonna be, including Grace, as she practically planned the thing herself. All of his family tried to talk him out of it and wait a bit longer, but he was afraid that he would lose another woman and didn't want to make the same mistake again. His words, not mine. I asked why they broke up because I didn't believe him that it was a clean mutual decision. He said it was mutual but a bit messy. Apparently he and Grace talked that next day after everything went down. She told him that I ran away and to just let me go. She said she was willing to reconsider kids if he realized that he changed his mind, but that she didn't want to be a stepmom to my child. She basically gave him an ultimatum. He could choose either her or the baby, but not both. He asked her for the ring back right then and there. Apparently she threw it at him along with a few other heavier objects. He says they're fully done. He tried to do the sweet talk thing, telling me that he's glad it was me and not her that got pregnant. He says I saved him from making a huge mistake in marrying her. He regrets everything and wishes that he could redo the last 2 years and never break up with me. Then he asked if I could ever see us getting back together. I got frustrated at that point, and told him that he can't just keep jumping back and forth between us. He tried to defend himself, and while I agree that I don't think he does it with ill intent, it is what he's doing. I told him that he keeps letting his fear make hasty decisions for him and he needs to work on that with a therapist. I'm about to raise a baby. I don't need to be raising a man too. He did agree to go to therapy to work on his issues. Whether he actually does it or not, I don't know. I did make it clear that he needs to go into it understanding that it's for his and our son's benefit, and not just to win me back, because that's not my focus at all right now. That was pretty much it for our talk. At some point he ended up laying down beside me, so we were facing each other. There was no touching. We just talked while laying beside each other. I got sleepy and he left in an Uber back to his hotel. They were supposed to leave on Sunday, but their flight back home was delayed by a day due to the weather in California. So the next morning they all came over and Jeff and his brother finished the second coat of paint on the nursery. It came out perfectly. I'm really glad I went with the second color choice. I made the guys lunch as a thank you for their work, even though they were both happy to do it for their son and nephew. Jeff told me that he's planning on moving to my home state within the next month because he wants to be here for the baby's birth. His job does offer remote work, so he could do it without having to find a new job. As of now he says it would be temporary, but admitted that he doesn't know if he'll be able to leave once the baby is here. We'll see what happens. They left the next day while I was at work. Jeff stopped by my work to say goodbye in person. My co-workers all melted when they saw him say bye to the baby and promise him that he'd be back soon. They all think I should give him another chance for the baby's sake. Although I suspect that most of them are also easily swayed by the fact that Jeff is 6'3" and conventionally attractive, which they were constantly bringing up at my baby shower and when he came to say bye. Jeff and his family made it back home safe. I haven't heard much else about his plans to move here, but I imagine that will take a while anyway. TLDR. Jeff and his family came to my baby shower. Everything went fine. I got the answers that I wanted about why he proposed to Grace and why he changed his mind about being a dad. He's agreed to get therapy for his issues. We're moving forward with our co-parenting plan and he's likely going to be moving here, at least temporarily, when the baby is born. Comments. Just as an FYI, you still technically have sole naming power. If you don't want to exercise that right in order to keep the peace, be nice, that's up to you, but you don't have to. Honestly, it sounds like Jeff will go along with any name you like at this point just to keep you happy. I'm glad things are working out for you. Jeff's family sounds amazing. I see what you're saying, but I believe in choosing my battles. If my options are to find a name we're both happy with or risk bottled resentment from Jeff over me making a unilateral decision, because you're right, he would agree to me picking what I want just to keep the peace. I'm going with the first option. There are much more important things to hold my ground on regarding my child's future. I've seen people commenting on the surname too. Where I live, the kid almost always takes the dad's last name with few exceptions. Even my parents are expecting the baby to have Jeff's surname now that he's involved. While I wouldn't give any woman grief for wanting to pass her name on, it's not important to me. I know he's mine and that's all I need. Also, I've got 3 brothers, so the odds are extremely likely that our family name will be passed on through them anyway. I'm so happy for you. You indeed saved Jeff from marrying Grace, who seemed to be overbearing and domineering. I hope you and Jeff will co-parent peacefully. If you decide to give him a second chance, make him grovel. I bet his family are happy that Grace is gone. She sounds like a high-maintenance woman. Planning her own big engagement party after pressuring the guy to propose. Wow. Nobody said it directly, but I was definitely getting vibes that his family didn't like her very much. I don't know her personally, but she sounds a bit immature. Throwing things at someone during a breakup is just not okay. So Grace manipulated everything then. He was going to get married to the wrong person and regret it years later. I don't know if she manipulated him, but she definitely pressured him. He said that she told him she didn't want to waste her 20s on him if he wasn't serious about getting married eventually. He didn't tell me this, but I'm guessing maybe he told her about the reason for our breakup and she didn't want the same thing to happen to her, so she pressured him into proposing. Again, that's just a guess though. Oh, I have my own opinion, but girl, you are doing all very well and everything was perfect. He gave you a good explanation, and you gave him a great insight. I love what you said about how his fear was taking decisions, and advice. I hope all of you find your way, keep us informed. Yeah, his answer for every decision he made was, because I was scared of, which is just not a good way to go about anything. That's something he definitely needs to work on. My husband accused me of murder out of the blue, and now our marriage is falling apart. How can I salvage our relationship and rebuild trust? This is long and ridiculous, sorry. My 30 female husband, Luke, 33 male, had a sister, Laura, 29 female. We were all close and saw each other 2-3 times a month, along with their parents. Almost 6 months ago, Laura fell down the stairs at their family home and died. It was a freak accident. There's a window on the half landing and she hit her head on the sill. I was the last person to see her. I was there for less than 10 minutes and she was in her pajamas making coffee. I didn't even stay for a drink, and I struggle with how such a brief and meaningless interaction could have been her last. She deserved so much more. My husband and I have only been married for a year, but we've been together for 4 and have known each other for 20 plus. When Laura's parents found her, they called my husband straight away and we rushed over. We faced the whole thing as a family. In the days after, Luke started quizzing me. Exactly what we talked about, what she was wearing, where we were standing, etc. It progressed to saying I was providing conflicting information. On tiny details he was deliberately misunderstanding, and accusing me of withholding information because I couldn't tell him things like what pajamas she was wearing. This escalated quickly but lasted for less than a week, as I lost my cool, and made it clear that I was done answering questions. He didn't bring it up again and I wrote it off as a grief quirk. His behavior was generally that of a normal grieving person. Last Friday he outright accused me of murdering her, in front of his parents. Out of the blue. We were all stunned. There was an inquest which recently concluded, and there was never any doubt the verdict would be accidental death. He said it was completely obvious, and he couldn't believe that no one else could see it. He claims I went through his phone and found his messages with Laura. I have absolutely no idea what messages he's talking about. I have never looked at his phone, and that I went over to confront her and things got out of hand, and I pushed her downstairs. By the end he was shouting about going to the police and getting the inquest overturned, and how I wasn't going to get away with it. Let me be clear, Laura and I had a great relationship. We all did. I have no idea where this has come from, other than these messages I haven't seen, and even then, I don't think there's anything I could ever see on someone's phone that would drive me to murder. It's just ridiculous. He's been with his parents since this happened and will not talk to me at all. I've had some contact with his mom, but she's not being very communicative. The last I heard, she didn't know what messages he was referring to either. I am still completely stunned and I have no idea how to proceed. I made a commitment to be there for him always, and I understand that grief can manifest in strange ways, but part of me feels like my love for him died the second he called me a murderer, and I don't know how we could possibly work through this. I also really don't want to be thought of in this way, and I have no idea if he has said anything to people we know. I obviously haven't. A brain tumor or psychotic break has crossed my mind and I suggested it to his mother, and she just said she'll talk to him. Other than the questions before, he hasn't been acting odd. Obviously he's been grieving, but he seemed sane and sensible other than this. I feel like I'm going mad. Does anyone have any advice at all? Too long, didn't read. My husband's sister died in a horrible accident. And my husband, for absolutely no reason other than some mystery messages, thinks I murdered her. Edit. It has come to my attention that I accidentally used Laura's real name once in this post. Can I kindly ask anyone who commented, who is, real name? Delete their comment, as I really don't want this to bleed into my real life. For obvious reasons. Relevant comments. Moral talk. Fuck no. You don't salvage this. You get a lawyer and get the fuck out. Best case scenario. He has just admitted to sending messages with his sister that he thinks would make you angry enough to kill her over them. I have some ideas about what those might be and they're all bad. How did the parents react when he did this? OP answer. When he first laid out the accusation, at his parents' house, both his mother and I just kept asking him about the messages, and all he would say was that I knew exactly what messages he was talking about. She was as stunned as me, and his father just said he didn't understand what he was talking about. He's a man of few words, but there was plenty of head shaking. The whole thing was surreal. No one knew how to react. Wonderful. Prior 381. You need to get a lawyer to protect yourself in case he does go to the police. I would write down everything that you can remember that happened that day and keep it just in case. He may be having a psychotic break. As stated, don't talk to him or his immediate family or your friends without someone present, or preferably by text or email. Save everything. You need to take his accusations seriously and cover your ass. OP answer. I was interviewed by the coroner's office after her death, as I was the last person to see her. She died about 3 hours after I saw her, and I'd been to the supermarket and was home by that point. It's all verifiable and was a recorded interview. I haven't spoken to anyone but his mother, and that's only been over messages. She's never been a big texter, but she has seemed very cagey over the past few days. I don't know if this means she's seen the messages. I've asked and been ignored. Grulcious good. I think they mean to record everything you remember about the day your soon-to-be ex accused you of murder. OP answer. I'm feeling so freaked out at the idea that he came up with this, almost immediately after her death, and has either been sitting on it or planning his confrontation, that I'm basically trying to dissect the past 6 months. Maybe it's time I start writing things down. Right until it happened, things felt very normal. Obviously her death has been felt deeply by all of us and things aren't anything like they were, but there have been no signs of anything like this. Even on the day, OP on getting the messages, I'm absolutely desperate to see these messages, because I'm right there with you on the sheer wackiness of what they have to contain. It hadn't occurred to me that they might not exist. I've never known him to lie, but I do think a mental health issue is a real possibility. His relationship with his sister didn't seem odd, and I've never been interested in his phone, but he's never been defensive about it either, so I think you might be right. If I had such incriminating messages, I'd probably worry about them before now. When told to find an old iPad to use to access them, I have his iCloud password. It has a backup from yesterday. I have no idea how to turn this into something I can actually use. It doesn't have a messages folder or any signs of how to use it for anything other than restoring a whole phone, which I don't want to do. Does anyone know how to actually get the messages from this? Sorry to throw a tech support request in. I can't believe I didn't think of this. Huge thanks to the person who suggested it. Can I force my husband to get a mental health assessment, and do I risk being arrested, or prosecuted? We're in England. I'm in a bizarre and complex situation with my husband. I have broken the law, and I feel I have no choice but to do so again for my safety. I don't know what type of solicitor I need, or what the next steps should look like. We're in England, and I'll try not to editorialize too much. My husband's sister died suddenly at the start of the year. Her death was an accident, and there was no suggestion to the contrary. The inquest was recently concluded and a verdict of accidental death returned. I was the last person to see her, but her time of death, which was almost immediate due to her injury, was confirmed to be hours after I had left the house. All of this was verified at the time. In the immediate aftermath, my husband behaved strangely and kept trying to trip up my story of the last time we saw each other, which was a brief interaction. Last week, months after this was first and last mentioned, he outright accused me of murder, in front of his parents. He says I saw his messages with his sister and confronted her, and that he's going to have the coroner's decision overturned and have the police investigate. I haven't seen or heard from him since. Today is day 9. I posted for advice on Reddit. I'm pretty desperate at this point. And it has spooked me. Quite reasonably, I think. But also led to me committing a crime and planning another. My husband's iCloud credentials were saved on an old iPad in his office, and I downloaded his backup last night. I have read all of his messages with his sister, and there's absolutely nothing like he describes. I understand this is illegal and I'm concerned about the possible ramifications. I am also waiting for a call back from a locksmith to change the locks on the home we own together, which I believe is also against the law. So this leads to my actual questions. I feel justified in what I've done for my safety, but is there a degree of pragmatism under the law for these issues because of the situation, or am I shooting myself in the foot? I am resigned to the fact my relationship is over, but his parents don't seem to be taking this seriously, and they're icing me out. I believe this is a serious mental health issue which may put people, namely me, at risk. Can I do anything about this when all I have is the fact I'm being accused of murder? I feel he needs to be detained and this should be investigated as a full-blown psychotic break. Sorry, this is all a bit mental. In addition, what type of solicitor do I need? My understanding is that a coroner decision can't be appealed, is that correct? Are his accusations going to go anywhere? Can I protect myself from this or stop him escalating to telling others? We live in our hometown and everyone knows everyone. This could follow me forever and it's either a lie or a delusion. Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Relevant comments. When told OP can't lock out her husband or force him to get a psych evaluation, OP answer. Thank you so much for your response. Locking each other out doesn't sound like a pattern I want to get into, but I think I'll go ahead and change them once on the basis that it isn't. You did this so you have to leave the house, and also you'll be prosecuted. Levels of seriousness. In terms of him being deemed to lack capacity, is there any way I can trigger the process that you know of? Is something like this sufficient for the Mental Health Act to kick in? I've been Googling and, you can be detained if professionals think your mental health puts you or others at risk, and you need to be in hospital, seems very vague. Obviously I'm biased, but accusing someone of murder and screaming about how they aren't going to get away with it feels like risky behavior. Does he need to have made explicit threats or is there a clearer bar to meet? Sorry for asking so many questions. No Firefighter 9257 You are jumping ahead of yourself and playing out situations that have not occurred. If your husband reports you to the police for accessing his data, and you are subsequently arrested or taken in for questioning, then obtain the services of a criminal solicitor for advice. With respect of changing locks, ending your marriage, seek a solicitor that deals with family law or divorce. If you feel that you are at risk from your husband, talk to a domestic abuse helpline. If you feel you are at an immediate risk of harm, then call the police. If you think your husband is mentally ill and presents a risk to himself or others, call the police. Answer. I don't think that's a fair assessment. Being accused of arguably the most serious crime to exist has most definitely occurred. My understanding of the law is that something is illegal whether you are reported to the police or not. Those messages are evidence as far as I'm concerned that his accusations are false. They were apparently the trigger to me literally murdering someone I was extremely close to. I have illegally accessed them, and I don't think it's unreasonable to inquire as to the potential impact of that. I am fully aware that I need a solicitor, but as you're probably aware, today is Sunday. I don't know if I need to seek someone out based on a divorce, which honestly, if this is a mental health issue, is not going to be something I go for, or a criminal solicitor, or someone who deals with the Mental Health Act, as my absolute priority preference is getting him assessed. My only exposure to the legal system in my entire life was through the inquest. And that is obviously completely different to any of this. I'm not educated in this area. Commenter, it's sad, and slightly suspicious, that OP is jumping ahead to mental health assessments to defend themselves from accusations of murder when their husband is clearly going through some serious issues coping with the death of his sister. OP answer. What else can I do? He has blocked me everywhere, and we went from a normal couple dealing with the new normal 6 months after the death of his sister, to me being accused of murder over a family dinner because of messages which clearly don't exist. And it's been 9 days, and I've heard nothing since. Can I remind you that the inquest was held and concluded? I dropped off some Tupperware, grabbed an umbrella I'd left behind the previous week, went to a big Tesco, then went home and called my mum. I was already home by the time she died, and my whereabouts were extremely easy to verify because my husband was home all day. It's obvious that he's going through some serious issues coping with the death of his sister. That is the exact point of all of this. Update 1. Firstly, thank you to those who helped me get to my husband's iCloud backups through an old iPad. I wasn't expecting much from Reddit, but I got valuable practical advice before my post was locked, and I appreciate it. There were no crazy, or even suspicious messages. I've searched for over 100 terms and scrolled back over the years. I saw a side of them both I wasn't expecting, but nothing that explains the claim I murdered Laura over their chats. Nothing to suggest he was cheating. Absolutely nothing to suggest incest. I repeat, no incest. No weird gaps where deleted conversations or a switch to another app would fit. Just siblings making plans, sending memes, and gossiping. They said unexpectedly horrible stuff about a few people but not me. It was a sort of relief, but it raised more questions than it answered. I sought legal advice, also from Reddit, after posting here. Turns out my options are divorce him or sit down. I contacted my community mental health team, who said they'd reach out, but made it clear it wasn't urgent. I then called his mum and said that if I didn't hear from him by this weekend, I would get a solicitor and ask for a mental health assessment as part of the divorce. In response, he made a ridiculous post to Facebook, which neither of us have used in years, and everything blew up. I'm going to try to keep this succinct. On Friday night, he made a long accusation on Facebook, with new information. He said he'd been planning to leave me for months with his sister's support, and I found the messages, and murdered her. The coroner has reopened the case and the police are preparing to arrest me, and he needs to make sure people know before the trial stops him talking about it. It was well written and seemed vaguely plausible. He messaged people with links so it got some attention. We live in our hometown, and have a large circle of friends because we've been here all our lives. People I haven't spoken to since school were reaching out to me asking WTF was going on. It was madness. In response, I posted the export of his entire conversation history with Laura, also to Facebook, when I finally got back in. I linked to the chat along with a post explaining my side, and noting that I had changed my ex's iCloud and Apple passwords, and that if he wanted them back, he should comment on my post and update his own, admitting that he was lying. He eventually did. When I started getting messages about his post, I panicked, and changing his password seemed important to preserve everything because he'd know I had access. When I spoke to him the next morning, it's clear he's not having a mental episode at all, but is claiming one because he's been caught in a big lie. As soon as he was outed, he called me, clearly drunk, begging and promising to explain everything if I deleted my post. I hung up and told him to call back the next day. He did. After many missed calls and texts. And he tried to bargain and guilt-trip me with his mental health until it was clear the wrong people had seen his conversation. It's hard to describe, but it seemed fake. It was too well rehearsed, and then this morning, when it was clear he was getting nowhere, he blocked me. Begging for mercy and reciting facts about mental disorders doesn't align with someone in crisis with a sincere belief that someone murdered their sibling. The question of why he did all this remains unanswered, and he will not be getting his passwords until it is. The legal advice subreddit said this stuff is technically illegal, but it's beneath a court to take action, so I'm going to count on that because I felt like I had no other choice at the time, and now I don't see any other way to get answers from him. I am desperate and it's all I've got. So there we are. The relationship I have believed was my destiny since I was a teenager has boiled down to petty, convoluted and vindictive bullshit, played out on social media, for reasons still unknown. My hope for a brain tumor is fading, and clearly tomorrow morning is going to be when I lawyer up and stop posting about this. I am mortified. I have no idea whether some people might believe him, and I still don't know why this all happened in the first place. Sorry I don't have a happier update, and thanks once again to everyone who offered advice. Relevant comments. OP on her husband's reaction after confessing to lying. OP answer: he didn't react at all. He'd called me tens of times at that point and we'd had 5 conversations on the phone about it. He was laser focused on me deleting the chat log from the get-go. But when I made it clear that posting that comment and editing his original Facebook post was the only way to progress the conversation at all, he finally did it. Then he went silent publicly as far as I can see, but continued begging me behind the scenes. Henna Karina. What on earth is in those chats that he's so desperate to keep people from seeing, and that would conceivably lead you to kill someone? Is there any chance they were using some kind of code or something? OP answer: I think it was the fact that it proved his story false, alongside the way they spoke about some people. It was really damaging stuff and I can see why he panicked. I hated to do it to him, but I really couldn't think of anything else because so many people had questions. Sonic Blue 2117. Sounds like he's staging mental issues to get rid of you, or create a reason he's not responsible. Cheating? Money missing from work, personal or family? OP answer: this is exactly how it comes across. He kept saying about how various behaviors he's shown over the years fit anxiety and depression, they don't. And that his vulnerability has led to a complex grief-related breakdown. He is not particularly informed on mental health issues, so I don't understand how he went from a drunken shambles to that level of insight overnight, when he had apparently been in an active crisis, posting horrible lies on Facebook, less than 2 hours before calling me initially. You make an interesting point about finances that could be something weird, but definitely not to the extent that it explains any of this. When Laura died, she had a loan and credit account that no one knew about. The total on them was less than $3,000, and I don't know what happened because they weren't mentioned much after they came up initially, but everyone was a bit surprised. She lived for the weekend and went away with the girls, so it wasn't hugely suspicious, and it was confirmed there were no unusual transactions in her accounts, but it was odd. She was saving to move out, so she was pretty open about her finances generally, because she was excited about her savings goals. I don't think it points to anything, but I'm at a point where anything could be relevant because it's all such a mess. Update 2. Hi everyone. Me again. Both times I've posted here it has paid off hugely in terms of helping unravel this mess, so I hope it's third time lucky. For the past few weeks I've been trying to figure out why my husband suddenly accused me of murdering his sister, who died in an accident at home, 6 months ago. It still feels as ridiculous now as it did then. When Laura died we found out she had about $3,000 in hidden debt. It was odd because she was pretty open about her finances, but it wasn't out of character for her to overspend, so I hadn't really thought about it since. A comment on my last post prompted me to look more closely at money stuff, and a message to my husband from Laura asking about a payment stuck out. I'd initially assumed it was about a car issue she'd had a few weeks before she died, but Luke definitely paid at the garage when they picked it up, because we talked about it after she dropped him home. It didn't occur to me when I first looked through. The messages supposedly proved I was a murderer, so I had been looking for something scandalous. The message about payment was the only thing I had at that point, and I had no idea what it meant, so I took a chance. I told his mother I knew about the money, and that if he didn't get in touch with me that day, I would make sure everybody else did too. He called me straight away and asked me over to his parents' house to talk. He looked dreadful, and the first thing he asked me was whether I was happy now all of his friends hate him. I told him I don't give a fuck about his relationships and that I was there for answers. It turns out my husband told the coroner's office that he was secretly helping Laura pay some of her debt because she was embarrassed and struggling to keep up with her lifestyle. I assume it didn't seem suspicious because her death was clearly an accident. and that's what they were investigating. In reality, he took out loans and store cards in her name, and she somehow found out a few weeks before she died. Some guy he works with had apparently done it before and arranged it all, and if Laura hadn't found out, he claims they could have had it written off without her ever knowing. When she did find out, the guy left him high and dry, quell surprise, and he had to pay it off. I'm inclined to believe that's the gist of what happened. But I am shocked my husband would do something this stupid. When she died so soon after, his brief and apparently genuine suspicion was that she had told me about it that day, and we argued and I'd killed her. He couldn't explain why I would kill someone because they were a victim of fraud. But according to him, he felt guilty in the immediate aftermath and his brain made it fit. I mostly believe this, but he tried launching into more weaponized therapy speak at that point, so I cut the topic off. A few months after his sister's death, Luke received a letter from a credit company, not even the police, saying he was being investigated. Laura didn't have much, so her debts, which were less than $10,000 even with the fraud, were mostly written off. Something obviously flagged against my husband during that process. I don't know how or why. When the letters got more threatening, he believed the investigation would reopen the inquest, and that he would be accused of fraud, perjury, and because of his previously unknown motive, possibly murder. He claims the only thing the company investigating him actually knows is that the fraud came from our address. So accusing me would make it impossible to prove, because it would be a coin toss, his words, as to which one of us took out the credit in Laura's name. That was worth our entire marriage to him, and my reputation in the community we have been part of for our entire lives. He says self-preservation kicked in and nothing else mattered when he thought about what could happen to him. When I asked him how his witness statement fits into his plan, because it proved he lied either way by acknowledging he knew about the debt and paying it, he froze for roughly 1,000,000 years before saying he hadn't thought of that. Obviously my response was to ask why. If he hadn't thought of it, he specifically said it was a lie he needed to cover earlier in the conversation. Suddenly he's sobbing and his parents are rushing in to ask me to leave. I was in tears at this point, asking how the fuck he could do this to me over something so stupid. And how much his parents knew about this, as his mum was pushing me out of their house. All she said was that she couldn't have this conversation with me. She was crying too but wouldn't say another word. I am now 99% sure the fucker was trying to frame me. Not for her death, but for the fraud. He was going to claim that he was lying for me in the coroner's interview, right? If he wrapped it all up as quietly paying her off on my behalf then genuinely suspecting me of her murder, it would protect his reputation and point the finger at me. It just doesn't make sense any other way. Is my husband trying to frame me to weasel out of his actions, and how do I get to the bottom of this? I'm obviously open to theories because Reddit is the only reason I got this far in the first place. That being said, please don't come up with conspiracies about Laura's death in the comments. It's upsetting. She was wearing shitty old slippers and walking upstairs with a cup of tea, and she slipped and hit her head on a windowsill. This was never a murder mystery, it was someone's life, and she died just because. Maybe a butterfly flapped its wings somewhere, I don't know, but it's hard enough to accept without having guesses shouted at me on the internet whilst my marriage falls apart. Relevant comments. Even budget, Takro 78. I mean, framing you for fraud seems the most plausible from what you found, though it's an incredibly idiotic frame job that wouldn't work. So, I have to say, he sounds incredibly dumb. As an explanation, it's probably the best you are going to get, though very unsatisfying. I am mystified by his parents' behavior and what he thought that Facebook post was going to accomplish. It's not like the investigators are going to go poll the town. He could have just written back to them that he knew nothing about these cards and the only people at that address were you and him. There was no need in this weird plot to ruin your reputation publicly. But again, he sounds very dumb, so I guess that made sense to him. So sorry this happened to you, but I suspect in several years' time, hopefully sooner, you will see being rid of him and his family was actually a blessing. I wish you your very best life going forward. OP answer. This is what I don't understand. He's behaved impulsively before but never anything like this. I understand that he didn't take the fraud seriously until he was caught by Laura, and I can get that her death would have made him anxious about it. But I don't know what would possess him to think he could just pass it along. It's baffling. Even budget 2078. What's also strange is that it sounds like the fraud amount was low enough that, while yes he'd get in trouble, it isn't like he's going to be ruined. Not that this is a good thing, but white-collar crime is not exactly strongly prosecuted in the UK. Plus it sounds like a repayment settlement could have solved this. Unless he works in finance or needs a security clearance, this wouldn't be something he couldn't recover from. Also very odd is that you were his alibi for the accident. I realized that wasn't necessary as this was an accident regardless of alibis, but still it's very dumb if he was worried about this being known as a motive, that he would alienate his alibi. I keep coming back to the dumb part, only explanation that makes sense. LOL edited. Changed US to UK, where OP is. OP answer. This is exactly it. 3K would have been manageable, he could have set up a plan to repay it over a year and he'd have needed to tighten up but would have been fine. It was a private company so getting their money back would obviously be more of a priority than seeking prosecution. This is also part of why his story doesn't make sense. It's such a small amount in the grand scheme of things to blow up your entire life. The only thing I can think of is pure desperation to protect his reputation. But even then, who goes that far? Strong Bottle, 4161. Is he someone that really prides himself of his reputation? Is his job in finances? OP answer. He's a mechanic, so he's got a bit of a masculine pride thing going on. He always wants to be seen as a good, salt of the earth, do anything for anyone type person, and whilst actually being a good person sometimes slips, usually in the way he talks to people after a drink. Never ever to the point where I'd think he'd take loans out in people's names or try to ruin me like this. Saint Blay. I'm sure you've been asked this before, but is he on drugs? OP answer. He's a casual drug user, but I've never seen signs of it getting unhealthy. He does cocaine maybe 8-10x per year, and I've never known him buy it when his money would have been better spent on something else. He's better at spending money than having it generally, but he's never ever shown signs of being greedy or deceitful. The only thing I can think of is that it would have been in the lead up to Christmas, but his gifts weren't particularly extravagant, so I don't think it was a desperate attempt at a magical Christmas. After losing my job during the 2020 pandemic, I lived in a camper. Now, my parents are telling my brother to take my house because I don't have a family. My parents told my brother to take my house because I don't have a family. I'm a single man in my early 30s, and my brother, who is 29, already has 4 kids. He became a father at 22, followed by another child a year later, then a third 2 years after that, and his 4th was born just a few months ago. My sister-in-law and I don't get along. She constantly provokes me by acting superior, and when I retaliate, she becomes a dramatic victim, crying on cue and garnering sympathy from everyone around her. Despite knowing her true nature, my parents and brother adore her. I'll admit she's very attractive, but her personality is so awful that I could never be attracted to her. She refuses to work, even though she has a college degree, and my mother takes care of the kids all day. Their finances are solely dependent on my brother, forcing them to live at my parents' house due to their limited income. Privacy is a serious issue with all of them crammed into a 3-bedroom house from the 60s. My younger brother was always the favorite growing up. We're 3 years apart, but he developed a superiority complex because any retaliation from me was met with severe punishment. It was clear my parents favored him, giving him more of everything unless other family members intervened, which they often did. This led my parents to move us 150 miles away from our extended family to avoid scrutiny, resulting in us only seeing them on holidays. My brother was physically abusive, flirted with my first girlfriend until she broke up with me, and laughed at any of my misfortunes. My parents' advice was always to suck it up. They only treated me equally when they wanted to maintain appearances. It was almost amusing to see their discomfort when they had to treat me the same as my brother on birthdays and Christmas in front of others. Our nosy relatives loved gossip, so my parents worked hard to hide the reality, threatening to take away my possessions if I spoke out. When I turned 18, they celebrated my move out, even though I hadn't finished high school. Couch surfing was better than living with them. They didn't attend my high school graduation, but I didn't mind. Since then, I've only seen my parents and brother on holidays like the rest of the family. The 2020 pandemic hit me hard. I lost my job and couldn't renew my condo lease because my roommate also lost his job, and we couldn't afford the rent on unemployment. I loved that 2-bedroom condo. As the lease ended, my roommate moved in with relatives, and I had to sell almost everything I owned to avoid homelessness. I shouldn't have rented such an expensive place, but I enjoyed the high life until it turned on me. I realized I should have chosen a cheaper place to save more money. I came up with a plan. I owned a truck because I love trucks, so I bought a $1,000 camper in good condition and attached it to my truck, planning to live in it temporarily. But I ended up living in it much longer. I initially hoped to park it at my parents' house, where my brother and his family lived. When I asked my parents, they said their house was full and we hadn't gotten along for the past decade. They would only let me park there if I paid rent equivalent to an apartment in my area, which was unaffordable for me as a jobless person trying to save my unemployment money. I might as well rent an apartment with that price. My parents called my camper an eyesore and told me to leave since we couldn't agree. My sister-in-law found it hilarious that I had to live in a camper, and my brother joined her in mocking me, calling me a homeless bum. I parked in a store parking lot that first night, scared out of my mind that someone might try to break in. I barely slept. I had nowhere else to go. Other relatives lived far away and my friends lived in apartments. I was attached to my area and didn't want to leave. I forwarded my mail to a friend's apartment, my only way to receive mail. Finding a stable place to park was quite a challenge. I spent months living a nomadic camper life while searching for a job similar to my previous one. During this time, I encountered numerous difficulties, from dealing with beggars and drug addicts to people demanding I leave because they considered my camper an eyesore. Once someone claimed to be part of an HOA and told me to move, even though I wasn't parked near any houses. When I questioned which HOA, they became aggressive and threatened me, so I moved to avoid trouble. To maintain a steady supply of electricity, I learned to use a long extension cord to recharge my camper batteries by plugging into any available outlet. This often meant sneaking around and using an outside outlet of a random building while parked on the street. Though I know it's not ideal, I needed to keep my refrigerator running. I had a small solar power bag for my phone, but I didn't have a generator, which would have been noisy and required fuel. So I did what I had to do. After months of this lifestyle, I finally secured a new job. I had to move to a neighboring city to find a non-retail job. I had promised myself never to work retail again after college, but I was close to breaking that promise. Although I was still receiving unemployment benefits, I had no stable place to live and didn't want to be jobless when the benefits ran out. Plus, I was incredibly bored with only reading, watching movies on a small portable DVD player, using my phone or laptop, and keeping track of where I could park and use public bathrooms. I envied the Japanese for their public bathhouses, which we could really use here. When I landed the job, I practically lived in the back lot of the building, in old employee parking spaces by the warehouse that no one else used because they were so far back they were almost forgotten. My boss, the company owner, liked this arrangement because I was always available for any shift as long as I had enough sleep. He even let me detach the camper from my truck and set it up in one of the spaces so I could drive around without it. I'm not sure if this was legal, but no one bothered us the entire time I lived there. I had few issues with trespassers, the security guards handled them. I was essentially on call all the time and worked nearly every day. My boss allowed me to plug my camper into the building for power and water, and I paid a small rent by working for free on Sundays, when the office was empty except for the janitor and security guard. I showered at a friend's apartment or at my local gym since the camper had no shower and only a portable toilet. I avoided using it to keep from having to empty it, a nasty chore, so I used other bathrooms whenever possible. I had a key to the warehouse and could use the bathroom there at any time. I became close friends with the night security guard. Heating the camper in winter was easy with a small electric heater, but summers were tough. Without AC, I got a used portable air conditioner to make it bearable. I earned a lot of overtime and learned new skills from my coworkers. Eventually, midway through the year, I was promoted to supervisor and started earning a better salary. This made me realize I needed a stable long-term living situation. I found a 3-bedroom manufactured home on a small property just 2 miles from work. I bought it for $10,000 less than the asking price, using nearly all my savings for a down payment and getting approved for a home loan. I no longer had to live in a camper. There was enough space to park my truck and set up the camper in the backyard, where it could serve as an extra space if needed. Once settled, I made the mistake of bragging about my new home on Facebook. My family saw the post, and that's when things got complicated. A few weeks later, my parents and brother, along with his family, showed up unannounced for a tour. I hadn't given them my address, so I still don't know how they found me. None of my friends admitted to telling them, and no family had visited me before, so I suspect they may have followed me home from work. It wouldn't surprise me. Once I opened the door, they practically barged in like a horde of overexcited tourists, immediately making themselves at home. They nosed around everywhere, and my sister-in-law kept flashing me this unsettling smirk. It wasn't until later that I figured out why, and it made me angrier than a bull on steroids stung by a hornet. My parents kept talking about how much extra space I had and how it was too much for someone like me who had no wife or kids. Sure, not now, but maybe someday. My brother kept pointing out that my house had more space than our parents and was closer to his job. Red flags all around, I know. Eventually, my brother, let's call him Dan for simplicity, asked to speak privately. Everyone else suddenly left the room and gathered on the front porch, making me realize they had planned something. Dan said the house was too much for me alone and suggested that he and his family move in because his wife was pregnant with their fourth child and my house was much closer to his job. He pointed out that I already had the camper, so I could just live in that while they took the main house. Not once did Dan mention offering rent, even though he had a good job. He also talked about making changes and setting curfews, saying I couldn't just walk in any time without notice. If it weren't my brother, I would have thought he had lost his mind. But Dan had long since gone off the deep end, thanks to our parents treating him like the center of the universe. I tried to speak, but he kept talking over me, as if I had no say in the matter. There was no way in hell I'd rent my house to him or his insufferable wife. I might consider renting to others to help pay off the mortgage, but not to them. I had seen stories like this online but never thought it would happen to me. Yet my parents, brother, and sister-in-law were a perfect fit for the roles of entitled narcissists. So I picked up my phone, set it to record, and held on to it. Dan didn't notice or care. He kept waving his arms and listing all the reasons why he needed my house. He acted like it was a done deal and even tried to shake my hand. That's when I finally stood my ground and said, "Hell no," loud enough that Dan stumbled backward. I rarely raised my voice to him like that, as I was usually punished for it by our parents, but this was my house, not theirs. My resolve was unyielding. I stood up and told him that my house was not up for grabs, and acting like he could move in just because they wanted it wouldn't change that. I bought my house for myself, and it wasn't my fault he kept having more kids and had to live with our parents because he couldn't afford to move out. Dan got as close to me as he could without touching me and said I didn't deserve the house and that he needed a better place for his family. I laughed in his face, saying that was total bull because I worked hard to buy my house. Of course, I deserved it. Dan started yelling that I had no wife or kids and didn't need all the space, so I might as well give it to him. I told him I wasn't giving him anything, and he hadn't even offered to pay rent if he moved in. I'd still be covering the entire mortgage on my own house without being able to live in it. Then Dan said he shouldn't have to pay rent because his family came first. After I kicked my parents, brother, and sister-in-law out for trying to force me to hand over my new house, I immediately went on social media and told the whole story to the family. It spread quickly, but you won't find it now because it has since been deleted and my profile is private. I posted about it because I knew my family would twist the event to make me the villain, and I was right. But I had about an hour to get my side out first, and I had video evidence to back up my story. No, I don't plan on showing the video here, so don't ask. Being proactive paid off because I got a decent number of family members on my side right away. My parents, brother, and sister-in-law must have planned to write their own post, but it was too late, so they didn't even bother trying to lie much. They had a few supporters, but not many. Most of our family already knew how entitled they were, so they quickly understood and accepted what happened. One person, whose identity I don't know, called me to rant that I was a horrible brother and needed to make way for a real family man. I just ended the call and blocked the number. It didn't happen again. The week went by and my parents showed up with Dan on my front porch, just as they said they would in their ultimatum. They rang my doorbell like crazy and pounded on the door until I finally answered. I opened the door just a crack, and they tried to shove their way in again. But I had installed a couple of latch chains and braced my body against the door. My father and brother demanded I let them in, but I said I was recording everything on camera and would call the police if they tried to force their way in again. My mother calmed them down and, in her most sickly sweet tone, asked if I was ready to let my brother move in. I told them to f off and never come back. My mother put on the crocodile tears and asked why I couldn't just do this for Dan because he's my beloved brother. I laughed and bluntly said I don't love him as a brother because he treated me like crap for years and they encouraged him to do so. They are terrible parents, and he is a terrible brother. Then I told them to leave or I'd call the police ASAP. They all left surprisingly easily, apart from my mother's loud crying and the others giving me dirty looks. One could say making them leave was suspiciously easy. I thought the whole mess was over, but I should have taken them more seriously because they had other stupid plans. I came home later that week on Friday evening to find a moving truck and my brother's minivan parked in my driveway. It was Dan and his family. They were moving stuff in. He waved at me with a crap-eating grin. I was furious and told him and his family to stop, but my sister-in-law smugly said that, like it or not, they were moving in. Then in the most fake way, while tilting her head and puckering her lips, she said it was okay because my mommy allowed it and I should always listen to what my mommy tells me. I seethed with rage just hearing those words and looking at her smug face, so I locked myself in my truck and called the cops right away. When they realized what I was doing, my sister-in-law started pounding on my window and yelling at me to stop, saying I couldn't do this to her because she and Dan needed the house. She cried, "Why can't you just do this for Dan?" I responded, F Dan, it's my damn house, not his. Then she threatened to key the side of my truck unless I stopped calling the police, all of which the 911 operator heard thanks to the window being slightly open. I told my sister-in-law that if she damaged my truck, I'd sue her, and she was smart enough to retreat. When the police arrived, Dan, my sister-in-law, and their kids had locked themselves in my house. I explained the situation to the cops and showed them my new driver's license with my current address. When we approached the front door, I noticed they'd changed the lock, and the old one was lying on the porch with the center drilled out. The drill and a Harbor Freight drill bit set were left right next to it. Could they have been any more foolish, leaving evidence out like that? I pointed out the broken lock and the drill, then detailed the events that had transpired. It seemed Dan had called our parents, as they showed up while I was talking to the cops. My parents immediately lied, claiming I had agreed to rent my house to my brother and his family. I countered, saying that was an easily provable lie. Dan and my sister-in-law finally emerged from my house with some papers, looking smug as if they'd outsmarted me. They had drawn up a fake rental agreement, but my signature wasn't on it. There was a signature, but it didn't resemble my handwriting at all. I doubted they had ever seen my signature, which was incredibly stupid on their part. I pointed out that it was blatant fraud and that if the cops investigated it would be clear. I warned that going to jail and court wouldn't benefit them, and it could even make Dan lose his job, his only means of supporting his family. I also mentioned I would get a lawyer and sue for damages if anything of mine was lost, stolen, or broken, and I'd call CPS for good measure. Dan turned white and looked terrified, but my mother stepped between us, insisting I should do this for Dan and live in the camper so they could have a family home. I shouted at her that if she thought it was such a great idea, she should let Dan have her house instead. The cops separated my mother from me and I loudly demanded they all leave immediately, or I'd press charges. I declared that they drilled out my lock to break in, the lease papers were obvious fakes, they badly forged my signature and I had recorded video of my sister-in-law attacking me. These were felonies I could ruin their lives with if I wanted, and if they didn't leave, I would do just that. The only reason I hadn't already was for Dan's kids, so they had one chance to get out. My parents finally realized they couldn't force me to give in. My mother surrendered, saying she'd put an end to this. She spoke quietly to my sister-in-law while my father talked to Dan. My sister-in-law instantly started crying loudly, ripping up the fake rental papers into tiny bits and tossing them like confetti, only to have an officer tell them to pick up the pieces or be cited for littering. The cops had, "I don't get paid enough for this," looks on their faces. Dan had to start telling his kids to load their stuff back into the moving truck. The kids were all crying, with the eldest sobbing that he wouldn't get his own room now. My sister-in-law and Dan tried one last pathetic attempt to guilt me with a sad family routine, gathering in a group hug facing me. They must have practiced it beforehand. All the kids had the same pleading look with quivering mouths. My sister-in-law kept rubbing her pregnant belly and tilting her head to look pitiful, and my brother made the saddest face he could, saying, "Please don't do this. We need to be able to live here." But I didn't budge and told them to keep packing. All the kids and my sister-in-law turned up the crying, and Dan yelled, "Are you satisfied with yourself? You've denied us a home because you're too selfish to share and help out family." I laughed like a maniac and retorted that what he was trying to do was taking, not sharing, and no amount of crying would make me let his family move in. He was no brother of mine anymore. He was just an entitled prick who thought he could take whatever he wanted from me like when we were kids. Dan started F-bombing me until the cops warned him to cool it or he'd end up in cuffs regardless of whether I wanted to press charges. He looked both scared and supremely pissed off. I asked the cops if they could stick around until my parents, brother, and sister-in-law had all left, and they said they weren't going anywhere until the situation was resolved. In fact, within a few minutes, the 2 cops became 4 as more arrived for some reason. That gave my parents extra incentive to get moving. I made Dan give me the keys to the new lock he'd put on my front door, although I got a new lock the next day anyway because I didn't know if he had copies of the keys. He was really reluctant to hand them over and ended up throwing them down the street and into a storm drain, telling me to get them myself. One of the cops scolded him for that and made him retrieve the keys. Dan had to pull off the grate to get at them and got pretty dirty in the process. When he finally got the keys back, he grumbled and then slammed them into my hand. I then told them all to leave and never come back. My mother threatened to disown me for this, as if that were some kind of threat. I voiced that to them, and in an overly sarcastic tone said something like, "Oh no, that means I won't get to come to any holidays with you guys where I always get treated like crap because Dan has always been your favorite. You treated me so badly growing up that if Dan ever needs an organ donor, I wouldn't give him anything. So do like you always told me when I was mistreated and suck it up." Final update. My parents told my brother to take my house because I don't have a family. I waited until after the new year to make an account and post, just in case more stuff happened, and it did. As previous readers know, my sister-in-law was making passive-aggressive posts on social media clearly directed at me, especially after she had her fourth baby in November. She kept posting the same repetitive nonsense, finding semi-clever ways to reword it but essentially complaining about living with my parents, the lack of space, and needing her own house. I know I sound dismissive, but after what I've been through with these people, you'd be ready to sarcastically play tiny violins in front of them too. They're just that bad. Since I waited until January to post, more happened, just as I thought. I mentioned before that I'd invited half the family for a Christmas Eve party at my house. Everyone I invited came, even though it was a 3 to 4 hour drive for them. They wanted to come and show their support. They praised me for working hard to get a house on my own and apologized for everything I'd been through. They asked why I didn't just take my camper and drive 3 hours back to them instead of living nearly homeless for so long, and I had to sheepishly admit I was very attached to living around here, where my best employment opportunities were. My hometown doesn't have many great job opportunities in my field, if any, and I wanted to make my own way as much as possible. An answer they overall accepted. We moved on to having a really nice party, the best I'd had in years. Some relatives brought CDs of great Christmas albums, and my favorite was the one my uncle brought of Ray Charles. He sings Christmas songs like no one else. It was a grand and happy time. I felt like, for once, I could just forget my past issues and enjoy the moment. But I wouldn't be writing this if it had stayed that way. About 2 hours into the party, you know who showed up. My parents, brother and sister-in-law walked in trying to look all smiles. They didn't even knock, just walked right in like they belonged there. I shut off the music and told them to leave immediately. They begged to stay and said they brought gifts. One of my uncles stood up and yelled at them before I had a chance to speak. He said they didn't deserve to be in my home or my life after the crap they pulled months earlier, and several other relatives backed him up. This uncle, my mother's brother, used to adore her until he found out about the stuff that went on between me and my parents. My grandparents, my mother's parents, as old as they are, hurriedly stepped in and told my parents that if they wanted to make amends with me, it was far too soon. They expressed their immense disappointment in them for the past year. They'd hidden their favoritism for my brother from prying eyes for a long time, but no one was fooled anymore. They needed to make a serious effort to treat me like a son if they ever wanted to be in my life again. Then they turned to Dan and my sister-in-law and said they were tired of the repetitive nonsense my sister-in-law kept posting. They told her to let it go already because my house would not become their new home. My sister-in-law reverted to her usual crying routine, throwing a tantrum about how she should be the one living here and not me. She sat down and complained that it wasn't fair I had this house to myself when I had no family, while she had 4 kids that needed more space. She just wanted a better place to live and feel like a real mom. It was petty of me, but I loudly pointed out that she sucked as a mother because she let my mom do most of the parenting while she sat on her butt all day, playing on her phone or spending all of Dan's money. She had the nerve to complain about it. I even joked that I was surprised her baby didn't get drunk from her breast milk since she drank so much booze. That comment got me some stares. My sister-in-law demanded to know if I was calling her a bad mom. I said the evidence speaks for itself. If she wanted to afford to move out of my parents' house someday, she needed to use her college degree, get a job, and save money. My mom already did most of the childcare for my brother's kids, so she'd have plenty of time after her baby got a little older. My brother's eldest, a 7-year-old, ran up and started kicking and screaming at me for yelling at his mom. He kept at me about how his mom said I was the bad guy who made her cry and didn't let them live here. My brother pulled his son away, but the other relatives jumped back in, and it turned into a family intervention against my sister-in-law and brother. She was crying, her new baby was crying, her kids were crying, hell, even Dan was nearly in tears from the verbal lashing he was getting. He ended up just sitting on the ottoman by the front door, looking like a complete wreck. He couldn't look anyone in the eye. He couldn't even say 2 words to me, not with a house full of angry people ready to judge him if he tried to act like the golden child again. If they weren't there to hold him back, I bet this would have ended up like when he tried to take my house months earlier. By this point though, he'd been so thoroughly humiliated that his and my parents' reputation in the family was completely destroyed because the masks were off. Soon after, my parents, brother, and sister-in-law all left in defeat. The party resumed, and we all avoided speaking of what had just happened for the rest of the evening. Since most of the adults had been drinking, everyone stayed the night at my house. I even let some of them sleep in the camper to ensure there was enough space. It makes a good guest house. My relatives had wanted a tour of it earlier and couldn't believe I'd been living in it for around 2 years. They asked a lot of questions about what summer and winter were like and so on. I was up earlier than everyone else on Christmas morning and had a fresh pot of coffee and some ibuprofen ready for those suffering from spiked eggnog hangovers. They complimented me on being a way nicer host than my parents ever were, and we all agreed to do this again next Christmas. After Christmas, my sister-in-law finally stopped making posts that were obvious digs at me and even deleted the old ones. But shortly after the new year, she posted again, complaining about how she tried to convince my parents to get a camper like mine so it could be set up in the backyard. That way, Dan and his family could use the whole house as their family home. My parents vehemently turned down that idea. They were not going to be pushed out of their own home, let alone their master bedroom. The post was only up for a couple of days before my sister-in-law removed it, and she has hardly posted anything since. She loves to complain, but if a tree falls and no one is around to hear it, can it still complain? My sister-in-law seems to have realized there's no point in doing it when no one is listening. And Dan can't afford to move his family out on his salary alone anytime soon. If they end up expecting another child in the next few years, I won't be surprised. Things have mellowed down for me since then, and I've even invited friends over for a poker night. I suck at poker because I can never remember the rules, but so what? We get to drink beer and eat junk food while being merry idiots. We loaded up on Whoppers from Burger King and just had a great time, enjoying the evening and getting pleasantly drunk. I think maybe around summer I'll look into possibly dating someone. I'm not exactly getting younger, so fingers crossed that goes well. My camper just sits idle in my yard now, and I admit there are days I go out there just to spend time in it. After living in it for 2 years, it feels like my second home. Maybe one day I'll actually use it for camping as intended. I've never been camping. My parents considered it a waste of time, so it would be a completely new experience for me. This pretty much marks the end of what happened. My parents, brother and sister-in-law have been staying clear of me. In fact, they've gone back to acting like I don't exist, just like before I bought a house. Not that it bothers me at all, it's better this way. But they'll inevitably come back in some way. I know they will. I just wonder what kind of stupid thing they'll do next. If anything notable like this happens again, I'll make another post if this account is still active. I yelled at my wife that having a child with her was the biggest mistake of my life and that she had made me miserable. Now, I regret my words. Repost as my last post got removed. I have been with my wife for 4 years. I have a 5-year-old from a previous relationship. My 5-year-old, Leah, is from my first long-term relationship during college. We split shortly after her birth, as my then partner admitted to being unfaithful and not being ready to start a family. My daughter loves my wife. They are inseparable. My ex does not have much to do with my daughter or myself except cause the occasional drama. She did not want any custody or visitation time, so my wife is her mother for all intents and purposes. My wife is almost 8 months pregnant. She has shut me out of the entire pregnancy but refuses to admit anything is wrong. I feel completely ignored and hurt. When we first learned she was pregnant, she told me while I was making breakfast. Of course I was elated. However, since it was an unplanned pregnancy, I asked how she was feeling at first. She began smiling and crying about how excited she was. I picked her up, gave her a million kisses, and told her I was so excited to have a baby too and what a wonderful mother she would be. All good, right? She went all out to announce it to everyone else. Balloons and boxes, t-shirts and best big sister mugs. I assumed the casual announcement with me was because she wanted my feelings on growing our family before celebrating. However, when her sister asked about how I liked my box, my wife quickly said, "He didn't get one, this isn't his first rodeo." It was like pulling teeth to get her to let me go to the ultrasound appointments. She didn't want me to miss work, didn't want to interrupt Leah's routine, excuse after excuse. When it came to listening to the heartbeat, my wife instantly started crying happy tears. The tech was telling her how strong the heartbeat was, how precious our little one was, etc. I was feeling a bit emotional and cleared my throat to prevent crying. The tech said, "Aw Dad, isn't that sound beautiful?" My wife immediately said, "This isn't his first child, it's not that special for him." I immediately said this is one of the most important moments of my life. I can't think of anything more special. The atmosphere was clearly awkward after. Another thing that bothered me, I heard Leah and my wife's mom laughing in the living area. I was in the kitchen making dinner. When I walked in and asked what the fuss was about, Leah was touching my wife's stomach and was laughing with excitement that the baby was moving and it would be so cute. My wife let my daughter and Mill feel the baby move before me. I was hurt but simply said how happy I was. Later that night, my wife was poking her belly and laughing. I asked her to feel as well and she said, "You felt Leah move as a baby. What can be better than that? She was the cutest baby ever." She has felt pretty poorly throughout her pregnancy, but refuses to let me help her. If I bring her a snack and drink, she offers it to our daughter. If I try to rub her feet or legs, she asks me to play with our daughter so she doesn't feel like she is being replaced or ignored. I simply do not ignore my daughter. We have bonding time. I'm an active parent but I want to love my wife. She can hardly eat but when I asked her what I can prepare for her, it's whatever Leah wants. We went to the zoo with Leah, and my wife started feeling bad. She had cramps and was considering going to the hospital, severe nausea and dizziness. I carried her to a bench nearby and she began to cry saying she can't even stand up. I told her let me call an ambulance or I'll carry you to the car and drive you. She said she didn't want to ruin Leah's trip and we didn't even make it to the aviary, Leah's favorite part. I said I wasn't leaving when she asked me to continue to go through the zoo with Leah. We sat for a while until her dad showed up. She didn't even tell me he was coming, and he took her to the doctor. I was shocked, and followed them with Leah. When we arrived, Leah was upset about missing the aviary and pouting. At that point the health of my wife and unborn child were my concern. I really didn't care that Leah was upset. My wife was irate that I made Leah miss out. Another example, we were watching Leah play in a local kids' sport. I asked her, "Do you think our kid will be athletic, artistic, enjoy science or math?" She said, "This is Leah's moment, we shouldn't make it about someone who isn't even here." Leah was on the field, we were sitting in the stands. We had both waved to her, held up a sign for her, everything. I just wanted to talk about our baby. When her bump was really showing, she would always show it off to anyone who wanted to look. Her family, friends, siblings, etc. "Do you want to see my bump? I'm huge, so excited, I can't believe it's only X more weeks." They all touch her bump, talk to it, etc. Her parents come and read or tell back in the day stories. They go to the beach? 1,000 bump pictures posted on her friends' social media accounts, so ready to be an honorary auntie. Her sister wife puts the B in bump and beautiful. If we go out together, she wears the loosest clothes so I don't see it. I'll even see her pull her shirt down when she sees me come into the room. She sat on me the other day after being playful in bed. Her bump was right in my face. I ran my hands up it and said, "You are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, you already are a great mom to Leah. I can't wait to see you as our family grows." This was one of the first times I was really able to feel her bump so I rested my hand there and said, "I love you so much already, I'm so excited to meet you. I hope you have your mom's eyes." She moved off of me and said, "I know ex-partner had a bigger bump than me. I bet it was fun seeing Leah move all the time. You don't have to act like you care, I know you've done this before." I said I don't think about it that way. Leah is special, but this is a completely new and different special because it was with her and our baby was someone completely new and special. She began to leave the room and I could see her shoulders shake from crying. I am 100% positive she is not cheating, nor has she ever. I just can't wrap my head around why she doesn't want me to be happy about this. The rest of the time is completely normal as long as I don't mention the baby. She is affectionate, initiates intimacy, brags about what a good husband I am and how great I've made this pregnancy. We plan for our future, have date nights, everything else. Unfortunately, we had a fight where I snapped. I had a break between clients at work, so I went to a local baby store and got a lot of things she had planned for the baby and nursery on her Pinterest board. I came home and surprised her with flowers, a prenatal massage certificate, and her favorite food, as well as the baby items. She seemed very grateful, but when I came home, editor's note, OOP meant when he got home after going back to work again, the items were no longer there. She said she returned it to buy Leah stuff, as she was going to feel left out. I lost it, I cried for the first time in our marriage and yelled that having a child with her was the worst mistake I've ever made, that at least my deadbeat ex at least gave me the chance to know my unborn child. That I didn't care about the baby because she wouldn't even let me bond with it, I do care, have since she told me. That I hope she was as miserable as she made me and that she better be prepared for a custody dispute, she is a SAHM for Leah. She simply said, "I know you don't care about the baby, but I'll die before you take my baby from me." What? I have begged her to let me interact with her, our baby. I asked her if her therapist had any insight on why she was being like this. She said no, that she isn't doing anything. I told her what I said above and she said I had those experiences already so it shouldn't matter. I asked her if the baby was mine. "I know it is, I was just being mean." She threw her phone at me and said, "Yes, go through it." I'll do a paternity test, whatever you need. I just called her parents and asked them to go to our house as we were having a disagreement and went to a hotel. I do not want to stress her or our unborn child, and I really want to repair this, but I truly don't know how. I'm staying at an Airbnb for now until we can figure this out, but I truly don't know what to do. I miss her like crazy, and I can't even begin to understand why she wants to behave this way. I have apologized for what I said, but I can't take back what I said, and I worry about when our baby will be born, if she will even want to be a family with me, or let me have anything to do with our baby. I spoke with a mutual friend who says she is very distraught and says she can't be a single mom, loves me, but her actions prove the opposite time and time again, even when I beg for change. Relevant comments. Why did you say those things? OP, downvoted. I said those things because I wanted to hurt her like she has been hurting me. It's as simple as that. I regret it. I have apologized. She has told me time and time again you shouldn't care, and I told her whatever I thought I could to hurt her. It was childish and immature of me, and it was a knee-jerk reaction. I hadn't planned on saying any of that. Commenter. Yeah, I can understand why you're angry. Has she explained why she has been saying those things? Resentment is a weird thing. She may not have even realized she had that until she became pregnant, but I do think that if that was something she'd been feeling, that it's something she should have spoken to either you or your therapist about. OP. Nothing? I've begged her to talk to me about it. I've told her we can go to counseling together, and guess what her response was? She cried and asked if I was unhappy in our marriage. I said no, I want to be more involved with you in this pregnancy. You've left me in the dark. I asked if she was unhappy. Did she want a divorce? Decide she doesn't want this baby? More tears, seemed genuinely hurt. I would even think that. Makes no sense in my mind. Apparently I should just stand on the sidelines. Commenter. Is it possible she's resentful of your 5-year-old? What's your relationship with Leah's mother like? OP. I truly don't think she is resentful. She adores my 5-year-old, and I think she is probably the preferred parent. She takes her to the park, museums, mommy and me painting. Shows up to school events, muffins with mom, etc. without fail, takes care of her when she's sick, plans our vacations out around my 5-year-old's interests. Her cousin had said something about not bringing her stepdaughter before, and my wife completely freaked and said that we don't use titles around here that make us feel like we aren't one family. She is my daughter and nothing less and will not be excluded, type thing. When she was first pregnant, we took a short trip to see some of her family and she cried every day about missing Leah. She is in therapy and has been since we met for anxiety and depression, but it is clearly no help. I have brought up prenatal depression at her doctor's appointment, but she really doesn't match, as she is elated unless I specifically bring up the baby. Downvoted comment about seeing an attorney because he probably won't be allowed at the birth and they should just get divorced. It's definitely a fear in the back of my mind. I know Leah will be devastated. My wife already mentioned wanting her mom in the delivery room since I've already seen my kid being born, that it would only serve to embarrass her if I'm in the room this time. Commenter. You two need couples therapy immediately. You should have started it after her first or second comment. You've known for months things weren't right. Also, call her OB and explain what's going on. Ask them to make a record of her shift in behavior and stress that she's never done anything like this before getting pregnant. OP. I stupidly attributed it to hormones and other issues that come with pregnancy. She was sick for most of her pregnancy and for a lot of it actually lost weight, was constantly hungry but couldn't eat and became very body conscious. She is doing much better now and is a healthy weight, and I genuinely thought it would get better. It's much easier to see in hindsight that the first few comments were deeper than that. Commenter. Why the fuck did you say all that shit? She was acting really off, for sure, but you really fucked up. That's some awful, very possibly unforgivable stuff you just said. And you seemed like such a decent guy. OP. I am an idiot. I did fuck up, and I have apologized, not that it means much to her at this point. I said whatever I could say to hurt her. It was months of resentment building up. Months of begging for her to tell me what's going on, to let me in, to let me think of baby names with her. I was and I still am hurt. I hope it can be repaired, as I would like to be there for her and be a full-time father to my child. It breaks my heart to think of splitting custody time. OP clarifies his relationship with Leah and the aviary event. OP. I absolutely did not care that we did not see the aviary. We go to the zoo regularly and I had promised we would go back. When your pregnant wife is so ill she begins crying that her legs don't work and she can't walk and begins saying she thinks she might die due to such strong abdominal cramps, you're not concerned with missing the aviary. I did not tell my child I did not care. I told my wife in the hospital that her and our unborn child's health became before birds and that Leah can pout and be mad until we were certain she and our baby were okay. We do everything for Leah. Leah and I have bonding time both with and without my wife. Together we enjoy fishing, going to the arcade, and playing Barbies. My daughter is confident in our relationship. Just the other day my dad said he didn't want to play horses with her anymore and she of course said, "Fine, I know Dad will always play with me." I absolutely have not and never will neglect or abuse my child. This is such a far reach because I was concerned more about my wife than my daughter going to an aviary. To another commenter, she is 5, and is very smart. She knows that the hospital and ambulance are things people need when they are very sick. She completely understood my wife felt bad, even said I needed to get her tummy medicine so we could keep going. I didn't say, "We are leaving," cry about it. I did tell her we were following Mom and Grandpa to the DR because Mom was feeling very bad, and that we can come back another day, and said when Mom feels better we will get her an ice cream since she didn't get to see the birds. She pouted, all kids do. Did she see that I was more concerned with my wife? Yes. She even commented that Grandpa seemed upset. We live in a hot and humid climate and my wife went from red and using a fan to pale white and saying she was cold. It was scary for me. When you arrive at the hospital and want updates. Are you okay? Is the baby okay? And your wife is miffed that you didn't take your child to an aviary and that's all she wants to talk about is that she is pouting. It hurts. Commenter. And for someone who is a self-proclaimed good husband, why has he not addressed this with his wife before? If she is acting so out of character, and showing odd behaviors, why has he not talked to her about it? Every in-tune partner would be scrambling to get to the bottom of this after a few remarks. He just let that shit glide. OP. You don't think I've talked to her about this? I am shut down every time. I exploded after begging her to talk to me for the 100th time. This was not out of nowhere. I have literally gotten on my knees in front of her and asked why she is doing this. If there is a reason, what does her therapist say? Do you want to go to therapy together? And she says she doesn't know what I'm talking about. It is the most frustrating, infuriating thing. It's so hard to watch something so special pass by you and pretend it's not happening. I regret what I said and don't expect sympathy. But my explosion was not from lack of trying update. It's been about a month since I posted. This is a bit long because so many kind Redditors reached out and gave me advice and shared their experiences and asked for an update. After I posted and stewed for a little while, and had a couple of drinks, I called my Fiel. He and my wife are very close, and I respect his opinion. He has been married for a very long time, and seems to have a happy marriage and has good relationships all around with his family. I didn't specify what issues we were having, but he was over at my house while I was staying in an Airbnb, so it was no secret we were having problems. He has more of a traditional marriage, and at some point asked what I had to lose by putting pressure on her to talk. I said I feared I would push her away more, and he pretty much told me that I was living in a separate house than my pregnant wife, freaking out about a potential divorce. What did I have to lose? He advised me to be a man, and come back to my house and lay it on the line. I told him I'd be coming over the next day. They asked if they could take Leah to buy some sparklers for the upcoming holiday and spend the night at their house. I agreed, and when I went to my house the next day I came in with flowers and stuff to make dinner. My wife asked what I was doing there, to which I replied I live there and would like to sit down and talk. I gave a long apology for my actions and words. When I finished, I said it was her turn to tell me what was going on. She tried to claim nothing, that everything was okay. After a while, I said my heart is broken, that we have been through some tough things together, fought for each other, and now you sit here and lie to my face. We both sat there and she cried for about 30 minutes until eventually she said she felt like our relationship would end if she was honest. I said I would hear her out, no matter what. She admitted it was hard that this would be her first kid and not mine. She didn't think it would bother her and it didn't until she was pregnant, and that she laid in bed at night thinking if my ex would have wanted to raise Leah we would still be a family together and she wouldn't matter. She expressed that seeing me emotional about our baby, or wanting to touch her bump, or treat her made her think of me and my ex and how I had already did all of the things she was excited to do with me. Near the beginning of her pregnancy, she had told a close friend that she couldn't wait to have a baby with her soulmate, and her friend replied that she didn't think soulmates had other children or baby mamas, that it was two people meant only for each other. She was very upset and asked if I thought we were soulmates like she did. She described herself and our unborn child as my sloppy seconds family, that no one grew up dreaming of having kids by multiple different people. That she was just the substitute when the family I wanted didn't work out. She also shared she had found some old images of my ex on social media and could not stop comparing her pregnant body. She feared the baby wouldn't be an equal to Leah in my eyes. It worried her when I would ask what she thought the baby would be like, that what if the baby was disabled, or didn't like to do the things we enjoyed as a family, or the baby and Elle didn't like each other. She said at one point she found herself wishing I had never had Leah, so she wouldn't have to worry as much, and that is when she knew she had to really put in the extra effort to maintain a relationship with Leah. She feared that between work and Leah, I wouldn't have time and wouldn't bond with the baby like in the articles she read online where fathers didn't bond with their children until they were able to do things with the family. When I did try and bond with the baby, she worried the baby wouldn't live up to Leah. I have never been shy about saying how much being a father means to me and how raising Leah has been the highlight of my life, along with marrying my wife and now having our child together. She said it was initially what made her confident in marrying me and excited to have a big family with me. But now constantly wondered if her pregnancy and this baby would be a highlight or a burden for me, because the stress is the same but the newness wasn't, and then what if a newborn and then toddler wouldn't be as interesting to me as Leah who is capable of doing activities. She showed me a million articles of different men explaining they didn't bond with their children until 4+ years old. She also showed me videos where people say things they did with their first kid, and then get more relaxed as they have more children. She said it freaked her out because it was clear people stopped caring the more children they had. She said that there were times she felt she was ruining our family and coming between me and Leah. For example, at the zoo she said she cried on the way to the hospital. She was afraid Leah would hate her and resent the baby for cutting our zoo time short, and that I would be upset that I was spending my time off work at the hospital instead of doing the activities we planned with Leah. While I work, Leah and my wife spend a lot of time out of the house, library, local parks, etc. One of their favorite activities is biking together, and we bike together on weekends as well. We have lots of local trails, but due to her pregnancy she has not been able to. We've been doing more indoor activities. My wife said that when I'm at work, Leah kept saying she hated her because she didn't get to go on her new bike as often anymore. I said I would discuss it with her, because that is unacceptable. My wife asked me not to since there would be so many changes soon for Leah, and it hurt her because she missed biking together as well. A couple of months ago, my wife asked me and Leah if we wanted to read stories together. Leah chose the first story I read and my wife chose the second, her favorite childhood story, for me to read to the baby and Leah, since it helps promote brain activity and help with bonding. After that, I read another book of Leah's choosing. While I was at work the next day, Leah ripped the pages out of the book my wife chose. She said she was going to tell me, but her friend, the same friend who says we aren't soulmates, said I would think she was making it up and that it seemed to her she was trying to become between me and Leah. I asked her why she didn't tell me any of this, and she explained that she didn't feel comfortable telling me because her thoughts didn't even make sense to her. She wanted me to spend time with Leah so she didn't feel left out or jealous, and when I did she felt upset I wasn't spending more time with her. She loves Leah but wishes we had our first kid together. She wants me around but also feels upset and guilty when I give her/our unborn baby attention. She said she feared that I would think she was trying to come between me and Leah, when she wasn't. By the time I realized something was truly wrong and started to ask what was wrong, if she needed therapy, etc., she said she realized she was acting poorly, but didn't want to admit to herself that she missed out on a lot with me and doubled down as it was hard to face that she made her fears reality by pushing me away and not letting me care. And that she couldn't start over, that her first pregnancy was a somewhat bad experience because of her own actions. At this point, I realized how terrible I'd been. I apologized for making her feel like she couldn't come to me about anything. She said when she researched her feelings she found a bunch of forums where people were calling the poster evil for their feelings about their stepchild, and feared I would feel the same. She said if I had told her I felt about Leah the way she felt about Leah, that it would make her angry and upset, so she couldn't see how I wouldn't be. We both cried for a long time. I tried to reassure her. I told her how much I loved her. How excited I was, that she was the family of my choosing and my soulmate, that the universe knew that Leah and I needed her, which is why circumstances allowed us to be a family. She apologized for the way she treated me, and said she wanted to make it right. She said she had wanted to apologize when I was beginning to have my meltdown, but was surprised when I yelled, and realized she might have messed up beyond repair to get that reaction from me. We continued to cry for a long time, and she asked if I wanted to feel the baby. Of course I said yes, and we cried even more. It turned out to be a great evening. I made us dinner and we laughed about how I was so stressed I went to Reddit for advice. She wanted to read the post and cried again when she did. I reassured her we could move past this and she said she felt less horrible as she read some of the comments from women in her shoes. It was a bit awkward the first week, after so many months of tension. I knew things were turning around when she woke me up by whispering baby wants blueberry pancakes that Saturday. I don't think I've ever prepared pancakes so fast, I couldn't keep the smile off my face. We ended up going to a pool party a few days later, and she let me choose her swimsuit, a big deal for someone who only wore baggy clothes around me. We took family pictures, and the universe is clearly on my side because on the way home she asked me to feel her belly and our baby was hiccuping, something I had never felt before, and it was the first we could share together. She has even let me help her when she is sick without making an excuse about Leah. I've learned that when she comes and puts her back to me and lifts her arm, that is my cue to lift her belly up. I now spend a lot of time rubbing and talking to her belly, and rubbing her feet, legs, back, shoulders, hips, haha, she is sore everywhere at this point. The first 500 times it made me cry. It has been such a relief to be involved. I never thought being tasked with acquiring the most random food items at 2 a.m. would be a great time for me, but it is. It still sucks that I missed out on a lot. I think it sucks for her too. She gets emotional and says a weight has been lifted off of her and things are so much easier, and she is upset that she didn't talk to me sooner. I have been working to fix some of my wife's guilt. I realized there were a lot of simple fixes. For example, I was able to go to my local bike shop and get a pull behind the trailer. Now, I pull her in that and she can use a small fan and ice packs, and Leah can ride her bike. I have taken off work so I can spend more time with them both. We are all in therapy, and thankfully Leah's therapist is continuing to say she is securely attached to both of us, enjoys the time we spend together, is coping very well. Some of her behavior was due to another situation, which we have resolved, and she is excited to be a big sister. My wife was terrified that maybe she could sense her attitude shift, but her therapist says that she only has one complaint about my wife, that she forgot her candy one time and then it took 32 whole minutes for the store to deliver it. My wife is in therapy working to overcome the negative feelings she has. That is pretty much where we are now. We are getting very close to baby time and working hard to finish preparing. My wife still needs reassurance. There are a lot of times she brings up my ex, and I've found bringing up our first helps. For example, she will ask about certain things and how it was for me. I'll say I don't want to talk about that, and steer the conversation to us. Do you remember our first house? First vacation? First kiss? Date? Remember that time blah blah? It made me fall more in love with you. Do you remember when you and Leah made me blah? That is still one of my prized possessions. It upsets me that my wife suffered for so long. I believe saying it out loud took a lot of power away from her feelings. I think most people know how badly it feels when you have thoughts that don't feel like your own when you're going through a mentally taxing time. I really should have stood up for our relationship and her mental health way sooner. I accepted her brushing me off for far too long when I should have realized she needed help. I appreciate everyone who reached out or offered advice. I posted this in detail with my wife's permission. She hopes that it helps someone out there struggling with the same feelings she felt. TLDR. My wife was facing insecurity and some mental health issues and did not feel she could reach out to me as they involved my bio daughter. Thankfully, Elle received great advice from my FIL and you all, and we spoke about it and worked it out. After some awkward times, things are somewhat back to normal and I'm able to be involved in my wife's pregnancy. Everyone, including Leah, is doing well and excited for the baby to arrive. Relevant comment. Commenter. I wonder, how is your wife moving forward regarding her friend? It seems she didn't even consider having these insecurities before she had a snake in her ear. OP, we have disinvited this friend from our home. It's hard to cut her out as she is part of my wife's larger friend group. My wife was unsure as this friend has gone through some hard things lately. However, recently my wife hosted a girls' night and her friends were arriving as I was leaving. I told her she looked beautiful and wished them a good time. When I arrived back, my wife told me this friend said in front of the whole group that I may be saying kind things to her now, but after some changes after birth I won't describe here, I will be after her. My wife said that was an unkind and untrue thing to say, and she said it was a joke. I made it very clear to my wife that I did not want her around, as we are in an emotionally vulnerable time and this person clearly does not wish us well, and she agreed. My dad kicked me out because my stepmom falsely accused me of stealing my stepsister's college savings. Because my stepmother had falsely accused me of stealing my stepsister's college savings, my father expelled me from the house. In light of the fact that many individuals have critiqued my response, I am in need of information regarding whether or not I responded appropriately to my estranged father's recent contact with me. My relationship with him has been strained for the past 8 years, and we have not been on speaking terms. After I had just graduated from college, he kicked me out of the house when I was 21 years old. A few months passed during which I was living with my family until I started working and eventually saved up enough money to move out on my own. At the age of 7, my parents went through a divorce, and when I became 17, my father began a relationship with my stepmother, Becca. Additionally, Becca had been married in the past. However, sadly, her spouse had passed away 6 years before the time that she began dating my father. Additionally, she had a daughter from a prior relationship and her name was Alexa, and she was my stepsister, and she was 4 years younger than I was. I had a pretty strange feeling about Becca and Alexa when I first saw them. It seemed as though they were not pleased to have the opportunity to meet me. I didn't give it much attention because I believed it was possible that they were just shy. In spite of this, I found that the more time I spent with them, the less I believed they liked me. Not only did Becca and Alexa move in with us after a year of dating, but that was also the year that I moved out to complete my undergraduate education. When I was at home, I didn't spend a lot of time with them. Only when I returned home for the holidays would I have the opportunity to spend time with my family. Whenever I returned, they would behave in a really peculiar manner when they were near me. Despite the fact that they were married when I was in my second year of college, they did not appear to have any feelings for me on any level. It was as if they did not appreciate my presence, and they appeared to be more happy when it was just them and my father. I am not sure how to put it into words exactly, but it would appear that they did not like my presence. Because I didn't want to be living in a household where I was constantly made to feel unwelcome, I decided to have a conversation with my father about this matter after I had graduated and moved back in with the idea of staying at home in order to save some money before moving out permanently. However, when I brought it up with him, he told me that I was simply making it up and that Becca and Alexa loved me far more than I thought they did. I made the decision to put my faith in what he was going to say and moved back in. Nevertheless, within a couple of weeks, he was shown to be incorrect. There is no doubt that they did not love me. In fact, they detested the presence of someone like me in their lives. Becca never showed any sign of warmth toward me and just occasionally acknowledged my existence. It appeared as though Alexa had a grudge against me, as she was persistently attempting to irritate me and pick arguments with me for no apparent reason. It was something that I brought up with my father on a few occasions, but due to the fact that their conduct around him was totally different, he believed that I was exaggerating the problem and that they were most likely simply growing used to having me around. This continued for a couple of months, and despite my best efforts to steer clear of them, they continued to make my life more challenging than it already was. I even stopped whining to my father about it at some point since I realized there was no purpose in continuing to do so. The only thing I wanted was to put away enough money so that I could finally move out. Becca and Alexa framed me for stealing Alexa's college savings, which has resulted in my being tossed out of my home in a manner that was rather rudely performed. Becca and Alexa were driving me crazy, and I really wanted to move out as soon as possible. One day, around midday, I left the house to go house searching with a number of my friends. I was looking for a new place to live because those two were driving me crazy. After I returned home in the evening, I saw that my father had already arrived. As soon as I walked into the house, he gave me the expression of being highly dissatisfied and instructed me to gather my belongings and go. The fact that I was unaware of what was taking place caused me to be taken aback. I asked him what was going on, and he responded by saying that he had never anticipated that I would turn out to be such a hopeless and desperate lowlife. He never imagined that I would go to such lengths for the sole purpose of obtaining financial gain. Despite the fact that I had no idea what he was talking about, tears began to well up in my eyes since the things that he was saying were so judgmental. Instead of making an effort to communicate with me, he informed me that he was unable to spare any time for my performance and required me to depart without delay. Following that, Becca entered the room and immediately began yelling at me for destroying Alexa's hopes and dreams. It was her assertion that I had done all of this because I was unable to bear the realization that my father had finally moved on with his life. During the time that she was yelling at me about what I was supposed to have done, I was able to piece together the scenario. On the surface, it seemed as though they were accusing me of stealing money from them, specifically a car that they had provided me for unexpected expenses but that I had instead utilized to make expensive expenditures. Becca stated that I had approached her a few weeks earlier, stating that I was running out of money, and as a result, she had added me to the account where she had stored money for Alexa due to financial constraints. Nevertheless, I had almost completely depleted the account, such that there was no money left over for Alexa's college expenses. The money that she had set aside for her daughter was used to purchase a number of new bags, shoes, and garments from high-end brands. It appears that I had lied about the reason I required the money and utilized it to purchase these items. Due to the fact that none of this had actually taken place, I was completely shocked, and she was lying through her teeth. Despite the fact that I requested that she provide me with evidence to back up all of this, my father informed me that there was no need to do so because they had already searched through my room a couple of hours ago and discovered all they required to validate her account. He claimed that he had discovered all of the stuff that had been purchased with that card hidden away under my bed in a covert manner. When I told my father that Becca had never even added me to the card, he informed me that she had removed me after receiving a phone call from the bank that morning. This was because I would have known if she had added me to the card. Although it had taken a few hours to complete, it was over now. In response to my request that he call the bank authorities to verify this information, he informed me that he did not require any other evidence to be aware of the fact that his daughter was a thief and a repulsive individual. In spite of the fact that I exerted a great deal of effort to persuade him that Becca was lying, he did not trust me. At some point, I was forced to depart. Following that day, I did not communicate with my father in any way. He had demonstrated to me the things that were most important to him, and after the manner in which I had been insulted, I had no desire to communicate with him ever again. After moving into my first apartment, I stayed with a buddy for a few days before moving in here. There were a few months in which I had a difficult time making ends meet, but after that, I was able to make it on my own. At this point in my life, I am living a really wonderful life, and I even have plans to purchase my own home within the next few months. Over the course of 8 years, I have not had any kind of communication with my father, and I have avoided every family gathering that involves his side of the family like the plague because I have never wanted to really meet him. We have maintained communication with one another, and my mother had severed her relationship with my father at the same time that I did. This was due to the manner in which he had treated me. However, at this moment, she appears to be taking his side, which is the reason why I am perplexed. It was a few days ago when my father made his appearance at my residence. Because I was quite interested in hearing what he had to say, I decided to open the door and talk to him on the phone. The address was reportedly obtained by him from my mother, as he informed me. It was only lately that he discovered that my stepmother had fabricated the entire situation, and he stated that he was there to apologize to me for all that had happened previously. Alexa's education fund was something that she had hoped someone would pay for. She had been taking advantage of him for his money for a number of years, and he was completely unaware of it because he believed that he was only providing for his family. He wanted me to forgive him and give him a chance after he had just learned something from his in-laws. He wanted me to give him a chance. It would appear that Becca and her parents had a disagreement a few months ago, and they had lately contacted my father in order to inform him of the facts of the incident that led to my expulsion from the house. She had purchased all of those items for herself and her daughter, but she had strategically placed them in my room in order to frame me and give the impression that I was concealing something. This was exactly what I had expected. She even had her parents phone her pretending to be bank personnel in order to convince my father that she had in fact added me to the card. This was done only for the purpose of protecting her reputation. The actual reason she had done all of this was because she was the one who had used the college fund that her late husband had left for Alexa to pay for her education. She had done this by living a lavish lifestyle. In order to avoid giving the impression that she was a gold digger, she refrained from approaching my father with the request to pay for her costs. The fact that she believed my relationship with my father was going to stand in the way of their relationship was another reason why she detested me. Because of this, she had always had a negative opinion of me. That is how she came up with that plan. To get rid of me and to create a circumstance in which my father would be forced to offer to pay for Alexa's college expenses. On account of the fact that the plan was successful, she was able to accomplish two goals at once. During the course of 8 years, her parents had remained silent. On the other hand, as a result of their argument, they recently came to the conclusion that it was finally time to unearth some ancient bones and reveal the truth to my father. He disclosed to me that he had already initiated the process of filing for divorce from her a couple of weeks prior, with the assistance of his previous attorney. At this point, he had arrived to make amends with me. In his statement, he mentioned that he was aware that one of my friend's fathers was a well-known divorce attorney. He then requested that I perform my responsibility as his daughter by putting him in contact with my friend's father. A petition that was ridiculously biased in favor of one party had been drafted by Becca and her attorney. A second thing that my father asked me to do was to find a lawyer who would be willing to reduce his fees for him. As a result of the absurd nature of the situation, I ended up laughing in his face before I closed the door. It was hard for me to come up with the idea that he truly thought he could just drop by, apologize, and then ask for my assistance, expecting that everything would be normal again immediately. Clearly, I was not going to be of any assistance to him in any manner, shape or form. It would be necessary for him to make direct contact with my friend's father in order to hire him as a lawyer, and he would be responsible for paying the fee, just like everyone else. The fact that his previous attorney was unwilling to handle the case because it appeared to be too hard and wanted to retire was not something that I was concerned about. Following the act of shutting the door in his face, I instructed him to leave before I contacted the authorities. My mother phoned me after that to let me know that what I was doing was not appropriate. I had the impression that there was nothing further that could be said, but after that, she called me. I am very perplexed as to why she has suddenly taken a position of support for my father, but I became really enraged when she informed me that she did not agree with my decision to refrain from assisting him. It was her assertion that my father was a typical human being, just like the rest of us, and that everyone makes errors. It was unfair of me to hold him to an unattainable standard and to act as if it was unacceptable for him to make mistakes just due to the fact that he was my father. It was not that I had a problem with the fact that Dad had made a mistake by trusting his wife. Rather, the issue that I had a problem with was the fact that he had trusted his wife more than any other person, including me, his daughter. At the time that he kicked me out of the house, he referred to me as a nasty person and a desperate lowlife. I still haven't forgotten that he said those things. In spite of the fact that he had brought me up and had a direct familiarity with me, he believed that I was capable of committing such heinous acts. Not only did he come to apologize, but he also came to ask for my assistance, even after 8 years had passed. It is quite unlikely that he would have come forward to express his regrets if he had not required my assistance. It took him 8 years to recognize that he had made a mistake, and here he was, repeating exactly the kind of behavior that I had detested him for. I had loathed him for it. I made an effort to explain this to my mother, but she just couldn't seem to get past the fact that he had accepted responsibility for his actions, regardless of how late it was, and that this was significant. As an alternative to behaving in this manner, she said that I should forgive him and present myself as a more mature individual since I should most certainly assist him. The truth is, even if I wanted to, I don't believe I would be able to assist him in any way. I am a friend of his attorney, and I am very certain that I will be able to ask him to talk to his father and collaborate with my father. But I do not believe that I will be able to persuade them to reduce the price of their services. The most qualified divorce attorney in the area does not come at a low cost. Therefore, why would I even want to commit to something that I'm not even sure I could accomplish? Because of this, my mother and I ended up having a heated discussion about it for approximately 30 minutes, and by the time the phone call was over, we were both feeling very aggravated with each other. On the other hand, she simply refused to view things from my perspective, and I was unable to comprehend what she was talking about since I did not believe that she made any sense. At this point, we are also not communicating with one another, and I am pondering whether or not I made a mistake in this regard. Though I don't believe that what I did with my father was particularly inappropriate, the response that I received from my mother is leading me to believe otherwise. I'm not sure if I made the right decision when I declined to assist my estranged father in the divorce proceedings. Consequently, I have made the decision that I will not interact with either of my parents. Following the manner in which my father dealt with me, I do not owe him anything. You guys in the comments are absolutely correct. The fact that he apologized to me a few weeks after discovering the truth is evidence that he would not have apologized if he did not require my assistance. He apologized literally weeks after discovering the truth. I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who left a comment. I really needed it. Regarding my mother, I am not really sure what has gotten into her or why she is siding with my father after such a long period of time during which she has not communicated with him. On the other hand, I am not very interested in learning what is going on. During our conversation, I inquired as to whether or not she was in contact with my father and whether or not she was talking to him. She responded with a negative. It was revealed to me that she had not communicated with my father for the past 8 years, following the fact that I had been expelled from the boarding house. Nevertheless, he was the one who had attempted to get in touch with her on the day that I had slammed the door shut squarely in his face. She explained to me that he had been crying, which was the reason why she had chosen to listen to what he had to say. My father is not exactly a particularly emotional man, and it is quite difficult to make him weep, so she wanted to know what was going on that had caused him to contact her. She wanted to know what was going on. She was able to learn the truth about what had transpired when he attempted to apologize to me in this manner. In addition to that, she had not communicated with him in the past 8 years till that point. Considering that she was in the exact same position as I was at the time, I find it difficult to believe that. It would be more challenging for her to forgive him as a result of the divorce that occurred between my parents. They were really good friends, and I think that this event has brought them back together or whatever has brought them back together. No matter what it is, the response of my mother has made me realize that she doesn't know me as well as I had previously believed she did, and she most certainly does not comprehend what I am saying. In the event that she had, she would not have become angry with me for not immediately forgiving my former father. Whatever the case may be, I'm going to avoid both of them as much as possible. It is not going to be all that tough for me to refrain from communicating with my father because I have been doing so for the past 8 years already. On the other hand, it is going to be very challenging for me to avoid interacting with my mother. Over the course of a number of years, she has been the only family that I have ever known, and now I have unfortunately lost her as well. Despite the fact that I feel terrible about it, there is not much that I can do about it. I will give her a week to apologize for what she said and how she responded to it. I will give her that time. In the event that she comes to her senses within that time frame, then that would be fantastic. However, if she does not, I am at a loss for what I will do. After that, I might have to cut her off forever, and the entire idea of doing so makes me feel a great deal of sadness. Nonetheless, I am unable to stop myself from doing so. It is also necessary for me to watch out for myself. Update 2. Alright, 1 week hasn't yet passed, but my mother did get in touch with me. Regretfully, it was not to atone. I wanted to test if she would talk to me, so I hadn't blocked her on anything. She did. She believed it would be better to personally clear the air, hence she texted me yesterday asking whether she could visit me and have a personal conversation with me. Since I wanted to straighten things out with her as well and I honestly felt she would apologize, I agreed to let her visit. I therefore treated her quite kindly and everything when she came around. She began by saying she had been considering our last chat and perhaps she hadn't tried to understand me that well, so she was here to give that conversation another go. She asked me to say the same things, which seemed a little strange, but I did it hoping it would help her understand where I was coming from and maybe she would find it simpler to apologize to me so we could call this once and for good. After I finished expressing my emotions about this whole matter, though, Mom informed me she wanted me to have the same conversation with my father now that we had coolly gone over this. She understood my dad needed an explanation for everything and I could respond with respect instead of slamming doors closed. He persuaded Becca to do the same, even though he had believed I had taken her money. He did not call the cops on me. It makes no difference that everything was made up. What counts is that he made every effort to shield me even though he believed I had done the wrong thing. I might so provide him an opportunity to speak with me at least. She would not say no since she knew her daughter had been raised to be kind at heart. But I told her I had no forgiveness in my heart for my father and she did not know me as well as she believed she did. In the past, he treated me like garbage. I have nothing to owe him. Not even an apology. Her not apologizing to me even after all of this infuriated me. I thus advised her to only get in touch with me should she like to apologize following this. I wanted no communication with her otherwise. She then became fidgety and advised me not to act this way as family is all we have at the end of the day. Our life will be horrible if we cannot even rely on them to pardon our mistakes. I asked her to leave as I felt it was just a lot of BS and told her I did not want to talk to her or address this anymore. She told me at last that she cannot leave as she had promised my father she would get me to speak to him. She couldn't go as she had to live up to her promises, unless I told her I would talk to him at least once. She truly wanted me to get things out with my dad. She said she was truly sorry I felt that both my parents had let me down, but ultimately they were my parents and I should forgive them. She said she did not want to lose me. That counts for something since the few mistakes they made were negligible compared to all they had done well in the past. Her even stating that seemed absurd to me. It was her error, I informed her, that she had promised my father she could not even know she could live up to, and it was not my duty to see she kept her word. Once more, I urged her to go, but then she told me she cannot since my dad was waiting to be summoned inside from outside in the car. She wanted not to disappoint him. I at last snapped and began to yell at my mother. This was violated really seriously. She had taken the liberty of bringing my father here, confident she could sway my opinion, but I had made it quite obvious to her I did not want to talk to him. I naturally lost my cool and began yelling at her. I said I was done with her and that she was a horrible mother. She started crying, but it made no difference to me since I was enraged. She kept saying she was sorry about all of this, but I simply kept begging her to leave. I was not in the mood to hear it. After around 15 minutes of dispute, she at last went. I screamed at her as she was leaving and warned her that I would call the cops on her or my father should they ever return. I blocked her then, and I believe I should discuss with a lawyer obtaining a protective order against these individuals should they choose to pay me another visit. Update 3. Alright, so something literally crazy occurred today and I have no idea how to approach anyone about it. I am here to discuss this since I truly need to get this off my mind. Having a day off, I stayed at home today and intended to do nothing. Then Becca and Alexa arrived, and that is not even the most wild aspect of what transpired today. I became enraged when I found they were standing outside my door. I advised them to leave right away, and I even called the cops number. Becca, however, informed me she was there to tell me the truth about my father and specifically why he needed my help, not to bother me. It was good to know she hadn't changed in 8 years. She was exactly as unpleasant and rude as before. Originally I had no desire in talking to her, so I told her whatever she had to say, I was not interested. She then remarked, However, that if I understood what she was here to tell me and could explain why my mother had been abruptly on my dad's side following years of silence, I would most definitely be intrigued. Apparently, I'm not going to lie. That surprised me since I assumed she would not know about any of this. After some thought, I asked her in as I truly wanted to know what was going on. She insisted though, that she was merely coming to tell me the truth and would be leaving without even entering my house. Her daughter told me that a few weeks ago her parents had told her father the truth about the incident that had happened 8 years ago just outside my door. They started a furious argument about it and he resolved to file for divorce. She had been arguing with her parents since she stopped monthly paying them money as she used to. She became a little too avaricious, in case someone wanted to know exactly what they had been fighting over. Even my father wasn't providing the kind of allowance she desired. She started some investigation after her father had decreased her allowance without explanation and discovered that my dad was seeing my mother. She understood he had been conserving money as he most likely intended to be leaving her. She thus chose to remain with him and subsequently apply for a divorce under her own terms finally. But her dad discovered the truth before she could act, therefore their whole conflict took place. They both discovered their own actual hues. Under normal conditions, my dad could have easily ended our marriage without handing Becca anything. But Becca had not worked in the past 10 years, and since he had also been cheating and disloyal to her, she wrote up a petition that would help her. He was not comfortable with that, hence they were battling valiantly. She was telling me all of this because, apparently, my father had threatened her on the phone a few days ago and advised her to back off since I was supposed to forward him to the divorce attorney and subsequently she would be screwed. He was obviously lying, but Becca wanted not to take that chance. She had come to tell me the truth. Though in a sense I was relieved that I at last had an explanation for why my mother had been acting so strangely about my father, I was genuinely stunned that all of this was occurring. Becca said it was up to me whether I wanted to help my dad or not once she had told me everything. She then walked away. She had been of some real benefit to me for the first time in her life, and I'm appreciative of that. I will never be able to maintain contact with my parents once again after this either. It astounds me that my mother tried to gaslight me into thinking my dad deserved a second shot for her own self-serving needs. My parents most certainly fit each other. They are a match made in heaven. Not being in their life anymore makes me happy. Now that I live alone, I would like to thank my lucky stars for having the wise decision not to give any of them another chance. Update 4. Hi, many wanted to know how things were doing with me since I last blogged here some few months ago. I'm really pleased on my own. It's been going rather well. Though I do miss my mother sometimes, I remind myself of how she deceived me and it helps me to cope with her absence a little bit. A few relatives told me that my dad is now back with my mother once more. His divorce was settled a few weeks ago. I'm not very interested in understanding exactly what he lost in the divorce either. A few of my cousins have been invited to the couple's wedding in a few weeks. Though I don't really care, they wanted me to know about it in case I wanted to show up and straighten things out with them. I most definitely want nothing right with them. Right now, life is as it should be. I'm happier and better off living alone. So I'm really satisfied. I'm frustrated because of my useless husband. Am I the asshole for telling my husband that I see him as a liability and not a partner? Sorry for the long post, it's 2 a.m. and I'm crying and tired and worn out. If I'm rambling, it's because I've held this in for so long not wanting to burden friends or family with my marital troubles. I 34F have been with my husband, 37M, we'll call him Nathan, for 8 years. Ever since our daughter, 3F, was born, I have been unable to trust Nathan with anything no matter how small. Background context. When I was 19, after a semi-truck driver fell asleep at the wheel and turned my car into scrap metal with me inside it. I have enough metal holding me together that I light up like a Christmas tree for TSA and physically impaired with good days and bad days. I used a portion of my settlement check to buy a house outright, and have it retrofitted to accommodate my needs as I'll eventually require a wheelchair. I work in software development as it's fun, and nobody cares if I work from bed on bad days. My husband has not worked in 5 years, which has been fine until our daughter was born. Between the settlement money, a paid-off house, and my salary, I enjoyed having him here with me. He contributed by handling most of the domestics. We pay for a weekly cleaner with monthly deep cleaning because it gives us more time together. Ever since our daughter was born, it was like a light switch turned off in his head. For our daughter, he would buy the wrong size diapers. Not fully mixed bottles. Put diapers on backwards. Leave out poop-covered wipes. Forget to latch cabinets. This past week, he has gone to the store 3 times because he keeps coming home with the wrong size socks and shoes for her. I eventually just ordered the right ones on Amazon. For me, he has tried to help me with my weekly pill organizer fill-up and several times has spilled the contents of new medications all over the floor. Then, not seeing that he didn't get all of them off the floor, he has repeatedly brought me grapefruit juice to take my medications with, a huge no. He has repeatedly forgotten that I can't have dairy and puts milk in my coffee. Or cheese on a burger. He has broken so many things of mine from being careless. He shattered my laptop because it slipped out of his hand when he tried to pack it for a trip. Even after I said I would pack my own electronics. We've lost so many spoons and forks to the disposal. He tried to replace the head gasket in my car and over-torqued the engine bolt, which shattered inside the block, and 2 different shops said they couldn't repair it. We ended up getting a new vehicle because a replacement engine would have cost $11,000. A week later, he crashed the new car into the garage door because he thought he'd pressed the brakes, not accelerator. He wanted to do TikTok and streaming as a hobby. I supported him initially, but I quickly noticed a pattern. Anything regarding our daughter or me, he was sloppy and careless. He never whooped his own stuff. He would build entire sets to stream or make videos with, leave the garage and leave his brain in the garage. It came to a head 4 nights ago. He streamed himself building a new set piece. 9 hours straight. Meanwhile I worked. Clocked out early, to pick up our daughter from summer camp, cooked and fed both of us, got her ready for bed. He came out to help put her to bed. I let him know that I needed to get some work done and would be in my office. And I asked him to take the trash out. He says he will. 2 hours later, I left my office and the house felt really warm. He'd taken the trash out, but left our front door partially open. And was back in the garage with his game volume really loud. I panicked since our daughter was able to get out of bed and thankfully she was sound asleep. But she could have easily toddled right out of the house and he wouldn't have noticed. Then I noticed a stovetop burner was on. With a small pot on it with nothing inside. I didn't use the stove for cooking that night. I popped my head into the garage and said, "Hey, I need you for a minute." I informed him of the door situation and he responded, "I thought I locked it." We checked the camera. And no, he did not. I asked about the burner being on and he said he was planning to make ramen and forgot. He pulled the still hot pot off the burner and put it straight into the sink on top of our daughter's favorite plastic plate. Which is now ruined. I'll admit I overreacted and screamed, "What are you doing?" He realized what he'd done and pulled the pot off our daughter's plate. And straight onto the countertop. I grab it quickly and run it under water to cool it down. I tell him I can't tonight. I can't deal with him. I'm taking my meds and going to sleep. He gets a cup from the cupboard and sets it straight onto the burner that had been on. I hit my limit. I started crying. He kept saying that it was fine, things happen, it's just an accident, he's had a rough day from streaming, he's just tired. Why am I crying? It's just a cup. We can replace it. The anger hit and I said, "It's because I have a liability and not a partner." He said, "What the fuck does that mean?" I screamed that it's because I can't trust him to do anything. That I'm always having to watch him like a child. Always having to bear the costs of his mistakes. That every time I get careless and think I can trust him to be an adult, I'm always the one getting fucked over. I then said, "I can't see you as a partner anymore. You're just another liability in my checkbook." He immediately stormed out of the kitchen and went to bed. I called my mom and told her what happened. She thinks it's just stress and offered to take our daughter for a week so we could figure this out without our daughter seeing it. She says it was an asshole thing to call my husband a liability. In the morning I told my husband that my mom would pick up our daughter from summer camp and offered to watch her for a week. He said okay. And that's the only interaction we've had since. He spends all day in the garage playing games with his friends, making TikToks, and streaming. For food he's been ordering DoorDash and having the person deliver it in the garage. It's been days and he refuses to be in the same room as me. I've tried messaging him to ask if we can talk. Or figure out a solution. But he's just left me to read. If I pop into the garage, he ignores me but apologizes to his friends or viewers for the interruption, and Geek unmutes his mic when the noise stops. Before the blow-up, I've asked if there was something going on. I tried to gently respond every time he screwed up so our daughter didn't associate mistake to anger. I asked him to schedule a doctor to see if something was going wrong medically. He always said I was overreacting, people make mistakes, and didn't see an issue, even when the same mistakes kept happening. When I tried to get him to understand that it was concerning just how expensive his mistakes were getting, he'd wave it off as "it's not like we can't afford it." I love him dearly. I just miss the person he was before we had a child. The one I could trust and rely on. Did I screw this up forever? Was I being too harsh on his mistakes? Am I missing something? Am I the asshole? Relevant comments. OP on if her husband is using her money. OP. Downvoted. We do have a shared account for household expenses and bills, but he is using his own money as far as I can see. When he became a stay-at-home husband, I didn't want him to ever feel like he was financially trapped or abused. Also, the thought of my husband having to ask for money, permission, to buy things for himself, or not being able to buy gifts discreetly felt ick to me. My paychecks get split between the expenses account, $300 each deposited into separate accounts the other can't see, and the rest to savings. To me, it's his money to save or spend how he wants. I read through all the responses and have removed the allocation to his account. I also removed his name as an authorized user on the bills expenses account. Before our daughter was born, this did seem the fairest, because he was managing the household tasks and maintenance. But I understand everyone's frustration at me since the arrangement is no longer fair or equitable. I can't cancel his card because my name isn't on that account at all, but I have put a stop to this Fridays and all future deposits. OP on if her husband contributed to anything before their daughter's birth and afterwards. OP. Before our daughter was born, he was contributing and I valued him for it. He cooked most of our meals, did the daily cleaning chores like dishes, wiping counters, and cat litter scooping. We did bi-weekly grocery trips and bulk store runs together, but one-offs during the week he would handle. He also helped me hit the ground running with scrambled eggs and coffee in bed so I could take my heart medication. I never had to run the laundry or consider taking the heavier pain meds to get through folding and hanging everything. He still mostly does these, minus breakfast. Dishes sometimes sit overnight due to his streaming, but I also attribute it to our toddler wanting each part of her meal in a different small bowl and our dishwasher can only fit so many of the IKEA kids' bowls. He does the daily things like dishes, scooping cat litter, wiping counters, getting trash out, cleaning random messes that occur, etc., plus laundry, yard work. We pay for a weekly cleaner so we don't run into the issue of deferred cleaning. We're neglecting the house for a few days. Illness, doctor visits, family visiting, local outings, etc. doesn't ever turn into a, there's too much to catch up on, OMG, where do I start, freeze. I've always struggled with that in the past. And the monthly deep cleaner because it's honestly just really nice having a professional come in. Our monthly deep cleaner is also a professional organizer which has been a tremendous help with the transition from infant to toddler organization of clothing and toys. OP on her husband's qualities. OP. He's incredibly creative and we used to have so much fun working on projects together. He's a modern-day MacGyver. Give him a roll of duct tape, 2 pennies, some foam, cardboard and paint, and he can build beautiful set pieces that could be mistaken for props on Broadway. He learned how to make a mini forge from a flower pot and a makeshift lathe. He practiced until he made the ring he proposed with. Complete with my favorite gemstone, blue opal. His smile is infectious and he tells the best of horrible puns and jokes. He took cooking classes to learn how to make my favorite dishes, and made his own note card recipe book. He doesn't hesitate to belt out everything from Aqua to Backstreet Boys, Broadway show tunes, Nightwish, and everything in between. Off-key but as if the rest of the world isn't there. Play a Michael Jackson song and he's on the dance floor by the end of the first note. When I gave birth to our daughter, I didn't have hospital food as my first meal. He'd worked out an arrangement with the owner of my favorite restaurant. No matter what time of day or night, as soon as I went into labor, he would message the restaurant owner who would prepare my usual faves and personally deliver the meal to the hospital. I had no idea until it arrived and the smell hit my nose. I cried so many happy tears into my food. I love frogs. He used to take a photo of every frog he'd find in our yard. He designed and vacuum formed a sign for our house that features both of our favorite animals and says "Welcome home." If he was out, he'd send me photos of, or come home with, cute frog-themed things. On my bad pain days where I mostly rot in bed, he would bring me meals. On a wooden tray he made. It converts from a carry tray to a bed tray. He got the idea from hospital food trays. He helps me get my socks and shoes on when I just can't quite do it myself. He learned how to do a few styles of updos and how to curl and flatten hair to help me feel pretty. On days where I hate the broken body I have, he'll put my hair up and it brightens my day. That's the person I fell in love with. And so deeply missed. Some days he's that person. But more frequently now, he's not. Update. Sorry for not being so responsive. Thank you to everyone who gave feedback and suggestions and all of the messages. It's been a week. Before I get into the update, I'm going to answer some repeated questions. Skip ahead 8 paragraphs for the actual update. Why does my husband not work? He can easily find employment, but we both agreed that the pay was never worth the toxic environment of his field, Unless he wanted to start his own business, which he did not. He worked in home repair and renovation. It was gross how his co-workers spoke of and treated women, female customers and co-workers alike. He saw many female co-workers be sexually harassed into quitting. He hated how gross it made him feel when sales and adjusters would take advantage of women. Yes, selling inferior and unnecessary services at a premium is a thing. If he said anything, his hours would get cut until he left. He left one job on the first day because his boss left a screaming voicemail for not selling a refrigerant service to a young black couple who didn't even need refrigerant. Yes, he's got documentation and reported multiple employers to the state labor board. And checked back. Nothing was ever done to our knowledge. He's also tried a factory job in a warehouse since leaving the trades. Both heavily penalized him for needing scheduled time off for my medical needs. There's no worker protection here for any of that until FMLA, unpaid, which takes a year to be eligible for. Yes. It is a privilege to walk away from a paying job with your middle fingers held high. I have done the same many times, but I'm happy where I'm at right now because it's the opposite of toxic. I'm thriving, and our company has a no penalty, unlimited paid sick medical leave policy that is strictly enforced at all levels of management. Any lead who penalizes people for taking leave gets sacked. A unicorn of a company. Add in a child and short of finding another unicorn employer who won't penalize him for needing time off for me or our daughter, such as when daycare closed for a week due to an RSV outbreak, puts him out of the workforce until either I stop working or our child old enough to not need consistent monitoring. Last reason for this dynamic is that although I'm disabled, my job pays almost double the highest salary he's ever had. With no reduction in pay for needing time off. It doesn't make financial sense for us to switch who the working partner is. 2. Does my husband have a large following or make money from streaming TikTok? No. His lives have an average of 6 viewers. And his Twitch has 3 followers. When we did our taxes, he didn't get a 1099 and he showed me that he'd got all of $6 from TikTok live gifts. Nothing from Twitch. His viewer counts are about the same as at the end of last year. 3. Why do we still have a weekly housekeeper and have our daughter in summer camp and part-time daycare? I hate the dynamic of one spouse working a single job for 40 hours a week while the other juggles simultaneous domestic duties, child rearing, care, enrichment, socialization, and essentially being on call 24/7. I would not want those expectations of me and couldn't fathom putting all of it on someone I love and cherish. If my husband did all of the activities and field trips that daycare did, his evenings and weekends would be taken up by domestic duties that I would physically struggle with assisting. The weekly housekeeper helps prevent deferred cleaning paralysis, where small missed things pile up into unwieldy monster tasks and struggling with where to start. The monthly deep clean and organization has been a world of self-care as we navigated to having an infant and the transition from infant to toddler. Edited to add, our daughter started at the part-time daycare when she turned 3. Before then my partner was the primary caretaker, which made the weekly housekeeping that much more helpful in not letting things fall to disarray. 4. The allowance thing. Yes. I wanted a dynamic where my husband had his own money even if he was not working a paying job. Maybe I've been on social media too long, but I've read so many stories of non-working spouses, albeit mostly women, being financially abused or unable to leave marriages because they did not have access to money they could save up in private. Should I have stopped it sooner when our dynamic became too unbalanced? Yes. I own that. 5. As for what happens if when we divorce, the house and settlement balance is in a trust completely separated, and as far as my lawyer can tell, out of his reach. Alimony would be up for a judge to decide, but between my documentation, that his licenses or certs aren't expired, plus my continual medical costs, there's a good chance of not being obligated. Hopefully that answers most or all of the background-related questions. On to the update. Friday I finished work to the smell of food being cooked. My husband was plating dinner on the table when I left my office. He said he wanted to talk over dinner. Some people had given me a heads up that my story was on multiple TikToks, and I'm grateful because it meant being prepared for the possibility he would see it. I have feelings about my post being used for content on the very platform my child and I have been neglected for. Not good ones. He did see one. He asked if it was me and I told him the truth. Yes, I wrote it. Yes, that's how I feel. And yes, I read the comments on Reddit. And no, I won't delete or change how I write about him just because I know he can see it. I don't know how to describe his reaction, but he said he'd spent the last day reflecting on just how bad it could be, for so many medical diagnosis suggestions to be given as reason and justification. He did say that he's not ADHD. His mom was addicted to opioids and Ritalin when he was a kid, and she tried to get numerous doctors to have him diagnosed with ADHD. She had him believing he was, so he also sought out 2 opinions once he was an adult. He didn't learn about her addiction until his mid-20s. He did seek therapy once he was aware that his mom was trying to use him for pills. He said he was willing to see a psychiatrist one more time, but he doesn't think he's ADHD or autistic at all. He does think he might be depressed though. If not depressed, he will ask about some of the other medical suggestions if it will ease my worry or rule out a major problem. He did sound genuine in this, but something he said is sticking with me. He said it jokingly and apologized as soon as he saw the hurt in my eyes. That everyone saying there's something wrong in his brain must be onto something, since he chose to love and marry someone medically fragile, knowing our life together would be anything but normal. He did also admit that the night he'd left the door open, the pot on, ruined our child's favorite dish, and a cup, he'd drunk a little too much on his stream, and would monitor that more closely. He said the last few nights, he had been filling his wine bottle with grape juice so it looked like he was a jolly drinking Viking, but was actually sober. He said he would keep doing that. After dinner we went out and he surprised me by seeing the new Deadpool movie. We didn't go to our normal theater because he looked up what each theater had for limited edition popcorn buckets. I now have the baby Deadpool one that holds popcorn and a drink. We spent the next day going over the extent of how our family dynamic changed for the worse. How the little things have added up. How I see change as a part of an apology. If you verbally apologize but repeatedly do the same thing, the apology words are worthless to me. And that he didn't recognize just how frequently he was making the same similar oopsies. Sunday, we spent time talking over short and long terms. What needs to change immediately? Him scheduling his own doctor appointments. Timelines for expectations. He agreed that replacing or fixing things he caused will no longer come out of our expense account. He will pay it from his allowance account. Which we talked about. I did turn deposits back on, but only for $50 per paycheck. He suggested we keep it that way until he's paid back the cost of repairing the garage and car from earlier this year. He said it will take him far longer to undo the cost of destroying the engine to my last vehicle, but that he's going to step up and find ways to make it right. Yes. I see the red flags. Love bombing. Not knowing how frequently despite repeated talks. Thinking verbal apologies are the final step in apologizing and not understanding that repeatedly doing the same problem thing is the same as never apologizing. And yes, I know he will read this. Do I actually think this is resolved, and we will come out of this as a perfect married couple who stays together until one of us croaks? Not really. Full offense to husband, for now. Is it a potential resolution? Maybe. But my husband is fully aware that he has a lot to make up for, a lot to fix, and a tight schedule to make it happen. And that the lesson for our daughter, later in life, is either going to be, taking real accountability can steer a wayward ship back to course. Taking accountability is the right thing to do, even if you don't get the results you wanted. Or, love alone isn't enough. TLDR. Wow, this sucks. I suck for letting it get this far. My husband sucks for what he's put us through. Life owes me a dinner date if it's gonna F me so hard. But there's a potential path forward that doesn't involve divorce. But may involve divorce. Edit to add. He finally read the post, so please read between the lines to what I'm actually saying. Last 4 words of the previous 4 paragraphs if it's not obvious. Relevant comments. Comment 1. There is some truth to his joke. Given his ability to work has been impacted due to your medical needs, neither of you seem very keen on being a partner, and given your take on alimony and money in general, I hope he looks out for his own financial interests. OP. I'm trying to be a partner. It's why I am supportive and pay for help, housekeeping, part-time daycare that is currently a full-time summer camp, as well as ensure he has his own money to spend how he wants. There is truth that my medical needs impact his ability to work, which would hurt him for alimony because he wouldn't need a unicorn job with unpenalized PTO if we aren't together. Would I still help him land semi-softly on his feet? Most likely. A judge, from what I've been told, would be less likely to obligate it. OP on needing to grow a spine and have her talks with her husband to improve things. OP. I wish I could grow a spine and replace the one being held together with duct tape, screws, rust, and vibes. I'm well aware that he's 99.9% likely in a panic, and the next month if that is going to be a refreshing, but temporary, change. Sorry people wrongly dogpiled you previously, but you are quite mistaken here for assuming I want to verify that my husband is indeed choosing to suck, is proof that I intend to continue living like this. Bunchful. Your two posts have a much larger following after a week that he does on all of his streaming junk combined. I have a very hard time believing he couldn't keep a job because of how toxic his work environment was. But that's just me. OP. Look, I wasn't gonna say it. But you're not wrong. The toxic work environments part is sadly very true. I've seen the evidence he collected and submitted to the labor board. At least before everything went sideways, things were really nice with him as a house husband. I'm sad he squandered it. I'll be financially able to retire in just a few years barring my career field suddenly tanking salaries though. My sister tried to seduce my fiancé before our wedding. Got caught on camera and was disowned by our parents. My manipulative, narcissistic sister attempted to seduce my fiancé just before our wedding in an effort to break us apart. Fortunately, her actions were caught on camera, leading to her being disowned by our parents. This story revolves around my older sister, Dove, 29F, who has never been able to tolerate my existence, as she apparently believes I'm living a life that I don't deserve. Dove, who is now divorced and jobless, is living with our parents. She had dropped out of college to be with her wealthy boyfriend, who eventually divorced her when her true nature became apparent. Growing up, my relationship with Dove was far from ideal. She was always the pretty and smart one, full of herself, and our parents consistently showered her with praise, which left me feeling inadequate. Everyone around us constantly admired her looks, while I was often ignored, and it hurt deeply. Dove used her popularity to mess with my mind, telling me that no one liked me, which made me incredibly insecure. My parents never supported me or acknowledged my feelings because Dove always lived up to their expectations. This led me to distance myself from them throughout my childhood and teenage years. Dove frequently had friends over when our parents were at work, and they would often mess with my room. On one occasion, they even ruined a school project of mine, nearly causing me to fail. When I threatened to tell Mom about it, Dove blackmailed me, saying she would share embarrassing pictures of me with my classmates. At just 14 years old, I was terrified. Dove never took responsibility for her actions, and it was pointless to tell my parents because they never paid attention to me. My mom never had my back, although my dad would occasionally call Dove out. For instance, one time she used my phone to send strange pictures to my friends after I'd complained to Dad about her. Another time, she spilled coffee on my prom dress and then played the victim, crying and claiming it was an accident. After that, I stopped confiding in him altogether. I never really understood why she harbored so much hatred towards me until later when I realized that she was a narcissist, and her behavior had nothing to do with me. She was a walking red flag in her relationships, cheating on every guy she dated. As much as I hate to admit it, she was also a gold digger. Something her ex, who remains a friend of mine, can fully attest to. Essentially, she was pretty awful as a teenager, and nothing changed as she grew older. If anything, her behavior only got worse. It was entirely my parents' fault because they never bothered to discipline her. After school, things finally started to look up for me. I worked incredibly hard to get into my dream college, and after a few years of struggle, I landed my dream job. It was there that I met the love of my life, Atlas, at an office conference. He was smart, kind, and handsome, and we hit it off instantly. Within a few months, we started dating. We traveled a lot, which only strengthened our bond. Atlas was very close to his family, so he introduced me to his siblings and parents just a few months into our relationship. But when it came to introducing him to my own parents, I took my sweet time. The main reason for this delay was my sister Dove and her malicious intentions. I always had this nagging feeling that she would find a way to ruin everything. She was the one who always got the best of everything as a child and teenager, and now that my life was going better than hers, I was certain she wouldn't be able to handle it, especially when it came to my relationship. However, I couldn't keep delaying the introduction any longer. Atlas was beginning to grow suspicious of my reluctance to introduce him to my family. So, after a year and a half of dating, I finally told Dad about him. Dad was thrilled that I had found a man who was worthy of me and invited us over for dinner. While I was excited, I was also equally stressed because I knew Dove could go to any lengths to sabotage my happiness. Although Atlas was aware of my family dynamics, I went over it with him in detail. He was relaxed about it and reassured me that he would handle whatever came his way. A few days after I spoke with Dad, I unexpectedly received a call from Dove. It was surprising since she had never reached out to me before. She started asking questions about Atlas and when I planned to visit home, but it was clear that her real interest was in getting more details about Atlas. I can only assume that Mom had told her I was seeing someone and that our relationship was getting serious. Dove was suddenly trying to get all chummy with me, but I could see right through her motives. Now, I'm grappling with whether I should take the risk of introducing Atlas to Dove, knowing full well that her intentions are far from good. I'm also considering an alternative. Perhaps inviting my parents over to my place so they can meet Atlas without involving Dove. Update 1. Thanks for all the great advice. Some of you asked for more details about Dove, so here you go. It's true that my parents, especially my dad, began to see Dove differently after her divorce, and she really brought it on herself. She had been academically gifted, but once she got to college, her entire focus shifted to her looks and beauty. That's when she met Jeremy, a super rich guy, and jumped into a relationship with him, completely abandoning her studies. During my final year of school, I was busy preparing for my college entrance exams, and Dove kept telling me I would never get into my dream college. But I did, and for the first time, I got validation from my parents. They were genuinely happy and proud of me. But Dove couldn't stand it. She was jealous that all the attention was on me and not on her. To sabotage my moment, she announced her engagement to Jeremy at the celebration party my parents had organized for me with close family and friends. It was obvious from Jeremy's expression that he had no idea she was going to do this, but she succeeded in making the day all about herself. Everyone immediately became curious about Jeremy because, according to Dove, he was extremely wealthy. Dove loved to show off the expensive gifts he bought her and would constantly tell me that I'd never find a rich husband because I was ugly and no one would want to date someone like me, always trying to make me feel bad. I eventually told her that I wasn't a gold digger like her and that I could pay my own bills, so she could have the rich husband if that's what she wanted. In truth, she was incredibly selfish and downright evil, the most selfish person I've ever known. A week later, Dove and Jeremy got engaged, but by then I was already off to college and didn't attend the engagement. During my time in college, I had no communication with her. It actually felt good to come home for the holidays, knowing that Dove was living with Jeremy. Even during the holidays, she would often be away on vacations to exotic locations with him. After a year of dating, they had a lavish wedding, with most of the expenses covered by Jeremy. Dad chipped in for the remaining costs as a courtesy since Dove wasn't earning anything. Their marriage didn't last long, though. After 3 years, they got divorced. The reason, as I later found out, was that Dove didn't want to have children, while Jeremy was eager to become a father. Although he assured me he never pressured her, he was frustrated that she never disclosed her feelings about it beforehand and had avoided the conversation for 3 years. He also mentioned her drinking and partying habits, flirting with guys at bars, and that she had married him purely for his money, with no emotional connection. I couldn't help but wonder how he remained blind to her true motives for so long. Jeremy even showed me videos of Dove out drinking with guys who were touching her inappropriately, and she did nothing to stop them. I was relieved he finally ended things with her, but my parents took Dove's side, blaming Jeremy for pressuring her about having kids, never acknowledging her faults. After the divorce, Dove moved back in with my parents since she wasn't working. She had dropped out of college to marry Jeremy, and now, after 5 years, she had no degree and no work experience. She pretended to be traumatized by the divorce, but in reality, she was happy to be free. Within a month of the divorce, she was back to her old habits, clubbing and hooking up. Her life seemed to revolve around weekly dates and ditching people, and her Instagram stories made it clear what she was really up to. 2 years into my career, I landed my dream job with a great salary, and my parents were thrilled. After receiving the job offer, I visited home, and Dad was so proud of me, I couldn't have been happier. We were having dinner when Dove returned home, looking partially drunk. Dad was upset at the sight of her and commented that Dove should have focused on her education like I did, instead of ruining her life over Jeremy. He pointed out how much I was earning and how Dove was still dependent on them for money. Mom tried to get Dad to stop making such comments, but hearing this, Dove lost her temper and slammed the door. That's when Dad finally realized just how spoiled Dove had become. He told Mom that it was time to knock some sense into her, insisting that Dove needed to start taking her life seriously and get back on her feet instead of continuing to leech off them. By this point, I was completely fed up with her. Later, Dove barged into my room and smugly told me that no matter how much money I made, I could never be like her. She even went as far as to body shame me, pointing out my belly fat and chubby cheeks. As a teenager, those kinds of comments used to break my heart, but now, I just didn't care. I laughed in her face and told her that I had no desire to be like her and that she clearly needed to work on fixing her attitude. That set her off, and she demanded that I leave the house. I calmly reminded her that this was our parents' house, and she had no authority to boss me around. The next day, as I was packing to leave, I noticed that 2 of my dresses had been badly torn, clearly cut with scissors. I went downstairs and showed my parents what Dove had done. Dad was furious and called Dove out, but Mom, as usual, tried to make excuses for her, claiming Dove was in shock and didn't know what she was doing. Dad wasn't having any of it. He warned Mom to stay out of it and then unleashed his anger on Dove, telling her that she needed to get her life together because he was done providing for her or tolerating her narcissism. This confrontation didn't sit well with Dove, and she ended up hating me even more because of it. From that point on, I was subjected to Dove's wrath, but her hatred didn't bother me. It only became unbearable when she started making advances on my boyfriend. After much consideration and talking it over with Atlas, I decided it was time to visit my parents with him. There was no point in hiding him from Dove any longer because, no matter how hard I tried, she would eventually find a way to get to him. My friends advised me that it was better to test his loyalty now than to risk losing him later. Dove would only succeed in her malicious intentions if Atlas allowed it. With a sense of dread, I showed up at my parents' house with Atlas. I tell you, she was practically throwing herself at him. As he was exchanging greetings with Mom and Dad, Dove almost forcefully pushed herself onto him for a hug. I have no idea what made her think Atlas would fall for her looks. She had completely transformed her appearance, dyeing her blonde hair black, getting all dressed up in a new outfit, with her nails and hair perfectly done, as if she was on a date with him. She tried to force her way into the conversation, but it was clear that everyone was ignoring her. At the dinner table, she quickly rushed to sit beside Atlas. When I asked her to move so I could sit there, she gave me an annoyed look but eventually complied. She kept asking Atlas about his interests, and if he mentioned liking something, she would immediately claim she liked it too, even if it was obvious she didn't. Then she'd go on about how she and Atlas were so compatible, winking at me as if to suggest I shouldn't take it seriously, though it was clear she was trying to cover up her intentions. Atlas was visibly uncomfortable, and he ignored her, continuing his conversation with Dad and Mom. Her desperate attempt was so blatantly obvious. After dinner, I decided to take a shower, leaving Atlas by himself. That's when Dove walked in, asking him to call her number because she claimed she couldn't find her phone. It was obvious that this was just a ploy to get his number. How twisted. Atlas also told me that while I was occupied with other things, Dove tried to play the victim, telling him her sob story about the divorce and how much mental distress it had caused her, dragging on about how it took her years to recover. To make matters worse, Mom even chimed in, blaming Jeremy and speaking ill of him. After a while, Atlas asked me if I wanted to go for a walk and give him a tour of the neighborhood. Before I could respond, my sister quickly stood up and said, "Sure." Atlas looked at her, surprised, and firmly stated that he wanted some alone time with me. Her face turned red with embarrassment and she quietly retreated to her room. It's only been a few days since that visit and I can already sense that Dove is planning more schemes to lure Atlas into her trap. I can't deny that it worries me, but at the same time, I trust my man and am curious to see how he handles her advances. Update 2. Hello everyone, I'm thrilled to share that I'm engaged. Atlas proposed to me last month during a trip and yes, he got down on one knee with a ring, and I couldn't stop gushing over it. But even after our visit to my parents, Dove didn't stop with her manipulative tactics. She started texting Atlas, asking how he was doing. Knowing that Atlas is a huge cat lover, Dove began flooding his inbox with cute cat videos, even though she never cared for cats before. After discovering that Atlas adored cats, she went so far as to get one herself and began recording videos of it to send to him. For the first few weeks, Atlas showed me Dove's desperate attempts to appear caring and concerned, sending messages that pretended to inquire about his work and well-being. After a while though, he stopped sharing her messages with me. I assumed she had finally given up on him and moved on, and we both shifted our focus back to more important things, especially with our busy work schedules. One day, as I was scrolling through social media, I noticed that Dove had added Atlas to her account. She was liking and commenting on nearly all of his posts, using silly heart icons. She even went back and commented on old pictures and videos from 7 to 10 years ago. I immediately felt uneasy about it, so out of the blue I checked his phone. I discovered that Dove was still texting him occasionally, but her messages were unread and seemed odd. She was clearly trying hard to get Atlas's attention. In his call logs, I saw missed calls from her, including one that came in around 3 a.m., which made me feel anxious. I confronted Atlas about why he hadn't told me that Dove was still texting him. He got a bit nervous and explained that he had been ignoring her and thought it was better if we didn't talk about her. I pressed him further about the calls, and he remained calm. Then he sat me down and explained that one day, Dove had called him, sounding really upset. He got scared, thinking something might be seriously wrong, but it turned out she just started talking about traumatic experiences related to Jeremy, saying she needed someone to talk to. Atlas told Dove that she should talk to her parents instead and that it wasn't appropriate to call so late. He also mentioned that she should have let me know first. That really struck a nerve with me, and I told him that keeping this from me wasn't okay and could lead to me losing trust in him. He reassured me that he would never fall for her tricks and that I had nothing to worry about. Even with his reassurance, I had read too many stories about husbands falling into similar traps, and I didn't want to be naive by blindly trusting him. I told him that the next time Dove called, he should hand the phone over to me so I could catch her in the act. Sure enough, one night, her call came through, and Atlas woke me up in the middle of the night. I answered the phone, and Dove immediately went silent when she heard my voice. She quickly claimed it was a mistake and hung up. The next day, I tried calling her multiple times to confront her, but she never picked up. So I texted her from Atlas's phone, letting her know it was me and that she needed to stop calling or texting him at odd hours. I also told her that if there was anything urgent she should contact me directly instead. After that, she finally stopped texting him, and I felt relieved that she was out of our lives. After Atlas proposed to me, I sent a picture of the ring to my dad. Dove must have shown it to Mom, and not long after, she started her stalking behavior again. She began texting Atlas and sending ridiculous videos. I was completely fed up. As soon as Atlas told me, I called her and unleashed all my pent-up anger, telling her to stop playing games and get a life. She mostly stayed silent while I let it all out, but I didn't realize at the time that she wasn't going to back down easily. As soon as I hung up, Mom called, furious, yelling at me for insulting my sister. Dove had told her that I was accusing her of trying to steal my fiancé. Mom claimed that my cruelty had caused Dove to have panic attacks and insisted that I be more considerate toward her, reminding me that Dove had been struggling with depression for years and was still recovering from her traumatic divorce. I found it laughable because Dove was never depressed about her divorce. I hung up the call and immediately informed Dad that if they continued to ignore Dove's behavior, I would have no choice but to cut them out of my life. I was done being a puppet in her game. I couldn't keep turning a blind eye to her antics. Update 3. I never imagined Dove would stoop so low. She had always made my life miserable, but I never thought she would actually try to seduce my fiancé before our wedding. The bullying, body shaming and constant ridicule were one thing, but realizing that she was willing to go as far as trying to ruin my wedding by seducing Atlas was a bitter pill to swallow. As we were planning our wedding, I wasn't in contact with Mom after our last confrontation. However, she eventually called and apologized for shouting at me, admitting that she had lost control out of fear for Dove, who was supposedly having panic attacks. One of my cousins later told me that Dove had been crying to everyone about how I was accusing her of trying to steal my fiancé and that I didn't deserve any of the good things in my life, especially Atlas. According to Dove, because she was the gorgeous one, she believed she should be the one getting the best of everything, not me. When I told Mom about this, she went quiet. She simply told me to forget everything and focus on my wedding and the happy life ahead. Fortunately, everything went as planned, and Dove managed to keep a low profile for a while. At the very least, she didn't interfere in our lives during that time. On the day of our wedding, we were at the venue, busy with final preparations, when I received a call from Atlas's best friend, asking me to come to Atlas's room with my parents. I jokingly teased him, saying that Atlas wasn't supposed to see the bride before the ceremony, but he insisted that this was something serious that needed to be dealt with before the wedding. My heart raced as I hurried to Atlas's room with my parents. When we arrived, Atlas was lying shirtless, drifting in and out of consciousness, while his groomsmen recounted Dove's devious actions. Apparently, while Atlas was getting ready, Dove had shown up with a drink. He initially refused it, but Dove persisted until he took a sip. Almost immediately, Atlas realized the drink was spiked. He excused himself and went to the washroom, where he called his friend, explained what had happened and asked him to come over. By the time his friend arrived, Atlas had partially passed out and was out of the washroom. Since his friend was sharing the room with Atlas, he had access and quickly turned on his camera as he entered. He overheard Atlas shouting at Dove to leave him alone while she was on top of him, undressing herself, and rubbing against him. This disgusting act was captured on camera. When Dove noticed Atlas's friend, she pretended they were making out, covered herself up and left the room, smirking at his friend and asking him not to tell anyone. Little did she know that she had already been caught on video. When we walked in, Atlas was still lying there, partially unconscious. The drink was so potent that even a few sips had left him severely dizzy with a pounding headache. The glass was still there, with solid particles settled at the bottom. It was an incredibly humiliating moment for my parents, who were in disbelief that Dove could do something so horrendous. My mom immediately called Dove and told her to come to Atlas's room. When she arrived, her lipstick was smudged, and she nonchalantly said, "I know you guys are mad at me, but it was mutual. Atlas loves me and has been making advances on me ever since we met. Today, he convinced me to have a one-time hookup before the wedding." My mom slapped her hard, telling her that we were aware of her lies and that everything had been recorded on camera. Dove was stunned by this revelation, and my parents wasted no time in kicking her out of the venue before she could cause any more trouble. Security was instructed not to allow her back inside. It was obvious that she had been trying to make it known that she had been with Atlas, hoping I would call off the wedding. My dad immediately called a doctor, who confirmed that Atlas had indeed been served a spiked drink, which had severely affected him. Atlas's parents and siblings were so upset that they wanted to confront Dove, but my parents had to apologize profusely to them to help calm the situation. The wedding had to be delayed until Atlas recovered, which took several rounds of vomiting to get through. Word of the incident spread quickly among the guests, who were buzzing with gossip for the next few days. Once Atlas had fully recovered, my dad walked me down the aisle. While I was happy to finally see Atlas as my husband, I couldn't shake the stress of everything that had transpired. During our vows, Atlas added an extra promise, vowing to protect our relationship from anyone who didn't want to see us together. After we returned from our honeymoon, my parents came to visit us and apologized to Atlas for all the trouble Dove had caused. My dad reassured us that Dove would be out of our lives for good. He had actually kicked her out of the house and told her to fend for herself. Despite this, I'm still struggling to move past the incident. My wedding was perilously close to being called off, and if Atlas's friend hadn't recorded what happened, I might never have believed that Atlas was innocent in all of this. Mother-in-law ruined my wedding. By spiking my drink, then tried to buy my forgiveness with $5K, now we're left to navigate the fallout. My mother-in-law secretly spiked my drink at my wedding, causing me to faint and ruin the reception. Now she's trying to buy my forgiveness with $5,000 because my husband has made his decision. Hi everyone, I'm Rachel, 27F, and I just got married a week ago to my wonderful husband Jaden, 32M. The wedding felt like something straight out of a telenovela. This whole journey began 2 years ago at a local coffee shop. I was a regular there, always needing my morning caffeine fix to start the day. One day, I noticed a tall guy with kind eyes standing in line behind me. He seemed nice, but to be honest, I wasn't really paying much attention. All I could think about was getting my hands on a latte. Later that same week, I bumped into him again, and this time, we ended up chatting while waiting for our coffees. We talked about everything. Our favorite books, weird childhood stories, and even our mutual love for that cozy little coffee shop. We laughed a lot, and for the first time that day I felt truly awake. Looking back, I realized that I was quick to judge at first, perhaps because I was so absorbed in my routine or because Jaden wasn't the kind of guy I typically gravitated toward. But that day, something shifted in me. There was a genuine kindness in him, a warmth in his smile that I couldn't ignore. We exchanged numbers, and that very night, Jaden texted me, asking if I wanted to grab dinner sometime. We ended up going to this tiny Italian place hidden away on a side street. The food was incredible, but the best part was our conversation. We talked for hours, and it felt effortless. We discovered we had a surprising amount in common: a love for old movies, a secret passion for karaoke, even though neither of us is very good, and a shared obsession with tacos. Over the next few weeks, we started seeing more and more of each other. We went on hikes, explored museums, and even tried, and failed, to take a pottery class together. The more time I spent with Jaden, the more I realized how special he was. He was funny, intelligent, supportive, and always knew how to make me smile. He pushed me to be a better person and made me feel like I could be completely myself around him. Then, on our second anniversary, Jaden surprised me with the most incredible proposal. We were on a weekend getaway to a charming cabin in the mountains. It was snowing softly outside, and we were cuddled up by the fireplace when Jaden got down on one knee and pulled out a ring. I don't even remember exactly what he said because all I could focus on was the love shining in his eyes. Of course, I said yes. As soon as we got back from our cabin trip, I dove into planning the wedding with so much excitement. But this is where things took an unexpected turn. After Jaden and I got engaged, I met his mom, Maria, 57, for the first time. She lived a bit out of town, so we hadn't had the chance to meet before. At first, Maria was incredibly sweet to me. She talked about how thrilled she was to finally have a daughter-in-law. Jaden was her only child, and she mentioned that she had always wanted more children, so having me join the family felt like a big deal to her, almost like gaining another child. She even hugged me warmly and said she couldn't wait to get to know me better. However, things began to change rather quickly. That weekend, Maria came to stay with us to help with some wedding planning and to spend more time together. Initially, I was thrilled, thinking we'd bond and grow closer. But as the weekend progressed, her attitude shifted in a way that made me uncomfortable. The first passive-aggressive remark came during breakfast on Saturday morning. I had made a batch of my favorite pancakes, and while Jaden was outside enjoying his coffee, Maria looked at me with a smile and said, "Oh, I guess you don't worry too much about carbs, huh?" I laughed it off at the moment, assuming it was just a casual comment, but it stung a bit. Later that day, as we were flipping through some wedding dress magazines, Maria pointed at a model and remarked, "This dress is stunning, but it's meant for someone with a very specific figure. Not everyone can pull it off." She glanced at me as she said it, and it felt like a subtle dig, suggesting she didn't think I could wear something like that. I just nodded and tried to brush it off, but the comment lingered, making me feel self-conscious. The remarks kept coming. When we were out shopping for some decorations, she casually mentioned, "You know, my friend's daughter lost 20 pounds for her wedding. She looked so stunning. Have you thought about doing something like that?" I was taken aback and didn't really know how to respond. I mumbled something about being content with my body as it is, but it left me feeling judged, as if she thought I should be trying to lose weight for the wedding. The next morning, while she was looking through my kitchen cupboards, she commented, "Oh, you have a lot of snacks here. I'd try to keep my house a bit more on the healthy side. You don't want to gain weight before the wedding, do you?" I couldn't believe she was still harping on about my weight, and it was beginning to really hurt my feelings. It felt like she was picking on me, even though she always had a smile on her face and spoke in a seemingly kind tone. What struck me as odd was that Maria never made those comments in front of Jaden. It was as if she had a switch she could flip on and off. When Jaden was around, she was all smiles and sweet words, but the moment he stepped out or was in another room, she'd start making those passive-aggressive remarks. I felt like I was living in two different worlds, one where I was accepted and loved, and another where I was constantly judged and criticized. Initially, I didn't think it was necessary to bring this issue up with Jaden. After all, it was his mom, and I didn't want to create any tension between us, especially since we had just gotten engaged and were in such a blissful place. I kept telling myself that it was just a minor inconvenience, something I could handle. Besides, I'm not exactly thin. I have curves, and I'm proud of my body. I've worked hard to feel confident in my own skin. Maria's remarks were more annoying than anything else. It felt like she was trying to undermine my confidence, but I was determined not to let her get to me. However, Maria started coming over more frequently. It felt like she was around every weekend, and it was beginning to drive me a little crazy. I worked from Monday to Friday and only had the weekends to focus on wedding planning. But every time I turned around, there was Maria, offering to help or just hanging around. It was tough to concentrate on wedding preparations with her constantly there, making little comments and acting like she knew better than I did. One weekend, she called to say she'd be coming over again. I felt a knot of anxiety in my stomach because I really needed some time alone to plan without her input. So I told her I was going to be busy and wouldn't be at home. She asked what I was up to, and before I could stop myself, I blurted out that I was going to look at wedding dresses. I think I just wanted her to know that I had important things to do. To my surprise, she got really excited and said she'd love to come along. I didn't know how to say no without sounding rude, so I reluctantly agreed. The next thing I knew, she was at my door, beaming and eager to help me find the perfect dress. I tried to smile back, but inside, I was dreading how this shopping trip would unfold. We visited a few bridal shops, and from the moment we stepped inside, Maria was in full mom mode, suggesting dresses that didn't appeal to me and making comments about how certain styles wouldn't flatter my figure. It was utterly draining. I felt like I couldn't even breathe without her casting judgment. When I tried on a dress that I genuinely loved, she remarked, "It's nice, but don't you think it's a bit snug around the waist? Maybe something more flowy would suit you better." I was crushed because I adored that dress, but her words made me second-guess myself. By the end of the day, I hadn't found a dress, and I was feeling pretty low. Thankfully, Maria went back to her place, and I finally had a moment of peace. For the next few days, she kept texting me, asking when I would be looking for dresses again. I just kept saying that I didn't know when I'd have the time. I was determined not to tell her when I planned to go shopping, but my plan unraveled when Jaden mentioned to his mom that I'd be going dress shopping the next day. So she called me, asking what time she should come over. I found myself at a crossroads. Maria had already made so many remarks about my body that I dreaded the idea of her tagging along. I knew that if I took her with me to the bridal shop, she would ruin the day with more comments and judgments, so I decided to come up with an excuse. I told her that the bridal shop had a rule allowing only 2 people to accompany me, and my mom and maid of honor were already on their way. I realize now that it was a pretty lame excuse, but at that moment I couldn't think of anything else. Maria quickly pointed out how ridiculous my explanation was and said, "What kind of bridal shop only allows 2 people? That's just silly." I fumbled for a response and said, "I know it's weird, but that's what they told me." I was sweating bullets because I knew how flimsy my lie sounded. I hurriedly told her I had to go and ended the call before she could ask any more questions. As soon as I hung up, a huge wave of guilt washed over me. I hated lying, especially to Jaden's mom, but I just couldn't face another day of her making me feel bad about myself. I decided to focus on the positive and remind myself that this day was supposed to be fun and exciting. My mom and maid of honor picked me up and we headed to the bridal shop. I did my best to shake off the lingering guilt and just enjoy the moment, and in the end, I found a dress that I absolutely loved. After that, Maria didn't call, text, or even visit our house. She still kept in touch with Jaden, which was a bit of a relief since it avoided any awkwardness between them. I sent her a picture of me in the wedding dress, hoping to share some of my excitement with her. She responded with just a thumbs up emoji and nothing else. I wasn't sure how to interpret that, but I decided not to overthink it. With so much to do as the wedding approached, I didn't have time to dwell on her reaction. As the wedding day drew nearer, I became increasingly busy with all the preparations. Honestly, I didn't reach out to Maria again. There was so much to coordinate, finalizing the guest list, confirming the caterers, and ensuring that all the decorations were perfect. Finally, the big day arrived. It exceeded all my expectations. The ceremony was beautiful, and I couldn't stop smiling as I walked down the aisle toward Jaden. The look on his face when he saw me in my dress was priceless, making all the stress of planning worthwhile. We said our vows, exchanged rings, and just like that, we were married. The reception started off perfectly. The venue was gorgeous, the weather was ideal, the food was delicious, and everyone seemed to be having a great time. I loved our first dance. Jaden and I had taken a few dance lessons and we managed not to step on each other's toes. It felt like a fairy tale, and I was on cloud nine. Everything was going smoothly until I decided to get a drink. I walked over to the bar for something refreshing, and there was Maria, standing right there. She turned to me with a big smile and said, "You look like you're having a wonderful time. Let me get you a drink, just relax and enjoy yourself." I was a bit taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm but thought maybe she was trying to make up for all the awkwardness. She handed me a Shirley Temple and I thanked her and took a sip. A few minutes later, I started feeling drowsy, but I assumed it was just because I was tired. Then, I fainted on the floor and lost consciousness. Everything went black, and the next thing I knew, Jaden was panicking and calling for an ambulance. I could hear the worry in his voice as he tried to keep me awake. People were gathering around, but it was all a blur. When the EMTs arrived, they quickly brought me back to consciousness and began asking questions about what I had eaten and drunk that day. I told them everything, including the meal I had at the reception and the Shirley Temple that Maria had given me. They expressed concern and asked if there was anything unusual or if I had taken any medication. That's when Maria, looking a bit guilty, stepped forward and admitted that the drink she gave me had alcohol in it. She explained that she didn't think it would be a big deal and thought it would help me relax. I was stunned. Why would she add alcohol to my drink without telling me? The situation became even more complicated when my maid of honor, Emily, spoke up. She informed the EMTs that I had taken some anxiety medication just minutes before walking down the aisle. I had been so anxious about everything going off without a hitch that I took a small dose to calm my nerves. It turned out that the combination of the medication and the alcohol in the drink was what caused me to collapse. There must have been some kind of chemical reaction that knocked me out. The EMTs explained that mixing alcohol with certain medications can be very dangerous and that I was fortunate the outcome wasn't more severe. After the EMTs left, Jaden turned to Maria and demanded that she leave. His voice was shaking with anger, and Maria looked completely shocked. She tried to explain, insisting she hadn't meant any harm and that it was all just a misunderstanding, but Jaden wasn't having any of it. He shouted at her to leave the reception immediately. I had never seen him so furious, and it broke my heart to witness his anger towards his mom on what was supposed to be a joyful day. With all the chaos, I wasn't feeling well, and the mood at the reception took a nosedive. Guests started to feel uncomfortable, and the joyous atmosphere we had worked so hard to create just vanished. People began leaving one by one, and before we knew it, the reception ended early. It was devastating to see everyone leave so soon, and I felt like the day I had been dreaming of for so long had been ruined. Jaden and I went back to our hotel room, and I was left trying to process everything that had happened. I felt numb, exhausted, and overwhelmed with sadness. This day was supposed to be one of the happiest of my life, but instead, it had turned into a nightmare because of a careless prank. I couldn't believe that Maria's actions had destroyed our special day. Maria kept texting and calling both me and Jaden, but neither of us responded. We needed some time to process everything and figure out our next steps. I could see that Jaden was deeply troubled by the situation. He loved his mom, but he was also incredibly hurt and angry over what she had done. It was a difficult situation, and I had no idea how to fix it. When we finally returned home, I tried to put the whole incident behind me and focus on starting our new life together, but it wasn't easy. Every time I thought about our wedding day, I felt a pang of sorrow. I kept replaying the events in my mind, wondering how things could have turned out differently if Maria hadn't pulled that prank. It felt like a dark cloud hanging over what should have been a beautiful memory. Thankfully, we soon left for our honeymoon, and it was such a relief to escape all the drama and stress. Jaden and I had an amazing time exploring new places and creating beautiful memories together. It was the perfect getaway, and for those 2 weeks, I felt like everything was back to normal. We laughed, relaxed, and enjoyed each other's company without a care in the world. When we returned home, reality hit us hard. The moment we pulled into the driveway, there was Maria, standing at the door. My heart sank, and a wave of anxiety washed over me. I had anticipated this confrontation, but I wasn't prepared for it to happen as soon as we got back. What made it worse was that she didn't offer an apology. Instead, she kept insisting that it wasn't her fault and that it was all just a prank. She tried to justify her actions, saying things like, "I didn't think it would hurt you," and "I just wanted to lighten the mood." It was infuriating to watch her refuse to take responsibility for what she had done. I couldn't believe she was trying to downplay the whole incident as if it were just a harmless joke. Jaden couldn't hold back any longer. He snapped and told her that enough was enough. He said she had crossed a line and needed to own up to her actions. He made it clear that the only way he would talk to her again was if she apologized to me. He told her that she had hurt me deeply, and it was not acceptable. Maria tried to interrupt, but Jaden didn't let her. He went on to say that from now on, they would only be seeing each other during holidays. No more random weekend visits, no unnecessary calls. He told her it would be like they were distant relatives who only met on special occasions. Maria was shocked and started to cry, but Jaden remained firm. I could see how painful it was for him to have to set such boundaries with his own mother, but he was determined to support me and ensure I felt safe and respected. Yesterday, while I was at work, I got a call from Maria. It caught me off guard because we hadn't spoken in a while, and I wasn't expecting her to reach out, especially during work hours. She told me she was outside my office and wanted to meet. I was surprised and didn't want her coming inside and causing any unnecessary drama, so I agreed to meet her outside to avoid a scene. We sat down at a small cafe across the street, and I could tell she was really upset. As soon as we began talking, she broke down in tears. It was awkward because people around us started to stare. She told me she couldn't believe what Jaden was doing. He wasn't answering her calls or responding to her messages. She was distraught and begged me to talk to him on her behalf, saying she just wanted things to go back to the way they were before. I want to point out that, up until this moment, Maria still hadn't apologized to me for what happened at the wedding. It was as if she was in complete denial about the impact of her actions. I told her that instead of coming to my office and causing a scene, she should be thinking about how her actions had affected both me and Jaden. I explained that she had ruined my wedding day, and it wasn't fair to expect me to just brush that aside and talk to Jaden for her. She tried to defend herself, saying she didn't mean any harm and was sorry I reacted the way I did. It was as though she couldn't see past her own perspective and understand that her actions had real consequences. She kept insisting that if she had known what would happen, she never would have done it. As she continued to cry, I noticed people in the cafe beginning to glance over with concern. The whole situation made me incredibly uncomfortable, and I just wanted to leave. I told her that I would see what I could do, but I didn't make any promises. Up until now, I still haven't talked to Jaden about it because I'm not sure if I'm ready to forgive Maria. After all, she only apologized after I prompted her to do so. My mom thinks I should just let it go and forgive my mother-in-law, but I'm not entirely sure. What do you all think? I'd really appreciate your advice. Update 1. Hi everyone, thank you so much for your comments and suggestions. It really means a lot to have a space where I can share my story and receive support. Maria's constant texts and calls were starting to wear me down. So I decided it was time to have another conversation with Jaden and figure out how we could move forward. I told Jaden that Maria had come to my office and apologized to me. It wasn't entirely true. Her apology wasn't exactly what I needed, but I felt like it was time to start mending things, even if just a little. I told him that I had forgiven her, which was mostly true, because I wanted to move past this mess and focus on our future. Jaden looked at me with concern and asked if I was really sure. I assured him that I was ready to move on, but we needed to set some boundaries with his mom to avoid any more drama. He seemed relieved that I was willing to forgive her, but he also recognized that this wasn't just about me, it was about us as a couple and our need for peace and stability. After our talk, Jaden texted Maria, letting her know that he was glad she had apologized to me and that we were ready to try and move forward. However, he also made it clear that the boundaries we set before still stood: no more dropping by unannounced, no more constant calls, and no more overstepping her limits. He told her that we needed some space to focus on our own lives. Maria responded almost right away, saying that she was sorry for everything and that she just wanted to be a part of our lives. She promised to respect our boundaries and give us the space we needed. I still have mixed feelings about the whole situation. On one hand, I'm glad that Maria seems to be taking our boundaries seriously, but on the other, I still feel a bit uneasy because I know that one slip-up could bring all the drama back. I'm trying to focus on the positive and remind myself that we are making progress, even if it's slow. Some of you have asked about my anxiety, and I want to thank you for your concern. I don't feel comfortable going into too much detail, but I do want to clarify that my anxiety wasn't about Jaden or our relationship. I knew he was the one for me from the moment things got serious between us. The anxiety was more related to the wedding day itself and the immense pressure that comes with planning such a big event. We had over 200 guests attending, and I was determined for everything to be perfect. I worried endlessly about all the little things that could go wrong, like the food not turning out well, the music not being enjoyable, or the decorations not living up to my expectations. The thought of any detail going awry made me incredibly anxious. I wanted our guests to have an amazing time and to remember our wedding as a beautiful and joyous celebration. Update 2. Hi everyone, something unexpected happened, and I'm still trying to figure out how to feel about it. Things were going smoothly until last weekend when Jaden received a call from Maria inviting both of us to dinner at her place. She mentioned that it was important for us to have this dinner to start getting things back to normal after everything that had happened. Jaden told me about the invitation and asked what I thought. I told him it would be okay and that we should go. Maybe this was her way of trying to make amends. When we got to Maria's house, she greeted us with a warm smile. But after dinner, Maria did something that completely took me by surprise. She got up, left the room, and came back with a check for $5,000. She handed it to me, saying she was truly sorry for ruining our wedding day and that, while she couldn't change the past, she wanted to give me this money as a way to make up for it. I was completely taken aback and immediately felt uncomfortable. It was such an unexpected gesture and I didn't know how to respond. I refused the money right away, telling her that I didn't need it and that we should just let bygones be bygones. Jaden agreed and told her that she didn't have to give us any money, but Maria was persistent. She wouldn't take the check back and ended up slipping it into my coat pocket. I was so shocked and didn't know how to handle it. She seemed almost desperate for us to accept it, which only made the situation more awkward. After that, we left her house and headed back home. On the way, Jaden and I talked about what had happened and we were both confused. Why would Maria give us such a large amount of money? It felt strange, and I couldn't help but wonder what her true intentions were. Was she genuinely sorry, or was this her way of trying to buy our forgiveness? I'm not sure, and it's left me feeling really unsettled. Jaden and I discussed it again, and we're still not certain about what to do. He's just as confused as I am, and we both want to approach this situation in a way that's fair and respectful. We don't want to hurt Maria's feelings or dismiss her attempts to make amends, but at the same time, we don't want to feel like we're being bought off. If anyone has any advice or has gone through something similar, I'd really appreciate hearing your thoughts. Update 3. It's been 2 weeks since my last update, and honestly, not much has changed. We still have the check that Maria gave us, but we haven't cashed it. It's just sitting in our drawer, almost like a reminder of everything that's happened. I'm not really sure what we'll end up doing with it, but for now, it's just there. As for our relationship with Maria, things are pretty much the same. We're all in this holding pattern where we're trying to be civil and respectful without revisiting the past too much. She's been respecting our boundaries, which has been a huge relief. She doesn't show up unannounced anymore, and the constant barrage of texts and calls has stopped. It feels like she's genuinely trying to do better, and that gives me some hope for the future. Jaden and Maria still talk on the phone regularly, and their conversations seem to be positive. I'm relieved that their relationship hasn't suffered too much from everything that happened. I also talk to Maria sometimes. Our conversations are polite and a bit formal, but both of us are making an effort to keep things friendly. I think this will be my last update for a while. I don't expect much to change anytime soon, and I'm hopeful that things will continue to improve little by little. I want to focus on the positive and keep moving forward, and I believe that's the best approach for now. If anything major happens, I might pop back in with an update, but for now, I'm going to take a step back and concentrate on living my life. Thank you again for all your support, and I hope you all have a wonderful day. Am I the asshole for breaking up with my unmotivated girlfriend who has nothing going for her and might become homeless? I, male 24, met a girl, female 22, in a community college class when I was 20. We came from very different backgrounds. I was middle class trying to find a cheaper way to go to college. She was living in almost poverty going to school because she was forced to by her parents who were threatening to kick her out. She dropped out about a year into her schooling while I continued and finished. During her first year we formed a relationship and she moved into my apartment more or less. Her relationship with her parents is pretty much non-existent and she has little to no outside friends besides 1 or 2 women she knew from high school, who are deadbeats in my opinion. I make around $80K a year so we live relatively comfortably, but there's still some strain on finances. I can't say exactly when I started losing feelings, but the fact that she refuses to work, will not cook and wants to eat out every day, does not want to go to school, and continuously wants to buy and spend money on clothes and other stuff just slowly started grating me more and more. I work in a female-dominated workplace, and having conversations, and interacting with co-workers who have so much going for them, have fun hobbies, and aspirations makes it all the more worse when your girlfriend is chronically online and spends 7 hours a day scrolling through Instagram or TikTok reels and thinks having sex is all she needs to do on her end. Our relationship isn't bad, we have fights every now and then like an average couple, have an active sex life, but that's pretty much it. From her perspective, if I broke up with her it would be out of nowhere, but I'm pretty much done, and now I could move on quickly and have nothing to be regretful about, as shitty as it sounds. The problem comes in her having no job, no finances, almost no friends and no family support unit. I'm not a monster, I don't want to make someone virtually homeless, but I don't want to be stuck with someone who has nothing going for them either. I don't know what to do. Edit. Thank you for all the advice in this post. I don't know if this sub allows updates, but I'll talk to her tomorrow about this and start the process of working this out. Relevant comments. OP explains. Yeah, if she was a toxic or just bad partner I wouldn't have too much trouble ending it, but she's fairly nice, just very lazy. I've tried to talk her into trying different hobbies or interests to get her active, but she always turns them down each time. How long? She wasn't as bad when we were still in school, she at least helped cook and had some aspirations to be a nurse. But I guess when she started getting comfortable her habits built on until it got to this point. This wouldn't have been a 4-year relationship if this was how it started. She only leaves the apartment when I take her to get food, she either sleeps or is on her phone. Is she miserable with her life? She's not really miserable. She always sends me 30+ memes at work on IG, and is honestly a pretty funny person. She has her mood swings on some days, but that's how she usually is. I've tried talking to her about this more than once, but she either thinks I'm not being serious or tries to change the subject. The one time I was serious she said would try looking at courses again, but it eventually fell through and I stopped trying. She just doesn't really care. Update 1. For starters, I want to thank everyone for all the advice I was given on the last thread, as it helped me formulate how I would go about doing this. When I made that post I was having an extremely bad day and didn't expect it to blow up like it did, so I don't think I was able to give her a fair defense. Also, I got dozens of messages, ranging from asking me to hand out her contact info so they could take her in as a live-in sex girlfriend, to helpful advice telling me to start hiding anything valuable. When I had said that she had come from poverty, her father is a laborer while her mother also lives a similar lifestyle to how she lives now. Their home is maybe 1,100 square feet and in a terrible place in town, and given her father's past ultimatum, I don't think he will take her back, as she hasn't been back home in years. Yes, I have talked to her about this, since January, maybe 3 times. Either by gently telling her it would be nice if she went out more to find a hobby, at the very least to flat out say she was wasting away on her phone and that she needs to get a job or go back to school. Each time she either changes the subject, makes it a joke, or follows through for a couple of days before going back to her usual self. She is a kind partner, who asks me about my day, always tries to make me laugh or lighten the mood when I get annoyed, and generally shows a lot of affection. Which makes me feel terrible when none of that works anymore, and I just see her as another person. Now for the confrontation. Last night when we were both getting ready for bed, I didn't take my clothes off and instead just stood there telling her we needed to talk. At first she was just smiling and jumping up and down on the bed with her knees, thinking I wasn't as serious as I was, but eventually she was able to read the mood. I told her something wasn't feeling right anymore, that I've tried to make this work and be patient with her for the past few years, but I didn't know how much more time I was willing to spend waiting for her to get a job, go back to school, or just get a hobby if anything. I told her that it annoyed and grated me that she just didn't seem to care about herself, and that I hated that she had no goals or aspirations. This was probably the first time in a long time she was as attentive as she's ever been during this conversation. And agreed to whatever I was saying, even also giving suggestions on where she can apply, what courses were starting to interest her, and even said I could look over her as she submitted applications online to make sure she wasn't lying. In her head it seemed like I was still willing to make this work, and a part of me believed this would finally be the moment that she would change. So it made the next part even harder for me and for her. At first I told her I didn't love her the same way, which slowly but eventually led to me saying I didn't feel anything at all about this relationship and was jaded. I was tired and wanted a fresh start with someone who was more goal-oriented, and wanted something more out of life. When she realized what I was getting at, she started to cry and asked why I didn't mention this sooner, and I said I've always asked her to cook, to go out with me to try something out, or to just go back to school, even when I offered to pay for her classes. Anything. She said she understands that part, but was upset why I didn't say it was leading to me losing interest in her, because from her perspective it seemed as if I still loved her all the same. She started apologizing, saying she wasn't in the right mental state and saying nothing was motivating her. And she genuinely had no interest in any hobbies, the only thing she liked was spending time with me, which is all she looked forward to on the day when I came home. None of this was really affecting my emotions besides making me feel uncomfortable. So I tried to continue by saying, I think her lifestyle would be better with another person, but she immediately cut me off and became more panicked. She started to apologize again for what she's done and said she would be a better girlfriend, that she would go with me tomorrow to wherever I wanted to go and would look for courses in August that she could start doing. But she did not want to lose me since she had nothing else in life and absolutely hated that I stopped loving her. There were so many tears and snot that I said we would have this conversation again when she calmed down, and we eventually did in an hour or so. She pleaded to give her 2 months to make a change and give her another chance, and promised that she would change. Again she listed off all the places she would apply to and said she would be a better partner. I never wanted to make her homeless, so this seemed like a good settlement, even though I still had my doubts. I then reaffirmed that I wanted to see other people, but she seemed much more adamant on this issue than the aspirations issue that she would be able to fix this. She said just give her a month to try and make the relationship work, and asked me again and again on what she could do to make her love her again, and that she didn't want me to hate her. She said that this was the worst part of it all. In the only person that she had just done. It seemed as if she was about to break down again, so I said okay, we'll see how this relationship is in a month. In my mind, if I'm allowing her 2 months to get back on her feet, then by a month she would already be ready to move on. I also didn't want her to suffer a complete mental breakdown while I was still living with her, so giving her a month to let her fix the relationship would give her enough time to accept things. I slept on the couch last night and will probably continue doing so for a while. She came out at about 3 a.m. wanting to talk some more, but I said I was exhausted and we would do it tomorrow. She then slept on the floor beside me for the rest of the night apologizing again. When I told her to stop, she silently said okay and sobbed for a bit under her blanket. But that's everything that's happened so far. This was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do, but I regret nothing and feel much better letting everything out. I don't know how this situation will be in 2 months, but I was firm that it was the deadline. This post will probably get buried, so I probably won't do another update since I don't think anyone will care about this in a week or a month, but I will definitely private message those of you who have been helping me through this on how it turns out or those who just want to be updated. But yeah, thanks. Edit, for all of you who keep asking what my workplace is, I'm a RN. Update 2, I feel like this will be an easier place to post since it's my page and I don't have to worry about over spamming with small or inconsequential updates anywhere else, as it's only for those wanting to read. I want everyone who has privately messaged me to know I read them all, especially those of you who have gone through similar circumstances as me and have shared your stories. I've been doing some self-reflection and think I know how I want to go about this that will help with my lack of communication skills. I know I'm not a perfect person, but I still stand by my decisions I made that night 100% through and through. I might post an update sooner in a week or so, as the day after our fight I'm filled with a bit more hope than usual. Don't know how long it will last, but better make use of it. But again, I just wanted to post this for everyone sharing your stories with me privately, as I can't message you all, as it's been helping me make decisions on what to do about this all immensely. Hello, I have a partner who wants to start taking an interest in baking. She's a bit self-conscious and doesn't like asking or looking for outside help, and I'm kind of clueless in the subject, but I want to be able to find a resource to give some help for her. Are there any YouTube playlists or something similar you would all recommend to get started for someone who has little experience cooking as well? Update 3. This is a long post and no, I'm not going to give a TLDR. Hey all, it's been about a week since my last post and I thought I'd give an update. A lot has happened, including the explosion of my first update thread. I have over 50 plus DMs asking me for an update, so instead of copy and pasting replies, I'll do another one. I find it easier to write than to speak in many situations, so this has been a great way to help my decisions and clear my head. Writing everything down has helped tremendously, and I will continue to do so until this is all over and I will nuke everything afterwards. After the night confrontation, we didn't really speak all too much at home, with it being dry and awkward for a day or two, but I have been told I'm a workaholic by nature, so it was easy for me to stay at the hospital as a distraction, but in that time she did start to cook again. We weren't in the mood to go out to eat together. Eventually though, I sat down with her after she asked for a more thorough conversation on why I felt our relationship was failing. She promised not to cry or get upset but wanted me to be 100% upfront so she had a better way of understanding, stating she wanted to try everything to fix this. I was really apprehensive about this and I can't really explain why, but given being together for 4 years I wanted to at least make an effort myself out of respect, even though a large part of me was angry for even doing so, as I feel I've never had the same from her. There have been many different camps in my last update, the main ones being kick her out immediately and leave her before it gets worse, try to find a way to fix our relationship or end the relationship altogether but continue living with someone who would probably become absolutely neurotic. If I was going to let her stay for 2 months I would absolutely not be dealing with that. I took consideration in all these main advice discussions and read through almost every reply. Even the most assumptive, bizarre and downright unhinged Redditor takes. More importantly, I took heavy influence from those who have shared with me their past stories, which either led to them being stuck in loveless relationships for years or eventually being able to overcome their problems and have an even stronger connection. Thank you again for your private messages. I read through a lot of your lives. Now for our conversation. She said she saw something on TikTok where couples put a phone on a table with a timer and wanted to do something similar, for each person to air what made them upset. I said that was dumb. If we were going to talk about our problems, it would be better if there was no time limit. She eventually agreed and said I could go first, asking me first when was the time that I completely lost my love for her. As I said before, it was never one action, but a grating feeling that got worse and worse until it got to this point, and I told her that, so she then asked when was the time I felt the most angry. I said it would take some time to think for me and she said that was fine. After a few minutes something came to mind. I couldn't formulate the right words at first, but it eventually just started to come out. I told her the worst time was when I was first starting at my hospital. To keep it short, the tempo was brutal. It was constant work with little to no downtime, as I was constantly learning new things that school had never taught me, while being expected to be able to handle it as a professional. It was without a doubt the most stressed I've ever been, and I feel like other RNs can relate here. That year hardened the way I think now. That hard work does pay off, if you have the drive and the passion. I told her I think that was when I started losing feelings the fastest, seeing her at home doing absolutely nothing. Coming home to no food made, to her not working a job, to her not learning anything, completely stuck to the internet with nothing to show for it. I said it made me even more upset when I had given suggestions for jobs with pretty easy schedules, or to find a new interest in school that would pan out better than last time, only to be rejected at every attempt. I told her flat out that it disgusted me. She asked me why I didn't make this a bigger issue at the time, that I should have communicated this to her, but I said there's some things that shouldn't have to be said. I shouldn't have to remind her to wash her ass, eat, do something other than mindlessly scrolling on her phone for hours at a day, every day. I also told her that after coming home from the hospital during more stressful days, the last thing I wanted was to spend my time begging my girlfriend to do something productive, so I held my tongue and settled as she was still nice and caring. I had no other reasons to end it, and so the resentment grew worse from then on. It was around here that I became more mean to my regret now, but I will still input it as I have everything else. I told her that when she dropped nursing, I was upset since I felt that she was more than capable of doing what I had done. But after spending more time in the relationship, and spending more time getting to know her, I knew that with the type of person she was, there was no way she could have ever finished. Which is why I suggested easier and more laid-back jobs, less demanding majors for school. Shit, even if she just cooked or found an interesting hobby at that point, I would have appreciated it. Still, she chose to do nothing for years. It's just the type of person she was and why I felt done for her romantically over time. She asked me if I hated her, and I said I didn't know. I told her she was very loving and kind, but I hated how she handled her life to this point. That I felt no ill will towards her after airing everything out, but I also felt nothing else. I just felt done and ready to move on. Throughout this conversation we kept eye contact, and there were times it seemed like she would break, but like she said, she remained as calm as she could while I said what I had to say. I told her I was done and she could say her piece now, but she asked if we could continue the conversation later and locked herself in our room for the rest of the day. The next day we sat down again and finished the conversation. She told me that she thinks she's depressed, saying that she didn't feel sad before that night, just had no motivation to do anything. I had a couple of messages telling me to ask her to get tested for ADHD, but when I started bringing it up she was very adamant that is not something she felt comfortable with. I knew she didn't like needles or going to the hospital in general, but her flat out refusing to get tested for disorders when I told her it was not at all like a regular hospital visit surprised me. She asked me if she was able to change her behavior. Would I give her another chance? I said I didn't know, as I felt nothing right now and didn't know if her doing it would bring any feeling back. Especially since it took my breaking point to do so. She asked if there was any compromise, and I told her again, if in a month I felt like there was enough reason to stay together I would, but that there was no guarantee that my feelings would return. But I would match any effort she also put out. She was frustrated by my answer, but I said that's how it would be. She gave me a piece of paper to look at that she was working on last night that had a list of hobbies and interests she wanted to look into, the two major ones being photography and cooking again. She told me that she was looking into these while also showing me her phone, giving proof that she was putting in applications on Indeed and Glassdoor for some entry-level positions that she might get hired in. I told her if she was able to show enough passion or interest in these hobbies that she showed, I would not care about her working, just anything to improve herself. But if she didn't do anything at all, then it would be best to look for a new job to help her if she moves out. I've also been asked in private messages if I have any personal friends to talk to. There's 2 female coworkers I confide some information in given how many hours we work together at our hospital, and who I completely trust as in my opinion they are extremely grounded. They both said I would eventually get love bombed and this would all go back to how it once was, and that I needed to stand firm with moving on. They've very helpful friends who have even offered to let me stay over for a few nights, giving the reason that I would fall for her manipulation if I continued being anywhere near her, in their own words. But it didn't feel right since I'm still technically in a relationship, but I said I would consider it if the situation worsened. But again I find them grounded, so I always try to take their advice to heart. Despite numerous messages from you all privately or openly telling me that this will be a mistake, I want to make the attempt to give this one last try. Though I feel heavily closed and guarded and still feel indifferent with our current situation. But a lot of you have told me this can eventually change with enough work from both parties. I have also taken the advice of those saying to cut off sex, which was my intention from the start anyway, by continuing to sleep in the living room. But each day she has been sleeping on the floor right below me even when I tell her I'd rather be alone with my thoughts, telling me this is something she would not accept. But that's everything so far. Next update will probably be at the month mark, as there's nothing else I feel like I need to say for now, just waiting to see if things can get better now that we're working on this somewhat. Fiancé's graduation party exposes dealbreaker, LGBTQ plus acceptance splits 4-year relationship. We met in college and decided to not get married until we graduated to focus on our studies, and we have been dating for 4 years. He proposed to me during his last semester of his master's program, and he is studying to become a teacher. I graduated with my bachelor's not too long ago, but his graduation party is showing a side of him that I believe to be a deal breaker. His graduation party will be held at his father's house, which has a pretty big backyard, and many of the people from our wedding will be going. However, unlike our wedding invitation list, he said he didn't want to invite Jason, fake name, and his parents because he recently came out as gay, and that led to a conversation. Jason and his parents were invited to our wedding, so that made me ask why he didn't want them at the graduation. He said that the wedding was an us thing, and that he was willing to compromise because it was our wedding. But when it came to the graduation, he said it was a him thing because he was the one who graduated, so he didn't have to compromise, because he did the school work. When I asked what he meant by compromise, he said he'd tolerate Jason at our wedding because that's what couples do, but the graduation was about him. When I asked if he'd support potential future children that came out, he said he'd tolerate it for me, although he disagreed with it. It is my fault for not asking that question earlier before we became engaged, but he made his stance clear. He said he'd be more distant to a child that turned out to be gay and would probably let me do more of the parenting if so. He's always been a gentleman and amazing to me, but he grew up religious, parents were Christians, although he said he's not anymore. I don't think we have a future after he said he would distance himself from a child who came out and leave it to me, and I just want to ask how to tell him so. I'm thinking about another conversation like we had, but I want to ask for the best way to go about it. What would be the best way to tell him that I don't think we have a future together given his stance? First update. Reddit recovered June 11, 2023. A lot of people suggested talking to my fiancé in an open space or my parents' home about my deal breaker, but I wasn't able to do it at my parents' home, although I got to talk to them and they agreed with my reasoning. They said they were disturbed by how easily he admitted he would distance himself from a potentially gay child and that it was a good thing it came out before the wedding. I also got a lot of people calling me out for not broaching the topic of gay children or how he felt about LGBTQ in the years we dated, and that's on me for never thinking to bring up. Going forward, it will be something I ask early on before getting emotionally invested in a relationship. Because I couldn't speak to him at my parents' place, we ended up talking at a place we went for lunch, and I told him that I couldn't go forward in the relationship because he repeatedly said he wouldn't accept any children who came out. But when I said that, he didn't try to take it back and said that he was willing to compromise for me. He said it was better than pretending, to agree with coming out and that he was being honest, but I told him I was done because of his beliefs, and he didn't take it well. He took it fine at the restaurant and finished lunch without saying much else, and he kept saying I was overreacting and that he couldn't believe I wanted to end the relationship over him wanting to compromise. My parents have been helping me with canceling the wedding, but he took his spite online. He made a Facebook rant a few days after that, doubled down on a lot of the things he said, and he said he made it to explain his side of things. He said that I was breaking up with him despite him being honest about his willingness to compromise and not hiding it like many couples internalize things. He also said our country was changing things that were always wrong, such as gay rights, and he said that people were trying to shove gay rights down everyone's throats. He also said that you can't say anything these days because of canceled culture and Me Too catering to sensitive people. And he said that the value of education was dropping because people were becoming more stupid. He also said that that was why he wanted to become a teacher because there weren't enough good ones, and those were just a few of the things in his rant. He also said that Me Too enabled people from the consequences of their behavior, when they should instead look at themselves in the mirror and how they dress too. He never said anything about Me Too during the duration of our relationship or anything that was outspoken about gay rights until his graduation planning, and it was honestly surprising to read what he wrote. As I said above, I will be asking these questions at the start of dating going forward. Lastly, some people suggested reporting my ex-fiancé to the school in my previous post because they said he could be harmful to gay students, and I especially agree after the post he made. I did receive a lot of hateful DMs from people who agreed with my ex and said that I'd be wrong to contact the school. Some even accused me of considering canceling him in DMs and a few comments on my last post, but I don't see it as that. I see calling the school as something that's important because this mindset is harmful to so many, and he is already a substitute teacher at an elementary school. He began subbing before he graduated. I want to ask what would be the best way to go about it. Whether that would be an email, phone call, or potential visit to do it in person. I have already screenshotted the post he made, and I've only answered questions about the breakup from people who have called so far. My parents are helping me with some people who have called them too, but that is my last. Second update, August 20th, 2023. I didn't really plan to make another post, but I received a lot more DMs after my update was shared that made me want to come back, and I read through many of the comments there too, which made me want to address something. To those who called me out for not seeing any signs of his homophobia earlier. You're absolutely right. I just assumed the best and never thought to question it, but I will now ask the tough questions going forward at the beginning of future relationships, such as political stances along with opinions on race and gender, and that should help prevent time from being wasted on people similar to my ex. I just assumed the best because we have another friend who is trans and was always cool with him, and my ex used to like the post that he made when he came out some years back. He also liked a post that he shared at a Pride walk, so there was that too. Going forward, I won't assume anymore because at the end of the day, a like really doesn't mean anything. I sent an email with an attachment of his now deleted Facebook rant to a few places. The school he subs at was subbing at before he graduated, and the school district along with the County Office of Education where we live, thanks to advice provided by a commenter who I DM'd for more advice. I also told people I knew about why we were breaking up and showed them the post, and that did most of the talking for me. I broke up with my ex before contacting the school, and I decided on a text because we didn't live together and also had my dad return the ring to his parents' home where he gave it to his mom and had minimal interaction. I was too scared/cowardly to do it myself, so I took them on their offer to drop it off for me. In the text, I told him that I couldn't marry him due to his homophobic comments and opinion, along with telling him that my parents would drop off the ring so that it was in writing, and I blocked him after sending. He didn't have any belongings at my place, but he's been livid about the way I handled it, and I'll admit that I was afraid to do it face to face because I was a coward, but he took to Facebook again. He made another post talking about how dad returned the ring instead of me and that I didn't give him credit for being honest about his willingness to compromise, and proceeded to ghost him, pretty much erasing the purpose of his deleted post by referring to the same points. I'll admit that I was cowardly about how I handled it, but what really surprised me was when his dad took to Facebook about it too, and he accused me of canceling him for an opinion he shared, along with saying that communication in marriage is dead. He called me reader_Ed in his post, and that people like me were the reason Trump lost, because no one had morals. He also said that Trump needed to win again to stop canceling culture, because his son was punished for his opinion. I want to remind you that my ex was not religious despite his parents being big Christians, but I'm guessing he vented to them about it and is back involved in some way given the post. The last thing I'll say is this, and I kept it to the end because I'm not looking for advice, as I'm only taking it from a lawyer on this matter that my parents have helped me contact. My ex called my job and apparently told them that I had CP and that was why he left, and I don't know where he pulled that out of his ass from. I don't know if he talked about the emails I sent to the district involving his post, but my dad seems to think that it might be retaliation, although he's not sure, because it's only been a few weeks. He thinks it could be retaliation for my letter to the district or for ghosting him, but we're looking into a lawyer, as I was recently made aware of the accusation at my job when I was talked to, and that is where my focus lies. I'm not going to make any future posts because I've still received a lot of hateful DMs telling me that I was wrong to report him to the school, but I stand with my decision to do so. I really appreciate the advice I received and hope that at the least, telling the school will have done some good. Someone also suggested looking into LGBTQ things to support and give energy to, and I'll look into that once I'm past this job situation. Third update, September 9th, 2023. I said that last time was going to be my last post, but I really mean it with this one. Before I get into why though, I just want to say again that I'm sorry for not seeing his homophobia earlier. Many people have cursed at me in DMs asking how 4 years of dating never showed it, and I thought I apologized in my last post, but I kept getting those messages, so I just want to say again that I'm sorry and that going forward, I'll ask for political gender beliefs on the first date to not waste time with potentially hateful people. I'm just tired of being yelled at about it, and there have been some supportive comments too. But the majority of them are either calling me out for not seeing it or for wrongfully canceling him and agreeing with many of the points his father made in his Facebook rant. If the news was on TV as we were doing something, eating, my ex didn't voice his homophobia then as many asked. And when we talked about kids, it was wrong of me to not ask what he'd think if they came out. Lesson learned for next time. As previously mentioned, we also had a friend who came out, and he's very close to them and accepting. But with that out of the way, I'll get to why this is my last post aside from the majority of hateful DMs. My ex's dad hasn't stopped posting about me on Facebook, and it's all pretty much the same as canceling culture rants from last time and calling me a leftist, among other things. I have also received a number of social media DMs spouting similar hate to the DMs I received on Reddit, and I directly blame him and his dad for this. I mentioned last time that I was looking into a lawyer, and my parents have helped me with the search, which has been helpful because of how his dad continued. His dad posted my socials and home address to one of his Facebook posts, thus why I deleted my Instagram. And he said that he was going to cancel me back too. Another reason I contacted a lawyer was because I received a threatening DM, but that's the most I'm going to go into specifics. I only received one of those, but it was enough to make me and my parents want to be on the safer side. And that's another reason why I'm done making these posts, because I want this whole thing to be over soon. I really appreciate the supportive DMs I received in the midst of the hateful ones. And I also appreciate the majority of supportive comments from Boru that were sent to me by someone in a DM too. I really hope the whole thing is over soon because it's been draining, but hopefully the lawyer can at least provide some peace of mind. Fourth update, January 27, 2024. I'm going to update the bottom of my post, instead of a new one, because of the sensitivity of what's happened the past few months. The past few months have been really tough, and the encouragement I've gotten from reading my story on Boru has helped more than I can express. Everyone there has been really supportive, so much to the point that I reread the comments for reassurance when I feel down sometimes. When I broke up with him and told the school about him, I didn't know the next few months would be so tough, so I need to vent to get it out because things have been stressful. When I mentioned how my ex's father has been posting about me on Facebook in my previous posts, he posted my home address, and a link to my socials, in one of his rants, where he said he'd cancel me back for canceling his son. And that led to me, among other things, looking into a lawyer. However, I also moved back into my parents for a few reasons since my last post. Someone slashed my tires in front of my home at night, and to this day I don't know who. I have no proof that it's connected to him putting my address on Facebook, but I think it could have been. I also made a police report, but they didn't find who did it. I also mentioned in my last post that I was getting threats without going into specifics. But to be honest, some of them were DEA_H threats that gave me lots of anxiety. I'm guessing they could be from some of my ex's friends or his father's, but I also received a lot of messages on my socials, since his Facebook post where he linked my socials, that led to me deleting my socials, many cursing me out and calling me woke among other things. My Reddit posts were also picked up by numerous TikTok accounts that share Reddit stories with a video game playing in the background, and I was recently made aware of 3 of them that seemed to garner some attention, one with 80k views and a couple hundred comments, another with 20k, and a fair bit of the comments were supportive of my ex. That also directed traffic back to my Reddit post that led to a few more hateful DMs since my last update, along with a fair bit of supportive ones too, so that was another wave of messages to go through. I have no quarrel with the videos themselves because many comments were supportive too, and the channels share other Reddit stories too. The fact that some commented in agreement with my ex doesn't make the video bad either, but was just a realization of homophobia. Some comments made fun of Jason for coming out while others said my ex was right to uninvited him. It's just been a lot, and I came back to get it off my chest. I know I'll get more hateful comments after updating, but I also want to say I don't regret what I did. My ex hid his homophobia. We had friends who came out who he supported, and he came to pride marches with them too. As many commented, the mask came off eventually. In regards to the CP accusations from my ex-father, child pornography for those who were confused in the comments in my previous post where I didn't indicate, my parents helped hire a lawyer, but I won't go into specifics on that. All I'll say is that we're taking it seriously and are taking legal action against it. If anything comes from it, I'll share it in an update. The tire slashing and threats also did a number on my mental health, but it showed me some things too. The DMs also showed me just how ruthless people are, strangers who would never say such things to my face. I'm considering moving out of state, but I'm currently with my parents for safety reasons now. I especially appreciate reading the supportive comments DMs that aren't hateful because they really help, and I'm also with a therapist, but progress hasn't been great yet. There's a lot of mental health stuff I don't feel comfortable going into specifics about. It's been a lot of craziness, but I hope it calms down with time. Final update, made by OOP's parents. August 3, 2024. I have been in contact recently about something my husband and I wanted to share, and we asked if she would post it to Boru after they covered some of our daughter's updates. The person who made the previous updates was our daughter, and she shared the post with us as we tried to navigate her situation. Many of the comments from Boru were very supportive, and that is a big reason why I'm here today. The main reason, however, is because she committed suicide a few weeks ago and the funeral has already happened. We fully supported her decision to leave her ex after he showed colors we hadn't seen before. We were also in the process of receiving legal advice regarding the accusations that were made against her too. But even as we did, she was often overwhelmed and depressed. Even to the point of not wanting to get out of bed sometimes or even eat on certain days. We were able to help her find a therapist, but there was so much going on all at once. From the death threats and DMs to the slashing of tires and her ex's father posting her address alongside one of his online rants, she ended up taking an unpaid leave of absence from her job shortly after the slashing to move in with us. Before that, her job also called her into the office to discuss the allegations made against her from her ex, and the culmination of everything was so overwhelming. Her ex and his father posted so much about her with no regards to doxing her, and we are in the process of pursuing them legally for the role they played in everything. Regarding her ex, he is still a teacher as of writing this. His father hasn't stopped attacking her online even after she passed, and we have documented everything he posted. We also told everyone who knew her how proud we were not only of her decision to break up, but also to ensure that his hatred wasn't spread to others by reporting his post to the district, and we owe thanks to the many Redditors who told her how to report it to the district. There were also some comments and DMs that said she brought backlash upon herself by reporting him, but we believe that she did the right thing and that she was braver than most might have been in her shoes. She could have done nothing and simply broke up with him, and no one would have batted an eye. She wasn't obliged to do anything else. But she felt convicted to care for kids she'd never meet. And if she prevented one kid from falling prey to his hatred, it is that much more worth it. For her sake, we are continuing to pursue her ex and his father legally. But we wanted to thank everyone who told her how to tell the district because we need more people like her and you, and making this post is therapeutic in itself because we've told others how she did the right thing as well. We truly appreciate everyone who supported her and gave her advice. My best friend claims I owe her everything I have, including my boyfriend. She thinks I wouldn't be successful without her. Is she right? I know I should be careful calling someone best friend in a post like this, but I don't know how else to call Jessie. Our parents are great friends, so we grew up together and she kind of had my back in high school. Long story short, on the teenager food chain, She was on top and I should be on the bottom. But nobody messed with me cause I was Jesse's friend. Jesse is one of those people who require attention. I never minded though, nobody is perfect, right? But now that I have my first real boyfriend, she doesn't know how to behave. Every time we are together she is really handsy. Always touching his arms, running fingers through his hair, complimenting him. And now she even started with the prank spankings on the butt, you know? I just feel really uncomfortable with it. Maybe it's normal. I mean, Jesse has a lot of guys friends so maybe this is okay. My best friend never thought much of it either. Am I just overreacting? She is super pretty so maybe I'm just jealous. Anyway, yesterday something really threw me off. Best friend had to do some work and I had a book thing, hobby. So we decided to meet later at a friend's house. They were getting together to drink and so on. Best friend finishes work early and calls me, but I don't really need him to come over to the book thing. I know he doesn't like it, so I just tell him to go to friend's house. Then I start getting texts from Jesse all like, "Girl, you gotta come to this party now. Your best friend is wasted. LOL. LOL. We so drunk you need to come and stop us. I can't behave myself if you don't get here soon." And so on. The book thing took longer than I thought and I was just getting mad and madder, but I am a very non-confrontational person, so I deal with it. I call best friend when it's over, cause I don't feel like going to this party anymore, but I was his ride, so I ask him if needs me to come pick him up. He says, sure. I get there and don't even go inside. I am ready to release the hounds of hell on him. But he gets in my car and he is stone cold sober. I ask him if he was drinking and then show him Jesse's texts. He gets super upset and says she was lying. He wasn't even hanging directly with her, but catching up with a friend who just came back to town. He says I should have texted him letting him know what she was saying so he could confront her about it, since you don't ever seem to be able to give that girl some boundaries, his words. Now I am thinking maybe I should talk to Jessie. But maybe she was just drunk and annoying me cause she wanted me there. I don't know. I mean, this girl was really nice to me growing up when she could have been a bitch. I don't like how she behaves around him, but at the same time I don't want it to look like I don't trust her. Is there a polite way of going about it? Or I should maybe wait and see if this happens again? Am I overreacting? Too long. Didn't read Old Friends Are Handsy with my boyfriend, and it upsets me but I don't know if I should tell her or how. Update. Thanks to everyone for your comments and help. I decided to talk to Jessie and posted a development to the story update 1 yesterday. I posted here about how my best friend Jessie is a bit handsy with my boyfriend and it makes me feel uncomfortable. Too long. Didn't read as she touches him a lot and sent me inappropriate messages when she was at a party with him. I am very thankful to all those who commented, especially the ones who encouraged me to say something and what. I don't like arguments, so those were very important to me. Thank you. Last night we were alone because she wanted me to help her choose clothes for an event. I was at her place so I thought I should say something. I wanted to say something. I was very polite and just said that I knew she meant no harm but I didn't feel good about it. So I asked her if she could tone it down. I should have said stop but I guess I'm weak. She didn't really say anything mean, but her attitude was a bit off, I think. She was looking at me in a scornful kind of way, and the way she smiled once I was done talking. It just felt weird. She didn't say anything else but, okay, and we just moved on to choosing her clothes and I left after. We were supposed to go get something to eat but she said she was tired. I am not dumb, she was hurt. So I texted a common friend, more her friend than mine, and without getting into details, I just told him that I talked to Jess about something that was important to me but that I was afraid she may have gotten the wrong idea from it. The common friend said, look, I don't want to get involved, but you should watch it. I asked what he meant, he said nothing, just watch it. A little while after that he texts me back and says changed my mind, I do want to get involved, and sends me a bunch of prints of texts going back and forth between him and Jessie. It basically starts with him asking her if the two of us had a fight, cause I was worried. He was kind with his words, I don't mind him stepping in. And then just a non-stop stream of her being horrible. She says I had a big mouth and was judging her behavior cause I'm a prude who doesn't know how to be around guys. How she taught me everything I know about having a life and how dare I tell her what she can or cannot do, or how I should thank her for even having a boyfriend at all. Common friend actually called her out for being rude and no friend of mine. After the prints he told me I'm done with her, I give up and you should watch it. He also said it was okay if I told her I had the prints. I didn't though, didn't know what to say. I mean she is not 100% wrong, but even though I know that, it really hurts to read those. This morning I woke up and saw she texted me late at night. She says she knows Pete sent me the prints and she didn't mean to be rude, but it's ridiculous that I'm jealous of her because if she wanted my best friend she could just have him, you want me to prove it. So I'm being silly and should drop it, is what she meant. She ends it with kisses and a joke. So I don't know if she was being playful, apologizing, threatening, or being pragmatic. I didn't answer her yet. I don't know what to say. Should I even say something? Or should I just let it go? I wish I could talk to someone about this, but I am very private. I usually go to Jessie with these things. Help, too long. Didn't read asked an old friend to stop being so handsy with my boyfriend. She took it the wrong way and told a common friend I got no business telling her what to do since I owe her so much. Notable comments. Commenter. Sounds like this person is completely wrapped up in their own head and has a serious case of overthinking their importance in life, especially other people's lives. Obviously we're all going to tell you to drop her because she's not a desirable person to be around if that's how she acts/talks to you in person and behind your back. This person thinks they own you enough so that they're decided to let you have your best friend. Fuck that shit. Also show your guy everything that's happened cause guaranteed she's going to go after him. OP, I suppose you're alright. It just gets me, you know? It's a 20-year-long friendship. I keep thinking maybe this is a misunderstanding. She didn't mean it or she is going through a hard time and doesn't know how to deal with it. I am just trying to make sure I am not overreacting, so I needed some outside perspective. As for my best friend, I think he would turn her down quite fast. He doesn't really like her. He just hangs with her because of me. He's always saying that he'd rather not and all. So it's unlikely that they'd be alone together. But I will talk to him. Thank you for the heads up. Turns out she already went after him. I was stupid. Update 2, my boyfriend is having sex with her. A friend convinced some other friends to send me prints of text between themselves and either my best friend or best friend. They're pretty clear. I confronted my best friend, he looked lost, said he loves me and it was just sex. He says Jessie kept throwing herself at him, teasing him, and he said he didn't like her but I still wanted to hang out. He said he just had sex with her to see if she would move on and leave him alone, and that it only happened a couple of times. Says he won't do it anymore. He doesn't even like her. He loves me, asking me to please forgive him. From the texts, once I finally made it through them all, I think that Jessie went to the party, where me and my best friend met, because she wanted to hook up with him. She had it bad for him, but he didn't feel the same way. She was trying to get him to break up with me and then to get me to break up with him. It worked. As of yesterday he is a single man. In some of those texts they are talking about some of the hookups. I feel like throwing up. I blocked him, cause he was still trying to get in touch. I ghosted her. But she just sent me a message saying she just heard what happened and, you know this was probably for the best, right? And I feel like fucking screaming. I don't know if this is an update or just me venting. Thanks for listening either way. Edit, I don't want to sound melodramatic or sappy or anything, but you all brought me to tears. We keep hearing about how it is insanity to rely on the internet for personal connections, but I just lost a boyfriend, a best friend and a whole group of friends. And instead of feeling alone, I am more and more feeling like fuck yeah, that was the right thing to do, I will be okay. It still hurts. But not as much as it would had I really been alone. I can't even begin to thank this sub. I really don't know what to say. Even on my previous post that didn't get as many responses, it was some of the comments there that made me approach the cheating thing knowing I had to break up and move on. So it changed my life at that moment. And considering I will be doing a lot of soul searching on toxic relationships, this probably changed my life for good. So thank you all so much for reaching out to a stranger. This community is so precious. And I got a gold, I don't even know what to say. Thank you so much. I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but I don't even know how much gold costs, and this is an alt account, so it won't really be used. Is there any way I can return it to the sender? Some of you are asking for an update. I might in a while, if there is something new to tell. Right now it's just more of the same. I don't think I will be able to answer all the comments, but I am trying to at least answer the ones with questions. Thank you. Notable comments. Commenter 1. Well yeah, I would just ditch that whole friend group and start trying to find new friends. My god, that's some fucked up shit. OP. Yep, done and done. I think I'm being too permissive with the word friend. It was going on for months, everyone knew, nobody had the decency to tell me. It was only the one friend who wasn't even that close who stood up for me. Commenter 2. You also can't make her hurt. She has no respect for you and clearly doesn't care. So it will be impossible anyways. It would have the same effect as a drunk stranger telling you that you're awful. It might make you angry but you didn't care about that stranger, so what they say is irrelevant. Also, I can't imagine anything so utterly not worth your time. The delightful side effect of just ghosting is that they will stew in it. They want the reaction, but they get none. They realize they lost all their power and never get to know and feel that satisfaction that comes from getting the reaction you wanted. OP, oh, I get what you mean. She is still texting me. I didn't mention one detail cause it wasn't important. We were all traveling together soon. My family paid for some of Jesse's expenses. She is messaging me about the vouchers, since I have them all. This fucking woman can't even wait a day to ask. It's like she suddenly remembered she still needs me. I mean, I am not giving them to her either way. Trip is off, can't she tell? She has no respect for you and clearly doesn't care. Absolute truth. Commenter 3. She would be more hurt by no response at all. To anything, ever. OP, go no contact. OP. I'm very much thinking the silence treatment will be the way to go. I think she just realized she needs me for the trip. She has been aggressively trying to contact me. Now she is saying that she liked my best friend first, and I was the one who stole him, so she is the one who should be mad. I know I should just block her everywhere. But is it petty that I am having fun watching her squirm? I wanted to have the last word, but not saying anything is driving her crazy. Commenter 4. He said he just had sex with her to see if she would move on and leave him alone, and that it only happened a couple of times. Says he won't do it anymore, he doesn't even like her, he loves me, asking me to please forgive him. LOL, what? Seriously, that is one of the stupidest things I have heard. It is like saying, hey babe, I jumped off a cliff because somebody was really pestering me to do it. Edit, I feel for you OP, but what an excuse. OP, I confess I almost fell for it. How pathetic is that? He was saying he cared about me, it was just a mistake, he thought she would back off. And I felt it was a bad decision on his part, but maybe it made sense and I could forgive him. Then he said something like, and I didn't even like her, you were the one who always wanted us to hang. That's when my brain joined the party and I was like, is he seriously trying to blame this shit on me? More comments made by OP. Most disgusting part is that it is a trip we would take together with my best friend and some other friends. So she really thinks I would let my family pay for her to go on vacation with my ex who she cheated on me with. I'm starting to think this woman is sick. Like for real. I just went straight to venting, didn't I? Sorry. Well, it was all Pete really. After she texted she could get my best friend if she wanted to, I just answered back, WTF Jesse. And she loled as if it was a joke. After that, Pete texted me. Asked me if I was alone. He was really kind, and told me everything. Said he had proof and asked if I wanted to see it. I said yes. He had gone after our friends and convinced them to send him prints. He's really well liked by everyone. And he was the one who said enough Pete is gay BTW, just in case anyone jumps the gun like my mom did and think he did this because he's interested in me or something. He's not. He is just a decent person. No, I didn't get prints between best friend and Jesse. I guess I went straight to venting and didn't give much details. Wasn't expecting this response. There was this friend Pete who convinced 3 other friends to send him texts between them, 3 friends, and either Jesse or best friend, so he could have proof, cause he thought what was happening was disrespectful and someone should tell me. There were prints of texts between 2 friends and Jesse. And 1 other friend and best friend. They were pretty clear. Jesse especially didn't seem to care about hiding it at all. Best friend texts were mostly wondering if I had noticed something. And wanting Jesse to back off, while saying she was hot, etc. There was nothing 100% confirmation on his side. It wasn't a talk between him and one of his closest friends, so it was kind of generic. But when I confronted him, I said I had prints, without saying what they showed, and he just confessed. I really appreciate the prints. It was ultimate evidence. But I don't think they did it for me. It's a Pete thing, you'd have to know him to understand. He's the stand-up guy who is everyone's friend. He is a huge person. I think they sent the prints because it was something, for him, you know? He was the one leading the charge and dealing with consequences. If it were just me, I don't think they would have done it. Update 3 I said I'd come back if anything relevant happened. EX best friend kept trying to get in touch through common friends. They kept asking me to unblock him and at least hear him out, cause he was really sorry, he loved me, he was a mess, he didn't mean to. Someone even went as far as to ask me if I was really sure it happened. They offered to send me prints of texts where he was talking about me, so I'd see how he always had great things to say and how much he cared. But I've had it with the print screen drama for life and said no. To the ones who insisted I told them I wasn't unblocking him, had nothing to say or hear, and if they kept pushing me, I'd block them too. I ran into my EX best friend at this book thing I go to often, hobby of mine. Maybe I'm being presumptuous, but I think he went there for me. He didn't really have any business there, but I'm just speculating really. He asked if I had a few minutes for coffee. I said I was late. He walked me to my car. He looked so good, smelled great. He was so sweet. Was even wearing his hair the way I like it. I feel horrible because even after everything, I still like him. He apologized some more. Said he knew I needed time and space but asked if I'd consider giving him another chance cause he would wait for me. Said he would never talk to Jessie again. And would act like they had restraining orders against each other. And I just found it really funny how everything he was saying required me trusting him. Which I don't. So I told him I wasn't interested anymore and he should move on. I wish I said something snappier or wittier. But I had nothing. This was Saturday. I haven't heard from him or friends since. I think that was that. Jessie also kept trying to talk to me. Like I told some of you in the comments, I had a trip coming up. It would have been me, Jessie, EX's best friend and a few friends. Since Jessie couldn't afford it, my parents paid for most of her expenses. She must have remembered this right after everything went down and panicked because I had everything, vouchers, confirmation emails, credit card info. She went crazy. Even showed up at my place. I wasn't home and my roommate told her to fuck off. Exact words. I didn't block her at first cause I admit I was having some fun watching her despair. I talked to my mom and she was amazing. Told me I should cancel everything even if it cost us money. It was fine. So I did. And for one last bit of print screen drama. I printed all the emails I got confirming cancellations and sent those to Jessie with the word bye, before blocking her. My roommate has been amazing. We were never really close and now I don't even know why. She canceled plans with her friends to stay with me and invited me to go out with them next weekend. A few of you suggested I see a therapist and I did, yesterday. I really liked it. It was just one appointment and I mostly just talked, but it felt good. She gave me homework. She talked a little about unhealthy and abusive relationships and asked me to think about my friendship with Jessie and try to point out what was healthy and what was unhealthy about it. Made me realize she was never really my friend. She was taking advantage of me for years and she even had me thanking her for it. Therapist also told me about this saying, I think that's what it is, called the narcissist's prayer, which goes something like, that didn't happen. If it did, it wasn't my fault. If it was, I didn't mean it. And if I did, then you deserved it, which is totally how Jessie is handling this whole thing now. So good riddance indeed. And a final piece of gossip. Pete talked to me yesterday. He checks up sometimes, he's a good guy. Again, he is gay, in case someone is still thinking this might turn into a romantic comedy. He said Jessie was super sure that since I broke things off, she and Dean would hook up right away. But apparently he doesn't have the same plans and that freaked her out over the weekend. Pete says he really is a mess and went out drinking hard 4 nights in a row to the point he had to be carried home by his pals. And yesterday, they all went out for lunch at this burger place. Jessie was going to run her fingers through his hair or something and he just pushed her away and told her to stop and to never touch him again. Great that now he manages to do that, huh? I guess in the end he really did like me in his sick way. The thing is, I don't want to be with someone who likes me in a sick way. I want to be with someone who likes me in a healthy way. I think I deserve that. I am also thinking about taking the money I got back from the trip to go somewhere else by myself. Haven't decided yet. Anyway, this will be the final update on this, since it is unlikely that I will have anything new to add. Now I think I just need time to heal and let go, you know? I might come back in a few months if there is reason to do a yay life is awesome now post, but I wanted to post this update now cause I wanted to end this whole story on a bright note. And of course, thank you all again. You are the best. Too long, didn't read it's all good. As well as could be anyway, thanks Reddit. My parents are making me give up my baby for adoption. I'm heartbroken and unsure of what to do next. They've left me with no choice. Plus new update. I'm 16 years old. I got pregnant by somebody I work with. He's 18 and is about to graduate high school. He's planning to join the military after he graduates. He's not my boyfriend. We were never in a relationship like that. I mean, I wish he was, but he doesn't seem interested in that. We're friends. He flirts with me. I lost my virginity to him. He didn't force me or anything like that. I've had sex with him multiple times. I'm 15 weeks pregnant now. Everyone knows. Well, not everyone because I'm still hiding it from a lot of people. But he knows, and my parents know. I'm embarrassed by it. I feel like an idiot, like a joke, like trash. I just wish I could hide until after the baby's born. I want to never leave my house. My parents are basically forcing me to give the baby up for adoption. I live in a state with heavy abortion restrictions. It's way too late to even get one now. My parents don't believe in abortion either. They told me this is my punishment for getting pregnant, that I deserve to have to deal with being pregnant now. They've decided that I'm giving the baby away and have already set up a meeting with an adoption agency. They say they won't let me ruin my life with a baby, and they aren't going to raise my baby either. So, this is the only other option. My mom keeps saying, "You'll thank us later." I didn't get pregnant on purpose. I don't really want to be a mom right now. I turned 17 over the summer and will only be starting my junior year next year. At the same time, going through pregnancy and giving birth just to give my baby away terrifies me. I don't know if I can live with it. It literally makes me feel like I want to throw up or pass out. I feel like I have no choice but to go along with what my parents want. It's not like I could support myself, let alone me and a baby. I could never just do it on my own. I was too scared to get an abortion earlier on before I told my parents I was pregnant. I was so scared that I'd get in trouble, but now I realize that probably would have been the easiest thing for me. If anyone reading this has given a baby up for adoption and survived it, please let me know what it was like. Do you get over it? Do you really end up feeling like it's the best thing for them and you're able to just live with it? Relevant comments. OP on her parents and raising a baby by herself. I know, and I'm not suggesting that I raise a baby by myself. I know it's not really possible. I would need a lot of help, which is also not possible for me given how my parents feel about it. So at the end of the day, sure, it's my choice, but I'm sort of cornered into only being able to make one choice. OP on the father, and if he knew she's pregnant, he knows I'm pregnant, and he knows my parents are essentially forcing adoption. I think he's relieved that they've decided this and are going to force me into it. I think he feels bad, but at the same time he doesn't want to be a parent, so he says stuff like, "Yeah, that's probably the best thing." OP on if her parents are choosing to take a legal route against the father. I'm in the US. He just turned 18 in April. They don't really want to involve him. I thought they'd confront him in person, demand to speak to his parents and stuff like that. They didn't react like that at all. I mean, they're mad at him and they blame him for this too. But they want to keep him removed from it all probably so nobody will interfere with what they've decided the plan is. IDK. Update: I'm 20 weeks pregnant now and will turn 17 within the next few weeks. My parents are still forcing me to give my baby up for adoption. We've met with an adoption agency. The adoption counselor knows that I don't want to do adoption. She asked to speak with me privately without my parents present to ask me a series of questions. I was honest and told her I didn't want to give my baby away, but I had no other choice. She seems to feel bad about it and told me that I will ultimately have to sign the papers after the baby is born. My parents cannot sign the papers. Unfortunately, without my parents' help, I have no other options. The adoption counselor talked to us about the option of my parents adopting my baby, which I don't really want either. No worries, my parents aren't interested in raising another baby. My parents want me to look at the potential families. I'm trying to look at them. It's so weird thinking that I'm looking at parents for my own baby. I know I'm not ready to be a mom, but it's still so weird. None of this feels like it's happening to me. I've talked to the baby's father. He graduated high school and goes off to basic training later this summer. I think he'd be fine with adoption. He said he doesn't really know what other options we have. We could get married since the military would at least help pay for a place to live and we'd have medical benefits, but I can't get married without parental consent. We don't love each other. What kind of marriage would that be? But it seems like the only realistic solution. I hate the idea of being married at 17 years old and to a person who doesn't genuinely want to be married to me. So then another option which still involves marriage might be for his parents to help out, even take care of the baby and let me see him or her until I'm 18 and don't need my parents' permission to get married. That doesn't really seem fair to them. He could try to object to an adoption, but it's not guaranteed that his wishes would be respected. Plus, then what happens to the baby? His parents seem like good people. I don't know them well, but I've met them. They're worried about what this will do to his future, but they told my parents they believe it should be our decision and that it's their job as parents to help us. My parents basically said it's their job to protect me and that all of the responsibility will fall on me and it'll be my life that's ruined. Our families met to discuss everything, but it was really just parents telling them what was going to happen, and that they and their son had no say. Relevant comments. OP on the ideal adoption situation she would like to see happening to the child. I don't have an ideal adoption situation right now, because I still can't accept adoption. But, probably two gay guys. It's the women in these couples I look at that seem more fake than the men for the most part. Again, I know this sounds terrible to say. Something about a lot of the women is just really rubbing me the wrong way. Maybe two lesbians, because the few lesbian couples I've seen at least seem more genuine than the straight women. Well, in some cases the gay couples could have their own biological children, even if the children didn't share both parents' DNA. But, I'm just more drawn to those couples and the profiles I've seen just seem more genuine. But yes, it feels like nobody is good enough for my baby. I acknowledge that it might not seem rational. If you've never been in the position of having to look at families, all complete strangers, to give your baby to, you probably can't fully understand. I'm allowed to be picky. This could be the biggest, most important decision in my entire life, and this is the only part of the whole adoption thing I actually have much of a say in. I'm only 20 weeks pregnant, not 38. There's no rule stating I have to have a family picked out yet. Some people take longer picking out a new car to buy. It's not as if adoption was a choice I came to on my own and even feel positive about. So yeah, looking at potential adoptive families is going to give me some feelings. As I stated, it's not a matter of thinking I can or cannot provide a better life. It's a totally bizarre and heartbreaking thing to do, to read through the profiles of families to give your baby to. And there are a ton of families. Update: having a boy. I don't know why I'm suddenly getting a ton of responses on my post from a week ago, but I figured I'd post an update because a few things have changed. I had an ultrasound on Friday and found out I'm having a baby boy. He's basically fully formed and just needs to get bigger now. I saw his head and his nose, and they even got a picture of the bottom of his 2 feet together because he was sort of sideways at first and we had to get him to move. It looks sort of like footprints. I could clearly see his little hands and everything. So I already said it in my previous post, but people are still sending my info about abortion. I know those people are trying to help, and I wish I had maybe reached out here when I first found out I was pregnant, since I didn't know I could get pills mailed to my house. I just can't get an abortion now. It's a fully formed baby. I even named him. It won't solve my problem at this point, because my biggest problem with adoption is how I'm going to live with it mentally for the rest of my life. Now that I know it's a baby moving around in there and stuff, I think I would also not mentally be able to handle an abortion now. If it was still just a lump of cells, I'd feel different, but I was too scared to do anything then. After the ultrasound, I sent the baby's father the pics. He wasn't there. My parents don't want him or his family involved now, probably because I told them he offered to marry me and they yelled at me for even considering that. I told him I can't give the baby away and asked if his parents were really serious about helping and if he'd hate me for keeping it. He said he won't hate me. I still think he'll blame me for ruining his life. He already told me he thinks adoption is the best choice. If we got married and he got caught cheating on me, even if I was okay with it, he could get in a lot of trouble. He said, "Why would I cheat on you?" He said he likes me. He wouldn't have sex with me if he didn't like me. He just didn't see the point in us being in a relationship since he was leaving anyway. It was just easier that way. The thing is, I know I'm not the only girl he's been with during that time. I'm not stupid enough to think I'm special to him or he loves me. And we both know it's sort of ridiculous to imagine us being married or acting like adults, but I guess that's what you have to do if you have a baby. I can't really imagine being a wife, but maybe it wouldn't be too bad and I'd get to move away from my parents. He said it's really weird to think about, but I have very few options and he doesn't know what else he's supposed to offer. But he's going to talk to his parents since I'm too shy to. I guess I'm assuming they were just saying it to be nice, but are probably happy my parents are making me do the adoption. He says his parents aren't like that. I'm really just an inconvenience to everyone, and if I keep my baby he might end up not liking me too. I don't want to screw up my baby's life. I would do everything I could to be a good mom. I would grow up and learn how to be a wife and mom and an adult. I can't imagine living after giving my baby to somebody else. Also, if you're looking to adopt a baby, please do not message me here. Many people already have and I just delete those messages. It's creepy. If I do put my son up for adoption, it will not be to somebody I met through Reddit. I'm sorry. It's just very creepy to be messaged by adults here who want to adopt my baby. There was a comment full of hard truths left on this update. I feel horrible for you. You're in a terrible position. But your current plan does not make sense, and is not healthy for the baby. You want to marry the father who really doesn't want to be a father, because you'll have access to military housing and benefits. Being a military spouse is incredibly difficult. You will have to go where he goes, which means you will not really have support from his parents, because they will not pack up and follow you every time he is relocated. So no real support from your family or his. It will be difficult for you to build your own career because your jobs will have to be accessible to where he is based out of. He will resent you for pushing for this marriage that you admit is loveless and would be out of convenience. So your plan right now means your baby will grow up with a dad who doesn't want him, a strained and/or distant relationship with grandparents, parents with an unhealthy relationship, and financial hardship. And you will be unable to leave when things inevitably implode in your marriage, because you will not be financially independent, and you will not have any support from your family. My heart breaks for you because you clearly love the little boy already, but it's a really, really bad idea for everyone involved. At this point, it's one of those things where love means doing what's best for him, and what's best for him is being in a stable environment. Edited to add, Because I keep seeing you say you aren't sure how it works in the military, I wanted to throw out there that I do, and that I'm not saying all this because I'm just guessing. My dad was in the Army. My long-term ex was in the Army. My best friend is married to a Marine. My other best friend is married to a man in the Army. And my cousin is in the Air Force. Being a military spouse is difficult no matter what branch you are talking about, and no matter how promising the benefits sound. Most people in healthy, loving, long-term relationships struggle with the hurdles that come in military relationships. Two very young people who don't love each other with a baby and financial hardship? I don't see that working. My parents are forcing me to give my baby up for adoption. I'm getting married and moving in with strangers. I'm 24 weeks pregnant now. I just turned 17. My parents have been trying to force me to give my baby boy up for adoption. I've made several posts about it. I don't want to do it. We've met with the adoption agency and looked at families. I don't think I can survive if I do it. I can't imagine my baby being out there or forever being a nuisance to an adoptive family. They said if I keep the baby, I'll be doing it all on my own. They aren't going to help me in any way. The baby's father's family is willing to help me though. The baby's father isn't my boyfriend. I know that probably sounds bad. We were never officially in a relationship, just friends really. But his parents have been a lot nicer throughout this whole thing. I don't know them well, but I'm getting to know them better now. I'm going to have to, since they are willing to help me, us. They aren't really happy that I'm pregnant, but they believe it should have been my decision about what to do about the pregnancy and eventual baby, and that as parents it's their job to help and support that decision. He's joining the military. His dad is retired military, brother is military. It is what he's always wanted to do. He just started basic training. So the plan is that we're going to get married when his family and I go out there for his graduation. Unless he changes his mind between now and then, which he might. I know he might. He hasn't said that, but I'm just scared he will. There wasn't time to do it before he left. Anyway, his tech school is over a year long, so the baby and I could move out there with him if need be. Or I can stay with his family here until he goes to his permanent duty station. That would allow me to graduate high school instead of getting a general educational development. Or at least finish the next year of high school normally. I need notarized approval to take the general educational development. At 17 and my parents refuse, but they've agreed to sign paperwork to allow me to get married. I don't understand them. I don't understand how they'd rather allow me to get married and go live with another family instead of just allowing me and my baby to live at home until I finish school and turned 18. It makes no sense. I'm not even a parent yet and I wouldn't let my 17-year-old get married. If it was between my 17-year-old getting married and moving across the country or supporting her decision to keep her baby and assisting her with finding resources to enable her to parent, I know which option I'd choose as the parent and it wouldn't be marriage. It hurts so bad. They've essentially said if he's going to marry me and his family is going to help us, then I'm not their problem now, so they'll sign off on that. They yelled at me, called me names, and locked me in my room. I could go back to being the daughter they love if I would just go along with their plan, but these things will never be the same between us again. His parents were the ones who convinced them to approve of the marriage. They met with my parents. Actually, we all met together. They've been the only ones advocating for me at all. They want me to finish school. They're going to help me arrange childcare and I'm going to move in with them before the baby is born. I will take my newborn baby home to their house. I don't even know these people. It's strange and uncomfortable for me, but I'm at the point where I can't be picky about what help is offered. Luckily the baby will be covered by his dad's insurance no matter what, and I will be covered by insurance once we're married. I'm not planning to depend on military benefits to address all our needs. It's just one piece of the puzzle. After I graduate I plan to get certified for something that has good career prospects and pays well. I'm going to be smart about what field I select, and I will use any opportunity to find grants or scholarships to help pay. My parents want me to go straight to a traditional 4-year college. I'm in honors classes now. I get really good grades. I scored very high on the PSAT. I should go to college, but I'm not really interested in any of the career fields that make college worth it. Financially, in my eyes. Unless I got a huge scholarship, I'd be paying mostly with student loans. So I'm looking into other avenues where I can enter my chosen career field much sooner and start making good money quicker without incurring so much debt. I'm really scared about everything. I've never had to do any adult things. I've blown up my whole life by getting pregnant and not going along with my parents' plan. I don't even feel like I have parents now. I never thought my family would end up this way. I sort of just want to go along with their plan because in many ways it'd be a lot easier. I could go back to my life and still be accepted by my parents and have their love and support again, but my life will never be the same. I think I'd regret taking the easy way out. I don't think adoption would be easy for me at all, but as far as day-to-day life struggles, it'd probably help easier. I think I'd grow up and hate myself for doing it, and I'd never be able to undo it. What I'm doing now is the only option that I don't think I'll spend my whole life regretting. At least it won't make me feel like a coward. I still feel sick to my stomach when I think about everything that's happening. That I'm going to live with virtual strangers. That I'm going to get married. That I will eventually move across the country and be a mom and a wife before I can even legally drink alcohol. Although moving across the country doesn't sound too bad right now. I just don't know what I'm doing. I think I'm probably taking on too much, but it still makes me happier than when I thought I'd have no choice but to sign adoption papers. Relevant comments. Maroon Sweater, 123. Setting aside the fact that this nightmare situation should not exist and a shotgun contract marriage is probably not a great solution, OP won't just have access to healthcare and housing. Spouses have access to some education benefits too. Or they did in 2014. God, I'm old. Geez. Honestly hoping this is a military recruiter troll or a pro-abortion troll because this poor fucking kid. Swim Sweater. She'll have access to some education benefits right away, but there are people who prey on those and scam you out of them for utterly useless certificates. My heart breaks for her because she and her baby daddy are going to be miserable. I don't think she realizes how tough it's going to be financially on top of emotionally. I really hope his family helps her sign up for whatever aid they'll qualify for, like women, infants and children, and use the Army Emergency Relief Car Seat Program to get one for free. Creepy. Snow 8166. Unfortunately, there's no optimal solution for OP. Even if she decided to abort, it's too late for her now. I imagine it would be very difficult to go through pregnancy and birth. Then give your own flesh and blood away to strangers. I can't blame her for not choosing that route, but it also sucks that she will need to sacrifice so much, and be in an unwanted marriage and living arrangement, in order to keep her baby. OP has to choose between two shitty choices. I messaged her about a government program that houses pregnant teens and helps them find housing arrangements and educational job opportunities, but since she's been getting a deluge of messages, she probably skipped over mine. In my humble opinion, something like that would have been a great third choice. Cathouse Chicken. I think the saddest thing about something like this is the type of people to talk her out of an abortion are the same type of people that wouldn't want to allocate funds for helping a young single mother. Our anti-abortion policies, coupled with lack of public funds to help new mothers who don't get abortions, really reiterate the purpose of anti-abortion policy, and that's to create a baby pipeline for adopters. My boyfriend lied to me about having a vasectomy, which got me pregnant. And now I feel disgusted when I touch him. I, female 34, have been in a relationship with Finn, male 47, for a little over a year. I live on my own and he lives on his own, but occasionally I spend the night at his place. Finn is handsome, fit, funny, and charitable. His kindness was what caught my attention. He was just a very thoughtful and kind man, and I love that about him. I have struggles with PTSD, so I don't feel comfortable with intimacy until I feel safe and trust that person. Finn said he understood and didn't press it. We didn't start getting intimate until 2 months in, but I was pretty drunk, so I was upset the next morning and he comforted me. He didn't get angry or blame me at all. After that, we had a healthy sex life. I was adamant he wears protection every time. Once, while we were in the middle of playtime, he asked if he could take the condom off. I said no, and he said that it wasn't feeling good to him and he is unable to climax with one on. I said no again. Afterwards, he didn't cuddle or hold me like he always did and said nothing to me. I got up to get water and asked if he needed anything and leaned over to kiss his cheek. He shied away from my kiss and muttered, "Oh, now you care about me?" I asked him what that was about and he told me he bends over backwards to make me happy, but he didn't get to feel good because I won't let him not wear a condom. I told him I am very worried about pregnancy. I live in a place where abortions are extremely difficult. He said I am on birth control, so what's the issue? I said that's not 100%, and he knew it. I grabbed him some water and told him that if he got a vasectomy, we could talk. They are reversible and accessible. I just cannot get pregnant. We didn't discuss it again, and he even apologized for being a jerk the very next morning and took me to the spa. I apologized for ruining the night and he said it was alright and we kinda moved on. Everything was great, and around the 6-month mark, he said he thinks we are getting serious and that he considers me his partner, and asked about the condoms again. I reminded him of my requirement for that and he said he had to think about it. About 2 months ago, he had a work trip that lasted a week and a half, and when he returned he was all over me. At the time I was going through a difficult depression. I suffer from depression and sometimes it gets really bad. He seemed annoyed and made a remark that I am punishing him for missing and loving me so much, and he held my face and started kissing me again. After the back and forth for a few more minutes, I just gave up and we had sex. In the middle of it, he asked if he could take off the condom and I said no, but he said he had the vasectomy. He was so excited to get me in bed he had forgotten to tell me. I stupidly said, well, all right then. After that he would forget the condemnation altogether, until my cycle was off. At first I figured it was stress, change in diet, a billion other possible reasons, but this nagging feeling came over me and I got tested. Pregnant. He found me crying on his bathroom floor and asked what was wrong, so I told him and he smiled and laughed like, "Really? That's amazing, baby?" And left me there, and he went whooping through the other room. When he came back he was rattling off so much info. He had a dream about this and now it's happening, so it must be a sign. My brain finally caught up and I asked about the vasectomy and he said, "It's not 100%, right? Like condoms and pills." I was puzzled as the only goalie we took out of the equation was condoms. He said it was a miracle and I told him absolutely not. I explained that my best friend lives in a different state and I will be going to visit and also benefit from the reproductive health clinics there. He went silent. He asked me if I really hated him that much and I didn't understand. I said I never want to be pregnant and that he knew this about me. That hasn't changed. He became extremely angry with me, saying I wouldn't dare murder his child and that if I loved him, I would never threaten that again. He explained that he will take care of us, he makes plenty of money and, "Don't I treat you like a queen?" So all he is asking is that I have the baby. I said I needed to go and started packing to go home, and he followed me repeating things like, "You won't though, right? You won't murder my baby?" And stuff like that. He kept asking where I was going and I said home. I was too tired and emotional right now and I want to go home. He stepped in the doorway and said no and we needed to talk about this. I started to get upset as he was blocking me and I felt trapped. I asked him to move and he said no. I asked him again, "I want to go home," and he said no again. He said, "You are not leaving, what part of that don't you get?" I started crying and grabbed my phone and backed away from him, telling him to stay away from me. Finn looked really sad and said I couldn't be serious. He would never hurt me and asked me to stop crying. I demanded he let me leave and he did. He has since been calling and texting me begging me to talk to him. He says I really hurt him by pretending to be scared of him, as I know he would never hurt me. He said he treats me like a goddess and I played the helpless victim card and that things like that can ruin a man's life. He then said that I wasn't thinking straight and, "Is your brain lying to you again?" When I have a PTSD or depressive episode, I sometimes say my brain is lying to me again, to make it seem less heavy a topic. He has a very community-facing job and I remembered the look on his face when I backed away. I don't want to ruin his life or our relationship. At that moment my emotions were so high that I just reacted. But I wasn't pretending. I sat in my car for God knows how long, shaking before I could drive home. I've been ignoring his reaching out, but I feel like a coward. Am I? The A. Am I? The A has no consensus bot. OP received mixed reactions. Relevant comments: omeprazole mommy. He literally lied about getting a vasectomy and got you pregnant after you had explicitly set boundaries. OP on if she lied about birth control to her boyfriend. OP answer: I am on the patch. Never lied about that. Update. He broke up with me and called me a murderer. So I made an appointment and got the abortion. It was honestly such a horrible experience, but my bestie was with me and the whole staff were so kind and supportive, so I am grateful. Thank you to those who encouraged me to get it done. It was awful, but pregnancy and being trapped with him would have been much worse. Finn texted Wednesday and apologized and said he said things he didn't mean, and to please answer my phone as I have been ignoring him. When he called again, my bestie recorded it all. Before I could finish hello, he went on a long bit about how amazing I am, how much he loves me, what a great mother he knows I will be, and he will marry me immediately if that's a concern of mine. When I finally got to talk, I said that I am no longer pregnant and I never want to be, and that I was clear about this from the beginning. He asked if it was miscarriage and then said, "Because I know you wouldn't willingly murder our child, right? Say right, it's a miscarriage." I got quiet and he said that it's okay. Miscarriages are not the female's fault, and that we can just try again. I said, "Again? We weren't trying to begin with. I was on BC and he had the vasectomy. And you all guessed it." He laughed and said he lied about the vasectomy so I would give up on condoms, that he long decided I was perfect and he loved me and wanted me to be the mother of his kids. My best friend spoke up and said that was recorded and to leave me alone or she will post it on social media, and he started screaming at us. He then sounded like he was crying and said I was a witch for this. That I am a hateful murderer, and that I broke his heart. He went on to say if I tried to slander him to remember, actions have consequences. He then broke up with me and said he will check back with me in a few days when I am actually alone, and we will talk in person to see if I have come to my senses. He wants us to go to church together Sunday, which is now today, and set a time to pick me up. I said no, but I do have a ring cam, and sure enough he showed up at my door. I watched him note my car was not there, and at my front door, on camera, he texted me asking if I was sleeping around on him and if I let the other man ride you like a wild horse without a condom, and if so he gets a hall pass. He said to come home immediately as we need to come to an understanding of our relationship ASAP. I return home tomorrow and don't know what to do. Edit. Anyone who wants to shame my abortion, I have zero regrets, and actually will advocate for them from now on. But I will happily mock you in the comments. Thanks actually. You reminded me how little an opinion means to me if it's coming from a disrespectful and/or bigoted place. At least I get to laugh through this nightmare. Edit 2. I won't be going home alone any longer. My bestie is coming with me, and I have a friend in the city I live with my spare key, and he is now in my home watching it for me. Edit 3. Since I've been asked in the comments, this really blew up. So sorry if I don't reply to you all. I am in a safe location with 2 male friends who know the whole story, and we are looking into options. I don't want to do anything hasty. A guy friend is at my home, and thus far it's been quiet. I will make an update when I know more. Edit 4. No, I will not harm myself the way some of you have messaged me. For those calling themselves pro-life, you sure want me to take my own. Not very pro-life at all. And since we're on the topic, I don't want to get pregnant because I was told by my doctors that I have a high chance of passing away, even before making it to term. The child also has a high rate of mortality during the pregnancy. Essentially, we would both kick the bucket before delivery. I am ineligible for tubals or hysterectomy where I live until I turn 40, especially with my insurance, and I would never be able to afford the out-of-pocket fee. The places even still require a husband's signature as a policy. I would be open to adopting if I ever found the right person, and were settled and ready. Relevant comments. Aquavanatus. This isn't about you getting an abortion. This is about your ex not respecting you enough to attempt baby trapping you into a long-term relationship and/or marriage. He doesn't respect you or your choices. He lied to you about having a vasectomy. He's gaslighting you and trying to control you. You need to bring that recording to the police ASAP and file for a restraining order, because your ex won't stop until he's faced with the consequences of his actions. Remain vigilant. Stay safe. OP answer. Thank you, and to everyone who's been telling me this. I am starting to feel less like I am crazy and more like I need to take action and protect myself from this guy. I think I trusted him so much. I would have happily married him. He said he didn't want kids when we met. This is all a lot, but it's helping me understand more and more that I am being played Sandbar Lakers. Everyone's saying get a lawyer ASAP. But she might not even be able to afford one. OP. Is there anyone who can go home with you? I truly have you safe. Keep us posted, and not because this is interesting, but because there are those of us who genuinely are concerned and care. OP answer. I can't afford one. I work in the arts and just would never be able to swing the costs I am seeing online. My bestie is returning home with me, and I have a friend at home who is house sitting now. Mysterious. Ben 4354. Isn't the thing he did called reproductive violence? Can he be charged with rape for this? If it's possible, you should definitely go to the police and press charges against him. He's such an asshole. OP answer. This has been brought up, but it's the first I've heard of such a thing, so bestie and I are checking. Every state has its own rules, so we will see. Mine is not pro-choice friendly. Professional Zone 168. The part about him wanting you to go to church with him disturbs me. What kind of church is it? Do you think that he's being egged on by fellow church members? Please consider going to stay with a friend for a while, and then maybe with a family member or another friend after that. This dude sounds scary AF, no lie. OP answer. He goes to a mega church with a coffee shop in it, but only on holidays. I told him I did not want to participate and only went with him because he begged for Easter. It was bigger than a 90s shopping mall with a shop and everything. Update 2. I actually forgot about my post, so I apologize. I didn't even realize so many of you messaged me to check in or offer kind words. A lot happened in a short time, but I will try to make it brief. Finn came to my home again, but I was not home. When my ring came, I saw him have a total fit. He was cursing me out, calling me on the phone, and when he got my voicemail he muttered, "I'm going to fucking kill her," over and over again, and said it super loud once before walking off. I have been getting a lot of hate mail, texts, and the like calling me a murderer. My Facebook was flooded with these messages as well, and most of the profiles were people who went to Finn's church. So I sent him a text that either the harassment stops or I will post the recordings of him. All of them. The call, his threats, the texts, his voicemails. All of it. He replied, "I have been patient in my love for you, but you are being a brat." And went on to say, that I need to come to my senses and meet with him, because he will no longer spoil me, and, discipline needs to be introduced to our relationship, because actions have consequences. As for the rest I will skip over a bit for the sake of brevity. My bestie said that I should go to the police and we did, but nothing concrete has come of it yet. Something I low-key expected, honestly. It's a small little city outside a bigger, more populated one, and the small town vibes can run deep in certain circles. Many of the people go to the church Finn is at, and that includes a lot of the police department. It came to a head last week when I sent some of the recordings to his parents who are on staff at the local mega church in the area. His mom responded and asked to meet with me, so I went with my bestie to a public spot in the city. When she met with me she was incredibly apologetic and said that his position at the church is terminated. The staff will meet about this and decide on the full measure of consequences as his church family. She told me that she herself had an abortion before Finn was born, and her decision to do so came hugely from the fact that the father was manipulative and abusive, and she was not ready to be a mother even if she had a reliable and loving partner and co-parent. She went on to meet Finn's father and married him and had her children. She told me that she isn't sure if I had an abortion or miscarriage, but either way, I should not be harassed by Christians claiming to be pro-life. I can't explain to you the relief those words gave me considering the vile that was messaged to me. Finn's sister reached out to me via text to share that she does not condone what her brother has been doing, and to reach out if I needed anything. Finn later was arrested for assault. I came to find out, but I don't know who he assaulted or why. Just that he was taken into custody, and as he put me down as his partner, I was called to pick him up as he had been released. The running assumption is that he kept him sober up before releasing him. I didn't. I have since been looking for a new place to live as he knows my address and has come by more than a couple times. I am staying with two of my best friends away from my town, and my home is more or less storage for my things until I find a place to move. All things considered, I am actually really happy. My friends threw me a Yeetus that fetus party and decorated the place with the troll comments from my last post. They made a piñata with scrapped paper with his texts and that of his church pals, and instead of candy it had condoms, small bottle of lube, and paper. That was my last surprise. They pooled together a nice-sized donation to reproductive health clinic near my city, and they pledged hours to volunteer. We are taking a summer trip together to have a hot girl summer kickoff and have many things planned. The two male friends I am staying with check on my house for me and saw Finn there once and made it clear under no uncertain terms that I was protected, and that if he tries to make more trouble that actions have consequences. I have it recorded on my ring cam and it was glorious. Finn sent me a text telling me that I am a cruel witch that ruined his life and broke his heart, all because he loved me, but to not trouble myself with acting, scared of him more because he is leaving the state soon for a new job anyway. He did end the message with, "I have, do, and always will love you, and perhaps one day your cold heart will melt and you can find within it your buried love for me." Like, bro, take the sugar out of your Kool-Aid because I ain't drinking it anymore. Not to say everything is sunshine and roses. I have been in a lot of therapy, and found that I overlooked a lot of red flags and have to unlearn a lot of people's pleasing behaviors to become a more confident and true version of myself. Plus my friends don't really fully believe he is leaving town, so I am still staying with them for the time being. I love them a lot, but it's like having 4 older siblings fussing about like mother hens. I cannot wait to have my new place. Thanks to you all for the kindness and support. I think this is my last update on the matter, as I don't intend on wasting any more time than I have to on that abusive price of garbage. Remember, you know yourself best and can love yourself best. Life is too short not to make the right choices for yourself, your well-being, and your happiness, because you matter. Comments Aqua Venatus. I'm glad your ex's mother and sister are on your side, and I'm glad you have friends who are looking out for you and your safety. I know you don't want to, but keep all of the disgusting messages your ex sends you, because now that he's been charged with assault, the next time you file a police report against him, they'll have no choice but to take it seriously. Meanwhile, continue your healing process and I hope you'll have peace soon. I'm glad you're safe. Final update. Sorry, but the phrase is still funny to me. All caught up? Great. So I moved. I took a pay cut and moved to Austin. I can say that now free of worry because Finn? Well, he's in prison. For murder. I know a disjointed rendition of what happened. Finn got drunk out of his mind at a local bar, then shit-talked a retired Marine because the Marine spoke about his wife's abortion. I had since gotten a new job in Austin, Texas, and was moving when I heard. Finn's father asked me to testify to his character and to say my abortion caused this. I obviously didn't. I moved with only the essentials and had a wonderful summer traveling with friends. I just got back last week and am now unpacking my new home. Unrelated, but Austin is a fun freaking city. When I got back and logged on, I saw a lot of you were concerned about my safety, so I wanted to update. I'm totally okay, already have new friends, and am going to adopt possibly the cutest little senior Yorkie. I am literally in the waiting room where they will bring him out after he gets all his medical out of the way. I am also in the virtual queue for an adult Rottweiler, and it sounds like I might get her. So I may have her by the time the work week begins. Anyway, I wanted to say thanks to everyone who was supportive, and also I admit to rubbing my happiness in the face of the trolls who wished me misery. I am petty. Sue me. Ciao. Relevant comments, lost. Advertising 232. New and happy beginnings. Cheers, OP answer. It's exciting and the people here are so sweet. For the first time in a long time, I am really looking forward optimistically. Loser swim. I feel like there were a lot of things he did that we don't see. OP probably had a hard time differentiating her post-traumatic stress disorder reactions from normal healthy reactions. He does something cruel and she can't decide if she's seeing his actions as cruel because of post-traumatic stress disorder, or because he is cruel. Prestige. No love. It's weird that people are focusing on the abortion even though he raped her. Like he legit took the condom off with false pretenses, and that's one of the definitions of rape. I'm glad she's safe, but I hate that she got so much hate in the first place. Also, he is talking about how Christian he is, but he wanted a baby out of wedlock. He just wanted to control a woman's body, even though she explicitly said she didn't want kids. Salt pipe. Warner, 89. Also, a lot of people are missing some obvious points about the vasectomy. A lot of heartache could have been avoided here if OP knew that vasectomies don't work that way. He was only able to manipulate her because she didn't know the facts. So in case anyone else is reading for whom this would help, vasectomies are not really reversible. You have to sign a form acknowledging this when you get one. While there is an operation that can attempt a reversal, the success rate is low, and gets lower as time goes by. Vasectomies don't take effect immediately. It can take months until you're sterile, and there is always a follow-up check. It's not a valid form of birth control until after the check. This varies by individual, but vasectomies are generally uncomfortable. It's unlikely that someone who just had one will be up for anything for a little while. My stepfather murdered my mother before taking his own life. I'm overwhelmed, lost, and unsure of how to move forward. I know this doesn't sound real. I have my boyfriend and my best friend here. I've known this for about 2.5 hours. It still doesn't seem real. I don't really know what I want to accomplish with this post. But I swear it is real. It's 3:51 a.m. in Berlin right now. We were trying to finish watching the movie that we started before the police rang at my door. I don't know what to do. Edit. The police just called me. My stepfather killed himself. I wish I could destroy him. Right now I just feel empty. Edit 2. I don't even know why I'm posting here. I'm usually just a lurker. I guess I just want somebody to know. I feel like the whole world should know. My mother is the most amazing person and she has always been my idol. I don't know how to feel. I'm in our apartment, and I feel like everything I see is her. My evening started so differently. Everything started so differently. I haven't slept yet. I don't know how I will. Though sleeping is usually my talent. Mom wakes me up every afternoon if she feels like I'm sleeping too long. Since I moved back in, during the COVID lockdown. Update. Hello. My last post got capped, so I made a throwaway account. It's been about 24 hours since the police stood in front of the door to my mom's and my apartment and told me that my mother is dead. I've cried so much today, I feel like it's been an ocean of tears, so much that I just feel empty now. I miss her, so fucking much. It still just feels like a bad dream. This can't really be real. Her death was on the news and I saw a picture of a body in a blue body bag being rolled into the back of a wagon. That is my mother. In that bag. Oh my God. I'm going to run down what happened again. Maybe this will make it more real for myself? I don't know. My boyfriend and I were in the park playing speedminton on Wednesday evening when my mom called me and told me she would be coming home. I asked her if everything was okay and she said yes, not to worry about it, and my boyfriend was still welcome to come over if he liked. I told her okay, I would see her in a moment. We both went home and she wasn't there. I wasn't worried. My stepfather and my mom have been together for a while and they're very much in love, but they can fight a lot sometimes. They always make up very quickly. I tried calling her several times to know if she wanted dinner and sent her text messages, and texted and called my stepfather as well. They didn't answer. This wasn't so unusual either. I thought they just made up. I'm guessing by this time he had already stabbed her. I feel sick writing this sentence. The police showed up at 3 in the morning, informed me, stayed in the apartment while my boyfriend called my best friend who rushed over with a taxi. Everything is kind of a blur from then on. I remember sitting down to write the Reddit post because I didn't know how to feel or what to do, and I guess I wanted to scream my pain into the internet void. At that point, my stepfather hadn't killed himself yet. He had taken his car up into the countryside where my mother has a tiny little house at the lake which is her pride and joy. With her garden. Both of them went up there every weekend together. He killed himself there. The fucking bastard. I've never been so angry in my life. I loved him, he was a part of my family, we got along really well. Some part of me wishes I could strangle him. Or scratch his eyes out. I just want to scream in his face, how he could do this to me. To her. My lovely mother. Fuck, she is such a fucking light, she is such an incredible person and we are so close. I told her everything. And not just because she's my mother, she is truly an absolutely amazing person. Everybody who met her loved her. I stayed awake until about 6 a.m. I smashed a few glasses, I cried a lot. We finished watching the movie. Today I had to call all of the people. My grandparents, her brother, her friends. I had to call my stepfather's children in the UK and tell them what happened. I can't imagine how hard it must be for them. My mother was the victim. Their father was the murderer. I feel so bad for them. I've gotten so many calls and messages from people who are offering to help me in any way I need, who cry on the phone and ask me if this is real. To have to tell people over and over again what happened, really wrecked me. Especially my grandparents. My granddad. I don't know how he's going to get through this. He just kept screaming no, no. Not my mom's name. I have to go to the police today to give a statement. Probably talk about their relationship. I have to be there in 412 hours and I haven't really slept yet. I can't really eat either. I just feel like throwing up, just thinking about food. I wanted to thank all of you for your comments on my first post. I know we don't know each other, that I'm just some faraway voice on a screen with a terrible fate. But I did feel better reading your hugs and encouragement. I will have to think about getting a lawyer. My dad is sleeping in the other room. We're going to have to figure out how to get here. Some part of me honestly doesn't see a point anymore. There's so much pain in my life. I've had so many bad experiences. I got through a rape and a drug problem and everything was on its way up. And now this. But I love my mom more than anything, and I can't disappoint her and I'm going to need to be here for my dad and me. I'm sorry for the long text, I just feel like I need to get something out. I feel so lost and empty. I miss my mom. Update. Hello. I guess in some way I wanted to give you people an update on what has been going on with me. When I posted my first post, I was slightly drunk. It was the night the police showed up at my house and rang the doorbell and I was confused. All of your messages from random strangers, helped me in some way. I'd like to thank whoever sent me that poem by Mary Elizabeth Fry. Do not stand at my grave and weep, we used that for the invitation to her party. And also Bianca who painted that beautiful painting of her which she sent me by email. Thank you. The poem by Mary Elizabeth Fry. Do not stand at my grave and weep, I am not there. I do not sleep. I am 1,000 winds that blow. I am the diamond glints on snow. I am the sun on ripened grain. I am the gentle autumn rain. When you awaken in the morning's hush, I am the swift uplifting rush of quiet birds in circled flight. I am the soft stars that shine at night. Do not stand at my grave and cry, I am not there. I did not die. Also, fair warning, this might be quite a long post. This might trigger someone and I've been writing this post over several days as more information keeps trickling in and the picture of that night is becoming clearer and clearer. I think I'm also mainly writing this for myself. What happened that night, the 23rd of July, is just still so surreal. I'm sitting at my mother's desk right now, in her little office in our apartment that I grew up in Berlin. Her presence in some way is all around me. It has been 23 days since the police showed up in front of my door at 3 in the morning and asked if they could come in. Since my stepfather hung himself. Everything has been so confusing, it's all sort of a mixture between crying, screaming, yelling, throwing things, and just emptiness. I go through phases. Someone linked that famous post about grief and God, it's so accurate. And it's really hard to cope. Since that night I haven't ever actually been alone. This is somewhat exhausting to me in some ways but probably also very important. I'm going to go through the series of events and facts because I also want to set it right. Since in the media, since some of you found the articles online and connected the dots, There is so much false information, it's hard to believe. My mother and my stepfather were together for 8 years, and he has only been living in Berlin since then. He has children from his previous marriage, that is all I will say. I am my mother's only daughter. He did not call me and confess to what he did, as many report. But he called some vaguely mutual friend who he walks his dog with sometimes. This was sometime after 11 p.m. At this point he was already up at the summer house. It takes about 1 hour and 45 minutes to get up there. This means my mother had been dead for about 2 hours. It says so in the police report as well. The summer house did not belong to my stepdad, but to my mom. She poured all of the little money she had, and renovated it by hand. It does not in any way belong to him. The police showed up at my mom's and my apartment late at night. They didn't know the address of where he might have gone and were also worried he might come and harm me since he had the keys to our apartment as well. I was watching a movie with a friend of mine. I posted on Reddit a few hours later. The news articles started coming out the next day, connecting my stepfather to a celebrity. I posted because I needed help. This celebrity and my stepfather are by no means friends. They are acquaintances and there is no reason for him to be brought into any of this. That was Wednesday night, Thursday morning. On Friday I was at the Landeskriminalamt, criminal police, and gave a 3-hour statement about them and their relationship. This next part is about my feelings and mainly about my mom. Feel free to skip it. Since then my whole world has been turned upside down. My mother, the person I honestly loved most in the whole world, was just torn from me. It feels like I have this big bleeding hole inside of me. I'm not crying all the time, sometimes I feel okay, but more like empty. My mother has been with me my whole life. The whole 21 years, and I'm not just saying this because she is dead. She is honestly the best mother you could wish for. She is goofy and caring. Her laugh is infectious. She has such integrity. She is the most animated person. When she tells a story she will get up from the table and gesture all around. Her eyes are so shining. I think I might show some pictures of her, because I want people to recognize her beauty. I want the whole world to know she is gone. Because this is an honest and devastating loss to the world, believe me. She is so talented. She got her bachelor in art history in America. She has worked odd jobs all her life. She's always been a hippie. When I was little she started working at this English language summer camp in Thüringen in Germany, and she used to take me there for many weeks with her, on a hill, on a farm in the middle of a giant forest. She's a magician in the kitchen. She can open the fridge door and magically make something out of leftover ingredients that nobody would ever think tastes good. Noodles and carrots, anyone? She likes to make everything herself. She would let milk go bad and make her own ricotta. I have 1,000 jars of her homemade chutneys and jams. She baked her own bread years before the pandemic. She made her own vinegar, her own syrups and alcohol, and her hot sauces are legendary. I used to come home and open the fridge door and I'd ask her which of the many bowls she had covered with little plates were edible and which weren't ready yet. Since she's dead I have found so many started experiments of things I don't even know what they are. I wish I could ask her. There are so many things I wish I had the time to ask her. Writing this is making me cry again. At the beginning of the pandemic, March I believe, I moved back in with her and she ordered 14 different bottles of white wine on Lidl, and every night we'd drink one together while we cooked and I'd write notes on the color and the taste and we'd give it a 1/10 on the Lidl scale. She's one of the funniest people I know. And she is so forgiving. Even when I was younger we would get into huge blow-up fights sometimes and we'd scream. But 5 minutes afterwards she'd come into my room and she'd apologize and tell me she loved me more than anything in the world. We told each other we loved one another all the time, sometimes just randomly, and hugged each other. I'm so grateful for this. I would say we had a rare mother-daughter bond. I love her with all my heart. She has always been my idol, my role model. If I'm even half the person she is, as generous, hilarious, creative, emotional, forgiving and understanding, I will be lucky. I see her face in front of me all the time. I can hear her laugh. Fuck. I'd really give anything for her to be with me right now. Anything. It really tears me apart. If it weren't for her I would have probably been dead 2 years ago. She pulled me out of my dark holes. She loved me unconditionally. She isn't just my mother. She is my best friend. And I will never ever forgive him for taking her from me. Especially since more and more facts are coming out. End of emotional bit. It's important to preface that I knew their relationship, or to be more exact, I was the closest to both of them together. And it's important to understand that he wasn't some creepy, abusive, scary bad guy. I loved him. He was like a best friend to me. When he came into my mother's and my life, I took him in with open arms. I've confided in him, I've told him secrets, we've had running jokes. We made bets with each other that I usually won, and he had to pay up. He was my family. This makes me feel just as conned. I feel cheated. I feel like I've been blind. I've had bad fights with him as well, and I knew about their fights, but I didn't see this coming. Not even a little bit. I would never put my mother in harm's way. I guess this is why she must have kept things hidden from me. The murder happened in his apartment. They had separate apartments. And afterwards he drove his car up to my mother's country house that they both spent every weekend at. Hunting mushrooms, planting and building things, going swimming in the lake that's right in front of the door. This was their refuge, and I'm assuming this is the reason he went there. Since the day this has happened, I've always assumed he blew up about something, lost control, and he killed my mother while he wasn't clear-headed. This is what made sense to me. That he killed himself because he killed my mother. Because he didn't know how to continue. But the more time goes by and the more facts we uncover, we being my mother's friends and I, not the police, the more it seems it was the opposite. That he killed my mother because he wanted to kill himself. And that he was covering something up. Since the night the police showed up, they've been asking me if I could know where their laptops are. They both had a laptop. And both are missing. They found the empty cases. But they're gone. This sparked suspicion in us. His phone is gone as well, my mother's is not. The police gave it to me. Then there are the other facts. Trigger warning. Despite what it said in the media, she didn't have multiple stab wounds in her chest. There was only one very precise and very small wound that caused her death. He only let someone know what he did after he was up at the house. When he arrived at the cabin, he apparently parked normally, even greeted one of the neighbors. The pieces are falling into place. That this was cold-blooded. I don't really know why I'm writing all this down in a Word document and why I'm going to post it on Reddit, but I need to share. I feel so much hatred and so much anger. I feel it boiling underneath my skin and it keeps threatening to come out. I've smashed so much stuff. I've gotten so angry. Sometimes I snap and I scream at people, and other times I just cry and beat my pillows. And sometimes I'm very calm. I can still feel joy. And my mother has this amazing circle of friends that I've known my whole life and who are supporting me. I saw her body in the coffin, and I will never be able to get that image out of my head. She was so tiny, it breaks my heart. I've also slept 2 nights at the cabin, and in the dark every shadow looked like my stepfather. I've become scared and started locking my doors at night. Murder used to seem something so far off. Something that happened to other people, in a different world, separate from mine. But now it's not. And I won't let him spoil her place, her house. I won't let him take that away from her and from me. I refuse. I just miss her. I miss everything about her. It hasn't been that long yet, and all I want is for her to hug me and say my name and say she loves me and that she thinks I'm an amazing young woman. I want her to cuddle with me in bed, which she did for so many years until I felt myself too old. I want to sit at the kitchen table in the morning with her and have her ask me what I dreamt about last night, and have both of us talk about our dreams. For her to talk with me about my story ideas and my poetry, and to talk with her about the book that she was writing and will never finish. It just hurts so much. I don't know how to ever get past this. She has always been the most amazing person I know, and I can't get over this. I don't know how to get over this. I feel lost. I feel like I have to grow up very fast now and carry her with me. There's so much more to tell. So much. But I should probably stop somewhere. I would appreciate all advice. Thank you for reading. Relevant comments. Commenter. It's 23:40 and now I just want to call my mom. I'll do that in the morning when I wake up. She's my only family since we cut ties with pretty much everyone else. Be brave and take your time to recover. I hope everything will be fine for you after some time and that you'll get even stronger after this terrible event. OP answer. Hi, you're in the same time zone as me. Please do this and tell her you love her. From me. Because I wish I could tell my mom lots of love. Commenter. Hello again. I commented on the original post because I went through something so similar. I want to thank you for the update. It couldn't have been easy to write. But more than that, I'm glad to see you on Reddit just to know you're still around. The part of this post that most struck me was you spending time in the cabin. I remember the days in my father's house after his murders and suicide so vividly, and looking back on it, I wish I hadn't gone there at all. Which leads me to this. You don't have to do things the hard way. You don't have to make things harder on yourself. When grief as raw and shocking as what you've experienced takes over, we sometimes want to swim in it, because at least feeling something is better than remaining numb, feeling hollow. But I want to lovingly and gently encourage you to make sure you're taking care of yourself. I also want to reiterate how useful a trauma-informed therapist can be. I was dead set against therapy after my father's crimes happened. I thought I could handle everything on my own. After all, I'd always been the strong one. I waited a year to find a counselor, and if I could change a single thing I did, it would be that I'd have sought out help sooner. I didn't really know how to ask for help at the time. It took me years to learn how, but it would have been immeasurably useful to have someone help me through all of that. Like you, I was in my 20s when my father killed his girlfriend, her daughter, then himself. That was 16 years ago. There is a life on the other side of all of this trauma and heartbreak. I promise. And the book I just finished writing about was finally handed in on the last day of July. Maybe someday it can help you, and others. I have thought of you many times since your first post. My offer to reach out at any time stands. Any time. Edited to add. Quite a few people asked about the book in this thread and via DM. It's with my agent now, so at earliest it would be out in a year. Books take forever. The title is, We Run to Crush the Grass. Thank you for the interest, but please focus on OP. She needs the love and kindness of strangers. OP answer. You especially. You have helped me so much, Lisa. Thank you so much. You've been such a light in these dark times. Advising me. Listening to me. Checking up on me since my first post, and listening to me complaining about my family. You're such an amazing person, and communicating with you has helped me so immensely. I send you so much love, and I will continue being in contact with you. I can't wait for your book, commenter. You must have inherited your mother's writing talent because your story about her was so beautifully told. I agree with the others who gently suggest you speak with a therapist trained to deal with trauma. They can help you with your anger and other feelings and thoughts as they arise, so you can be guided to a proper healing. My heart goes out to you, and, if you will, I'll pray for 1,000 healing angels to surround you. OP answer. The night the police showed up at my door, at about 4 a.m. it started raining even though it wasn't supposed to. I went outside on the street and I started praying to every god there was, even though I'm not religious. But in these moments it really doesn't matter, you just want something higher to help you. Thank you so much, OP added in this thread. Hey everyone. Imagine my surprise scrolling through Reddit on my living room couch this fine afternoon, when I see a little picture of my mom and me in my feed. Was not expecting that at all, and then to look further down and see all of these wonderful and heartfelt comments underneath. I couldn't believe it, and I actually started crying again. This is the reason I reached out back then, into the void, as I called it, at my darkest time, and Reddit reached back and gave me something to hold on to. When you lose your faith in humanity in that way, I needed the love that came from so many strangers all over, and the support. Yesterday was actually my birthday. I just turned 25, so it has been a bit over 3 years, and I can't believe that 3 years have passed. I can't stand to believe that much time has passed without her. Thinking about it makes it hurt more. I miss her so much. Thank you to everyone for worrying about me and wishing me well. I'll give a quick update, and one of these days maybe sit down and write something more out. I've been in therapy for almost 2 years now, and I have a wonderful therapist that helps me greatly. It took me a while to find her, and there was a lot of trial and error with former therapists, but she's amazing and I'm so happy I have her. She actually says that I have improved greatly. In a number of things, I'm a mess. Though my mother's murder is something that I've buried very deep down below in the darkness of my psyche, and we haven't quite reached it yet. Sister-in-law hated me for years, had a tragic miscarriage. Then we welcomed her back, but she told my child she was his real mom. My sister-in-law despised me for years, but after she suffered a tragic miscarriage, we welcomed her back into our lives. Unfortunately, she began telling my child that she was his real mother. David and I have been happily married for 8 years, and we have a 4-year-old son named Tom. Tom is a lively, imaginative kid. Very attached to me, and a bit of a mama's boy. I cherish this bond, knowing that as he grows older, his interests will change, and he might not want to spend as much time with me. David and I make a great team, managing our home, raising Tom, and pursuing our careers seamlessly. This harmony stems from David's respectful and communicative nature, which has fostered a strong partnership between us. However, despite our smooth sailing, there's an ongoing issue with David's sister, Kathy. From the very beginning, Kathy has been difficult to get along with, maintaining a cold attitude towards me. David had warned me early on that while his parents would likely accept me, Kathy would be tough due to her protective nature. He was right. When we first met, Kathy bombarded me with questions about my background, all the while acting unimpressed and condescending. She would also bring up David's exes in our conversations, comparing them to me as if it were normal. During one dinner, She even suggested David join her and her friends on a girls' trip, claiming he needed to clear his head before committing to me. This remark annoyed me and David noticed, asking her to back off politely. This brings me to a point of contention with my husband. While he does defend me, his affection for Kathy sometimes prevents him from setting firm boundaries. This emboldens her to keep pushing, believing she has his best interests at heart simply because she's the older sister. From that first dinner date, I knew Kathy and I didn't like each other. It stung a bit, but I wasn't about to bend over backward to win her over if she had already made up her mind. Despite this, I always remained polite during our encounters, though she never made it easy. One incident that stands out is David's grandparents' anniversary party. The entire family was invited, and I attended as David's plus one since we'd been dating for a year by then. Throughout the party, I enjoyed chatting with his friendly and easygoing family. The one person who completely ignored me was Kathy. I noticed and tried to stay out of her way. When everyone gathered for a group photo, Kathy loudly pointed me out, demanding I step out of the picture. She suggested David might break up with me and didn't want one of her brother's bimbos in the family photo. I was mortified as everyone around us looked uncomfortable. David tried to argue, but Kathy kept interrupting, saying I was just a random stranger and shouldn't have been at the party. Humiliated, I excused myself to find my car keys, determined not to spend another minute near her. David and his parents followed me, apologizing profusely. His mother tried to persuade me to return, but the moment was ruined. I heard his grandparents scolding Kathy, making me feel even guiltier for spoiling the day. I left immediately, considering breaking up with David, thinking I couldn't handle his sister's behavior. However, David showed up at my place later with flowers and pastries, apologizing sincerely. He told me everyone had reprimanded Kathy for her rudeness, and he had threatened to cut ties with her, which made her cry. David expressed his frustration with his sister's antics and reassured me he didn't want anything to do with her anymore. We had a long talk, and I felt comforted by his support. In the following days, David kept his promise. We stopped seeing Kathy altogether, and he ignored her calls. When she showed up unannounced at his house, he changed the locks and asked his parents to talk to her about respecting his privacy. With his parents' support, Kathy had no choice but to accept that her brother wanted nothing to do with her. We hoped this would make her reconsider her behavior, but it had the opposite effect. Kathy started calling and texting me, leaving threatening messages and blaming me for everything. The breaking point came when Kathy showed up at my workplace one afternoon, demanding to see me. Thankfully, my manager intervened and kicked her out, but the incident left me deeply shaken. I told David that I had no choice but to break up with him to escape his sister's harassment and consider taking legal action against her. David was devastated, pleading with me not to end our relationship and promising he would handle the situation. David then convinced his parents to arrange a meeting with Kathy at their home. During this confrontation, his parents, fully aware of what Kathy had been doing, made it clear they wanted nothing to do with her unless she changed her behavior. They all warned Kathy that her actions were borderline crazy, and if she continued, they would support my decision to take legal action. Miraculously, Kathy finally broke down and admitted she needed help. She confessed to feeling out of control and revealed she had lost her job and had been unemployed for months, worsening her mental state. David's parents took immediate action, admitting her to a psychiatric hospital where she could be monitored. David reiterated that he did not wish to maintain contact with her, which Kathy reluctantly accepted. She sent me an apology text that felt somewhat insincere, but I hoped for her sake that she would heal. When David and I finally married, we chose not to invite Kathy, even though she had been discharged and seemed to be doing better. I wanted nothing to do with her, and everyone respected my decision. Kathy did send flowers to congratulate us, which I appreciated. After we returned from our honeymoon, Kathy announced her engagement. It surprised everyone, as no one knew she had been dating. We were cautiously happy for her until we learned she was marrying a man she met in the psychiatric hospital. This man, James, was schizophrenic and an alcoholic with violent tendencies, according to his doctors. Understandably, David and Kathy's parents were concerned. Kathy planned her wedding for the following month and only invited David, excluding me. While I wasn't surprised and felt relieved not to have to make an excuse, David was offended by the exclusion and chose not to attend. Those who did attend the wedding later told us it was a disaster. Kathy and James were heavily intoxicated during the ceremony and couldn't even properly repeat the vows after the priest. During the reception, James continued drinking until he was blackout drunk, then started ripping open his shirt and pants while everyone watched in horror. Being schizophrenic, James didn't like the attention and suddenly attacked a server, accusing the innocent bystander of looking suspicious and hiding something. His family managed to calm him down and paid off the server to avoid pressing charges. This incident deeply scarred everyone, raising serious concerns about Kathy's safety. If James could attack a stranger, what was to stop him from attacking Kathy? David and his parents tried to talk to Kathy about her husband's disturbing behavior, but she was convinced she could change him. Despite their warnings, Kathy believed James would never harm her. Unfortunately, she was wrong. Over the years, James isolated her, cutting off contact with family and preventing her from seeking help. Though there were instances of police being called due to their violent arguments, Kathy refused to leave him, convinced he was the one for her. 4 years ago, I became pregnant with Tom, and we were all overjoyed. I wanted Kathy to be part of my baby shower, so we sent her an invitation. When we received no reply, David drove to her place to check on her. He discovered that James had cut her off from any communication with us and thrown away the invitation. David confronted James, but Kathy defended her husband, refusing to see his wrongdoing. Frustrated, David left, and we lost contact with her. Even after Tom was born, we did not reach out, and her parents eventually stopped trying to convince her, hoping she would be okay. The past few years with Tom have been peaceful and full of love. David and I have found a wonderful rhythm in our marriage, and Tom keeps us busy with his curiosity. David's parents visit every weekend to babysit while we have our date night, allowing us some time off and giving the grandparents quality time with Tom. Everything was going well until 8 months ago when Kathy showed up at our doorstep, muddy and disheveled, with no shoes on. We immediately let her in, and I fetched her a blanket as she was shivering. We hadn't seen her in years and were at a loss for words. David comforted her, asking if she was okay. Kathy looked numb, staring into space. Eventually, she revealed that she had just miscarried. We listened in shock as she recounted how she had gotten pregnant a month ago, initially believing James would be happy. However, he grew increasingly paranoid, fearing the baby would take her away from him. They fought frequently, and he even threatened to poison her food to cause a miscarriage. That day, she woke up feeling uneasy, and at the doctor's, she found out she had lost the baby. Numb and sick, she couldn't drive home, so she walked, eventually ending up at our house. She must have walked at least 20 blocks barefoot, but she couldn't remember why she had no shoes on. I felt so sorry for her and immediately gave her a hug. At first, she hesitated, but then she hugged me back. We sat there for 5 whole minutes as Kathy cried into my arms. We knew then that this was her way of asking for help. David seemed ready to confront James directly, but I convinced him to call the police and notify their parents, who were better equipped to handle the situation. His parents were incredibly grateful to have their daughter back and assured her of their unwavering support. When the police took her statement, they were as shocked as we were by the abuse Kathy had endured. James was arrested despite his protests and threats, continually denying his involvement in her miscarriage. However, Kathy's toxicology report revealed she had been poisoned, leading to the loss of her baby. In the end, due to James's mental issues and his incompetence to stand trial, the judge sentenced him to an indefinite stay in a psychiatric facility for treatment. Although this was frustrating, we were grateful to have Kathy back safe and sound. By then all my previous animosity towards her had vanished. As a woman, I felt immense sympathy for her and wanted to move past our history to help her heal. Kathy also seemed calmer and no longer hostile towards me. When we felt she was ready, we introduced Tom to her, hoping it would aid her recovery. She grew very close to Tom in a short time, which none of us minded initially. This should have been my first red flag. Over the weeks, she found ways to spend more and more time with my son, often showing up unexpectedly at our house. Staying with her and David's parents made it easy for her to drive over unannounced. She insisted on giving Tom baths and reading his bedtime stories, gestures that initially seemed kind but gradually felt intrusive. Kathy's increasing presence started to feel odd. She visited almost daily, staying longer than necessary, bringing toys and gifts for Tom, and always seeking involvement in his daily routines. She would comment on his clothes or hairstyle, suggesting how Tom would look better, which bothered me. While I appreciated her efforts to bond with Tom, it began to feel like she was undermining me again, this time through my son. My maternal instincts kicked in, and I talked to David. He assured me that I might be overthinking and that his sister was just trying to cope with her pain. He reminded me of her recent loss, making me feel guilty. I decided to let her be, thinking if taking care of Tom made her happy, what was the harm? As days went on, I tried my best to accommodate her constant presence. She started looking after Tom daily while we were at work and even took him to the park in the evenings. Sometimes when I came home, I noticed that my son no longer greeted me with the same enthusiasm. He wouldn't run up to me, and instead, looked at me with curiosity. After Kathy left, I would try to talk to Tom about his day and whether he had any issues with Kathy, but he was less engaged and seemed sad. As his mother, this change in his behavior worried me deeply. However, when I discussed it with my husband, he would gently dismiss my concerns, assuring me that Tom was just growing up and I was overthinking. The nagging feeling persisted, so I confided in a coworker, who suggested installing nanny cams from Amazon in Tom's room and our living room to monitor him. I thought this was a brilliant idea and promptly bought 2 cameras. I didn't inform David about this, not wanting him to dismiss my concerns again. Yesterday, after Tom went to bed, I decided to check the nanny cams. While David watched TV downstairs, I retreated to my study to review the footage, which included audio. Initially, it was just Kathy playing and caring for Tom, appearing very good with children. However, I was shocked when she pulled a book from her purse, one I hadn't seen before. We usually have age-appropriate books for Tom, but this one was different. She read the book to Tom before his nap. As I listened, I realized the story was about adoption and how a mother sometimes gives her child to another mother to care for. Kathy added her own commentary, telling Tom that this was why she had left him in my care years ago because she wasn't ready then. My eyes widened in horror as she continued, claiming that she would always be his real mother and no one could love him more than she did. She kissed his forehead and left him to nap. My hands shook with anger as I realized what she had been telling my son, causing his strange behavior. This poor child must be feeling incredibly confused. I was ready to confront David and demand that Kathy never be allowed in our home again, but I held back. Instead, I decided to take a day off to spend with Tom and understand what Kathy had been telling him. When I informed Kathy that she didn't need to babysit, she reacted anxiously, insisting that she loved spending time with Tom. I firmly told her to back off, wanting a day alone with my child. David asked if I was okay, and I reassured him that everything was fine but that I needed a break. Later, I took Tom to his favorite park, and we spent the day playing, eating pizza, and laughing. I wanted him to feel safe before broaching the conversation about what his aunt had been telling him. He got a bit quiet. I reassured Tom that he wasn't in trouble and that he could talk to me about anything. That's when he opened up. He told me how Kathy had been trying to convince him for weeks that she was his real mother. Though he didn't truly believe it, she also told him that I would eventually leave him because only real mothers love their children. Her insistence made him scared to ask me about it, fearing I might actually kick him out. He said he loved me and didn't want to go live with Kathy. Hearing those words broke my heart. I stared at his tear-streaked face, seeing a small and vulnerable child instead of the joyful and playful boy I knew. I knelt down, gently took his hands, and assured him that everything would be okay. We would get through this together. I hugged him tightly, feeling the weight of his fears and pain. I felt like a failure for not protecting my son from this psycho. I promised him that he had nothing to worry about and that David and I would take care of it. However, my son then told me that David already knew about all this. I asked what he meant and he said, "I asked Daddy, and he knows about this, but he told me not to tell you anything." My blood ran cold as I realized that my husband, despite knowing what his sister was up to, had chosen to protect her instead of our son. He knew everything. I couldn't let my son be around these people anymore. I didn't want him to be confused and frightened about his own mother. I was his mother, and it was my job to protect him from this. I quickly drove home and packed our bags. I told my parents we were coming over and that if David asked, we would say I missed them and wanted to spend time with them. Luckily, my parents are very supportive and immediately said yes. As I write this, I've already explained everything to my parents, and they are as shocked as I am about what Kathy has been telling my son. David did call when he came home to an empty house, but I tried to sound normal, telling him I needed a break from our place and work. He sounded curious, but I assured him I'd stay with my parents for just a few days. We rarely fight, so I guess he didn't think much about it even though my behavior must have seemed strange to him. I am so conflicted right now. I have no idea what to do. How should I confront this situation? Am I the asshole for distancing my son and me from my husband's crazy sister? Update 1. Wow, I woke up to over 600 comments on my post. I can't believe so many people on Reddit have come across my story. I used fake names throughout, so hopefully, none of David's family members will realize it's about him. To those criticizing me for not talking to my husband first, I assure you, I would have if my son hadn't already tried to talk to David. My mother's instinct told me that since my husband knew for weeks about our son's changed behavior and kept gaslighting me, a confrontation with him wouldn't have been productive. I needed to get my son out of the situation immediately, and he is now much safer with my parents. No one can feed him lies here, and that's all that matters. Kathy has been trying to contact me, sending multiple messages insisting she needs to see my son and how much she misses him. I plan to put an end to this at the upcoming family get-together at David's parents' place this weekend. This gathering has been planned for weeks because David's grandparents are visiting, and I thought it would be a nice time to spend together. However, given recent events, I will use this opportunity to speak my truth and ensure Kathy stays away from my son for good. Update 2. I'm back with an update. I finally confronted David as planned during the family get-together. I was so nervous beforehand, but I decided to bring the nanny cam recording as proof. To cut to the chase, I called out Kathy in front of everyone during lunch. She looked shaken and tried to laugh it off as if it wasn't a big deal. Then I showed the nanny cam footage and explained that I had recorded what she told my son. I watched the color drain from her face as I sent the video to the family group chat for everyone to see. Her parents were horrified as they watched her try to convince my son that she was his real mommy. Next, I confronted David and told him how he failed to protect our son. My husband looked really guilty but tried to justify his actions, saying he didn't think much of it and thought it would help his sister cope with her grief. He felt torn between supporting his sister's recovery and telling me about it, ultimately choosing to keep quiet. I told him that because of his actions, I no longer trusted him and couldn't let our son be around him or his family. For the first time in a long while, I saw my husband break down in tears, but I stood firm. I made it clear that I couldn't let my son grow up in a family where his father refused to stand up for him to protect his mentally ill sister. David and Kathy's parents and grandparents apologized to me and assured me they would make sure Kathy stayed away from our son. Kathy looked utterly humiliated but didn't have the decency to apologize. David kept trying to justify his actions, but I ignored him. I left shortly after the confrontation, feeling that my work was done and wanting nothing more to do with any of them. Update 3. I see some of you are confused about my decision, so I wanted to clarify. Yes, I plan on divorcing my husband. I know many of you suggested giving David a second chance since this wasn't entirely his fault, and I agree that he is a good man. However, being a good man doesn't automatically make him a good father. Just because we never had issues doesn't mean he was a good father to Tom. He should have addressed this from the beginning when our son came to him with doubts, instead of spending weeks trying to cover it up and gaslighting me. Both Tom and I can't trust him anymore. I welcomed Kathy back into my life with open arms after what she went through because, as a woman, I felt sorry for her. But in the end, she proved why I never liked her in the first place. I understand that Kathy's abuse was extremely traumatic, but that doesn't mean our son should have to suffer for it. She is an adult with mental issues, and although we thought she had improved, she clearly hadn't. However, what really surprised me was my husband. The fact that he prioritized her mental well-being over our son's shows why he should never be around Tom. He was always such a supportive husband, and I thought I could trust him, but his actions regarding Kathy have shown otherwise. I promise that from now on, I will protect my son no matter what. I am confident I can get full custody of Tom if I expose his family history during the custody battle.